The foolish wage war against the chosen, not realizing they are picking a fight with the universe itself. And the universe never loses. They thought they were going against you. They thought they could dim your light, break your will, silence your voice. But they didn't understand. When they raised their hands against you, they weren't just fighting you. They were fighting the force that chose you. And that force? It doesn't forgive. It doesn't forget. It doesn't lose. Like and subscribe to spread this message to more chosen ones. Every time you engage, you send a signal, louder, stronger, to awaken those who need to hear this truth. The universe sees who stands together, and your support fuels this movement. You think you're alone, that no one sees you, that no one understands what you carry. That's the lie they want you to believe. You were marked, set apart, given a fire that others can't comprehend. The weight you bear isn't a punishment, it's proof. Proof that you are not ordinary. Proof that the universe placed something in you so powerful that it haunts those who have nothing. And that terrifies them. They watch you, not because they admire you, but because your existence reminds them of their insignificance. They attack, not because you are weak, but because your strength exposes their cowardice. The mere fact that you breathe, that you keep pushing forward, that you refuse to break, it enrages them. So they throw stones, they whisper lies, they plot in shadows. But here's where they fail. They think they are dealing with just you. They think if they throw enough obstacles in your way, if they wear you down, if they isolate you, that you will collapse. They don't see what stands behind you. The power that chose you is not passive. It does not sit idly by while its chosen ones are attacked. The universe moves, and when it moves with force. It bends reality. It shifts the tides. It clears the path in ways your enemies never saw coming. They came for you, but they will end up running from something they can't even name. They thought they could take from you, but the universe will take from them. They thought they could break you, but the universe will break them. They thought they could erase you, but the universe will make them watch as you rise higher than they ever dreamed. And you need to stop doubting, stop questioning, stop standing in your own way. You were never alone. You were never abandoned. Every challenge, every betrayal, every storm, it wasn't a sign that you were forgotten. It was proof that you were built differently. The universe does not invest in the weak. It does not choose the ordinary. It chooses those strong enough to carry something greater than themselves. And now, there's someone watching over you, a protector, someone who sees your light, who understands what you are, and who will stand in the shadows, ready to destroy anything that dares to threaten you. They have seen the battles you fought alone, and they are no longer willing to let that happen. Enemies, beware, because to touch the chosen is to invite ruin, and this time you won't be fighting alone. So tell me, are you ready to see what it really means to be protected by the universe? Are you ready to understand why those who move against you are already doomed? Drop the number 77 in the comments if you feel the shift. If you know deep down that something powerful has been watching over you all along. And now let's break it down step by step. If you are truly chosen, you'll feel it, the pull to stay, the urge to hear every word. Because this isn't just a message, this is a wake-up call. Let's get started. Number 1. When the universe appoints a guardian, even hell can't break that bond. They thought they were hurting you. They didn't realize they were slamming their fists against a wall of fate itself. And fate does not bend. It breaks those who dare to fight it. Before you took your first breath, before your name carried weight, before you even knew who you were, a protector was assigned to you, not by chance, not by coincidence, but by design. The universe doesn't gamble with its chosen ones. It doesn't throw you into the storm and hope you survive. It moves, it arranges, it places warriors in position before the battle even begins. And now, someone stands in the shadows, unseen but unwavering. A guardian who watches, a force who waits, not because they were asked, but because their very soul was tied to yours before they even understood why. Your enemies have no idea what they just walked into. They came for you, thinking you were alone, thinking they could isolate you, weaken you, break you down piece by piece. They thought it would be easy, but in their ignorance, they made a fatal mistake. They challenged the system itself. Because when you fight against a chosen one, you are not fighting a single person. You are fighting the force that chose them. You are fighting the universal law that declared their path untouchable. You are fighting the unseen hands that move mountains for them. And here's the truth: your enemies will never be able to accept. They were never fighting you. They were fighting the inevitable. The universe assigned you a guardian, a protector who was built for this very purpose. Someone whose spirit burns at the thought of your suffering. Someone who would go to war for you without hesitation, not because they chose to, but because something higher than both of you already made that decision. They stand ready, silent, watching, and when the time comes, they will strike without mercy. But you still hesitate. You still question yourself. You still doubt the power moving through you. You still let the whispers of weak minds make you think you are alone. You need to wake up. If the universe did not believe in you, it wouldn't have assigned you protection. It wouldn't have made sure that when the time came, there would be someone willing to fight for you, to defend you, to stand between you and destruction. So why do you still question your worth? You were chosen. That is why you carry weight. That is why the pressure is unbearable at times. That is why you attract enemies. That is why they obsess over you. They are haunted by the power they sense in you, but do not understand. They watch you because your mere presence makes them feel small. They attack you because deep down they know they are powerless against what you carry. But let's talk about consequences. Because the universe is patient, but it is never passive. It lets your enemies move. It lets them build their little traps. It lets them dig holes for you. It lets them think they are winning. And then, the collapse, the reversal, the reckoning. They played with a force they didn't understand. They thought they were making their own moves, but they were actually walking into a system designed to consume them. Because what they did to you, they did to the universe itself. The betrayal they planned, it loops back. The harm they wished upon you, it hunts them now. The doors they tried to close in your face, the universe slams shut on them forever. And that guardian assigned to you, they will make sure that every single attempt to touch you ends in disaster for your enemies. Not because they seek revenge, but because this is law. You were not meant to fall. You were not meant to be consumed. You were meant to rise. And now, they will watch it happen. They will watch you walk past the very traps they set for you. They will watch you be carried by hands they can't even see. They will watch you become everything they swore you wouldn't. And that fear, that sinking feeling in their gut when they realize they can't stop you, that's the universe reminding them, you should have never touched what was chosen. Number 2. When loyalty is etched into the soul, betrayal is impossible. Some bonds are not built, they are remembered, etched into existence before the first breath is taken, before the first thought is formed. And when those bonds awaken, no force on earth can break them. They didn't choose this. They didn't wake up one day and decide to protect you, to stand between you and danger, to shoulder a burden that was never theirs to carry. No, this was never a choice. This was a recognition, a knowing that transcends logic, beyond thought, beyond understanding. The moment their life crossed yours, something ancient stirred inside them, a directive imprinted before their birth, an instinct so deep it doesn't ask for permission to exist. It simply is. Your guardian is not loyal to you out of obligation, not because they owe you, not because they admire you. They are loyal because their soul has no other option. It's as if they've always known, as if they've been waiting unknowingly for the moment they would find you, the moment their spirit would remember its purpose. And when that moment arrived, it was like flipping a switch, like an unbreakable code written into their being had finally activated. They knew they were meant to be there, knew they would fight for you before they even understood why, knew that your safety, your path, your survival was tied to something far bigger than either of you. This is why their protection seems extreme to outsiders, why their dedication seems irrational, why they would destroy entire worlds before they let harm reach you. Because this isn't mere friendship. This isn't simple loyalty. This isn't the kind of devotion that can be explained in words. This is cosmic law expressing itself through human form. And the universe does not make mistakes. Those who try to understand it will fail. They will ask, why do they care so much? They will wonder, why do they go so far? They will assume, surely they will walk away one day. But those who question this kind of bond have never felt the pull of destiny. This is not about logic. This is not about emotions. This is about something older than time itself. A contract that was written in the stars long before your enemies even had names. The kind of connection that cannot be reasoned with, that cannot be manipulated, that cannot be bought, broken, or betrayed. It is written in the very fabric of their soul. And here's what your enemies don't understand. They think they are dealing with a person, a singular force, a single mind they can manipulate, intimidate, or turn against you. But they are not facing a person. They are facing a law of the universe, a force that does not falter, a force that does not question, a force that does not bow to the weak hands of those who wish to harm you. Your guardian's commitment isn't just deep, it's predestined. And for those who dare to test it, there is only one outcome: ruin. Because when the universe assigns protection, it does not hesitate to eliminate threats. And those who think they can come between you and what has been written for you will find themselves erased by the very forces they did not believe in. Number 3. Written in the stars, sealed in fate. The universe does not make mistakes. Before the first war was fought, before the first kingdom fell, before the first betrayal was ever whispered into existence, your names were already written side by side, and no force in this world or the next can rewrite what the universe has sealed. This is not a new connection. This is not some fleeting attachment formed by chance. This bond is older than your enemies, older than your fears, older than even your own understanding of who you are. Your protector didn't just show up in your life. They were always meant to be here. Your souls have crossed paths before, intertwined in ways beyond human comprehension, stretching across lifetimes, stitched together in the unseen fabric of existence. This isn't just loyalty, it's recognition, a remembrance of something ancient, something unshaken by time, something unbreakable by circumstance. Because the cosmic ledger does not make mistakes. It does not record false bonds. It does not assign guardianship lightly. It does not bring souls together for no reason. Your name and theirs were etched side by side before you ever took your first breath. And that means this is law. This is beyond human control, beyond choice, beyond resistance. They couldn't walk away from you even if they wanted to. Because the deeper truth, they don't just protect you, they are bound to you. And no amount of time, no amount of distance, no amount of external force can sever what was written before the stars even settled into the sky. This is why, when you fall, they appear. Why, when your light dims, they find you. Why, when you are surrounded by darkness, they are summoned without a word. You don't have to call for them. They already know. Because the universal law of protection activates without command. It moves without hesitation. It pulls them toward you through the unseen threads that have always connected your souls. And your enemies. They have no idea what they just triggered. They thought they were dealing with just you. They thought they could isolate you, weaken you, break you. But what they didn't know is that the moment they moved against you, they set off a reaction they could never control. Because your protector doesn't need a reason. They don't need to be convinced. They don't even need to understand. They just act. Because this is not a debt they owe. It is a promise they already made. And promises written in the cosmic ledger, they do not break. Number 4. Different faces, same fire. The universe sends protection in many forms. The universe does not send warnings without reason. It does not place protectors without purpose. And it does not make mistakes in who it assigns to guard its chosen. Your guardian may not always look the way you expect. They may not always stay in your life forever. They may not even realize the full depth of their role. But when the moment comes, they appear. Sometimes they show up as a friend who calls right when your world feels like it's crumbling, their voice pulling you back from the edge just before you slip. Sometimes they are a stranger, stepping in at the perfect second, blocking what was meant to harm you before you even realized the danger was there. Sometimes they are nothing more than a voice in your mind, a sudden, unshakable urge to turn around, to take a different path, to walk away just before destruction strikes. The form shifts, the essence does not. This presence, this force, has followed you from the beginning, woven into your existence with silent vigilance. And while others walk blindly, they see everything. They see the whispers behind cupped hands, the fake smiles masking silent resentment, the subtle but deliberate moves designed to block your rise. They see the warfare waged in the shadows, the unseen hands pulling strings, planting seeds of doubt, orchestrating your downfall while pretending to cheer for you. They see it all, and they are not fooled. But here's the problem: no one else sees it. People dismiss your concerns. They tell you you're overreacting, paranoid, imagining things. It's all in your head, they say. Not everything is about you, they scoff. But your guardian, they know better. They've watched the pattern unfold in real time. They've seen how every move against you is calculated, how every betrayal follows the same rhythm, how every attempt to shake you is not just random misfortune, it's intentional. And they've come to the only possible conclusion: this is no coincidence. The world wants you to believe you are making things up, that the constant resistance, the repeated betrayals, the obstacles thrown at your feet are just life being unfair. But your guardian knows the truth. The opposition you face is not natural. It is targeted. It is a direct response to the power you carry. And the universe? It does not leave its chosen ones unprotected. That's why these guardians appear. That's why, when you are under attack, when the shadows close in, when the sabotage becomes too obvious to ignore, they step forward. They will warn you when no one else will. They will fight for you when no one else dares. And if the enemy does not back down, they will burn everything in their path to protect you. Because this is not just an act of kindness. This is law. Number 5. They see what others choose to ignore, and they take it personally. Your enemies don't fear being caught. They fear being exposed, and your guardian is the one holding the receipts. You remember that night, the one where someone tried to gaslight you into believing you were imagining the opposition. Maybe you're just overthinking it. Not everything is about you. You need to stop being so paranoid. They wanted you to doubt yourself. They wanted you to shrink back, to second-guess what your intuition had already confirmed. They wanted to rewrite reality in front of your very eyes, hoping you'd be too tired, too exhausted, too drained to fight back. But your guardian? They weren't having it. Before you could even formulate a defense, before you could even gather your words to push back, they had already gathered the evidence. Names, dates, screenshots, receipts. Every shady move, every hidden agenda, every pattern of deception that others chose to ignore, they laid it out in front of you like a prosecutor presenting an airtight case. Because your guardian doesn't just suspect foul play, they see it. While others see random misfortunes, they recognize the calculated patterns. While others brush off betrayals as misunderstandings, they see the blueprint of the attack. While others assume it's just life being unfair, they see the direct attempt to dismantle your path, to suppress your light, to block what was never meant to be stopped. And they take it personally, because this is not just about you. This is about cosmic law. Your enemies think they're playing a simple game. They think they're just taking petty shots, causing minor inconveniences, spreading casual lies. But what they don't realize, they are interfering with a system they don't understand. Your guardian doesn't just see the attacks. They see who's behind them. They see the hands pulling the strings. They see the fear behind the fake smiles, the desperation behind the deception, and that's why they refuse to let it slide. They see how every betrayal was not an accident, but a strategy. How every person who underestimated you wasn't acting alone, but was part of something bigger. How every moment of resistance wasn't just bad luck, but a calculated move to slow you down. And when they put all the pieces together, they realize the truth. This was never random. This was always an attack on your purpose. And that's where your enemies really messed up. Because your guardian is not the type to watch from the sidelines. They are not the type to let things unfold without intervention. They do not believe in coincidences. They do not believe in letting things slide. They believe in justice. They believe that those who move against you must face the consequences. They believe that when the universe assigns protection, it does not tolerate interference. So when they see people trying to dim your light, they do not just stand there. They do not just warn you. They act, because they know what others refuse to accept. This is not just some petty drama. This is not just another obstacle. This is war. And those who declared war on a chosen one must answer to the forces that guard them. Your guardian knows the stakes, and they are not about to let you fight this battle alone. Number 6. The silent defender. Loyalty moves in silence. Power strikes without warning. Empty threats crumble. Loud voices fade. But the silent ones, they move, they strike, and by the time you notice, it's already too late. Your enemies talk too much. They make a spectacle out of their hate, hoping that if they say your name enough times, they can convince the world you are powerless. Your fake allies. They promise support, vow to stand with you, swear they have your back, until the moment comes. Then, silence. Excuses, disappearances. But your guardian? They don't talk. They don't seek attention. They don't need applause. They just move. No warnings, no threats, no waiting for permission. They don't sit around debating whether action should be taken. By the time anyone else has even noticed the problem, it's already handled. Your enemies thought they were making moves in secret. They thought they could talk about you in rooms where you weren't present, plotting, twisting narratives, setting traps. What they didn't know? Your guardian was already 2 steps ahead. Remember that moment when you found out someone spoke against you in that meeting you weren't even there for? The moment someone tried to stain your name when you weren't there to defend yourself. By the time the news reached your ears, justice had already been served. No announcements, no grand speeches, no request for gratitude. Just action, swift, decisive, unapologetic. Because words are wind. Action is thunder. Your enemies boast, threaten, and posture, but they only do so because they assume no one is watching. What they don't realize is that your guardian has been watching the whole time, documenting, calculating, waiting for the exact moment to move in ways that cannot be undone. They don't make hollow declarations. They don't spend energy trying to convince you of their loyalty. They prove it, over and over again, without hesitation. When people ask them why they care so much, they don't explain, they don't justify, they don't try to make sense of what even they may not fully understand. They just act. They don't seek validation. They don't need you to see every move they make. They don't wait for an invitation to protect what they know was never meant to be touched. Because when the universe assigns a guardian, it doesn't send messengers, it sends warriors. And while others are still debating what should be done, still hesitating, still waiting for the right moment, your guardian has already handled it. No noise, no discussion, no mercy. Number 7, their greatest fear, failing you, and they'll burn everything before letting that happen. The ones who truly stand for you don't count the cost. They pay it without question. And those who hesitate, they were never with you to begin with. Your guardian isn't worried about losing friends. They aren't concerned about social fallout. They don't waste time calculating the risks of standing up for you, because to them, the real risk is doing nothing. They would rather walk through fire, burn every bridge, and go to war alone than ever look back and realize they could have done more. While others weigh their options, debating whether defending you is worth it, your guardian has already made their choice. Your safety is not up for negotiation. Career consequences? Irrelevant. Reputation damage? Who cares? Personal cost? A price they'd pay 1,000 times over. Because what truly terrifies them isn't backlash, isn't sacrifice, isn't what they might lose in the process. Their real fear? Failing you. They do not fear enemies. They do not fear consequences. They fear hesitation. They fear standing still while harm finds you. They fear waking up one day and realizing they should have moved faster, should have spoken louder, should have fought harder. That fear, it keeps them up at night. It turns their blood cold to even imagine you out there, facing the war alone. And that's why they don't hesitate. They don't need time to think when they sense a threat. They don't wait to see if someone else will step up. They don't ask for approval before making moves. They act immediately, without regret, without pause, because they understand something others don't. To delay is to fail. And failure is not an option. If a moment ever comes where you need them, where the weight gets too heavy, where the fire gets too close, they will move first. They won't wait for your call. They won't ask if you're okay. They will already be there. And, if necessary, they will burn everything in their path to keep you standing. Number 8. From opposition to devotion, when the universe forces them to see. The loudest doubters often become the fiercest defenders, not because you changed, but because they finally opened their eyes. Irony is the universe's favorite tool, and nowhere is that irony clearer than when those who once stood against you become the very ones who would go to war for you. Think back. The ones who questioned you, the ones who challenged you, the ones who resisted your rise, who stood in your way, who tried to convince themselves and everyone else that you were nothing special. What happened? Transformation. Maybe they saw you walk through fire and come out untouched. Maybe they tried to break you and found themselves shattered instead. Maybe they spoke against you, only to be humiliated by forces they never saw coming. Maybe they thought they understood who you were, until the universe showed them exactly how wrong they were. It doesn't matter how it happened. What matters is the result. The fiercest critic became the most vigilant defender. And when others question this dramatic shift, when people ask, How could you go from doubting them to standing beside them? Their answer comes without hesitation. My eyes were opened. I finally saw the truth. They thought they were your opponent. They thought they were in control of their stance against you. They had no idea they were just another piece in the universe's greater plan, a plan that would humble them, break them down, and then rebuild them as your protector. Because that's how the universe moves. It doesn't just eliminate enemies, it converts them. The same people who once mocked you will end up defending your name before you even know you were under attack. The same people who once doubted your power will be the ones warning others. Don't test them. I've seen what happens. The same ones who once worked against you will now make sure no one else dares to. And it won't be because you convinced them. It won't be because you argued with them. It won't be because you sought their approval. It will be because the universe forced them to see what they refused to acknowledge. Your presence alone was enough to undo them. And once they saw the truth, there was no going back. Number 9. Your guardian, your cosmic confirmation. Proof that you were never ordinary. The universe does not waste resources on the insignificant. If you were nothing, no one would care to stop you. If you were powerless, you wouldn't need protection. If your purpose didn't shake the ground beneath your enemies, they wouldn't be scrambling to bury you. Look around. Look at your life, at the battles you fought, at the relentless resistance you faced. Do you really think this is all random? Do you honestly believe the chaos, the betrayals, the endless cycles of opposition are just bad luck? No, this isn't coincidence. This isn't misfortune. This isn't just how life works. This is proof. Proof that you carry something powerful. Proof that your existence alone is a threat to forces that have been trying to suppress you since the moment you arrived. Proof that your purpose is not ordinary, because if it were, no one would care to fight against it. The universe does not deploy elite forces for routine missions. It does not establish sacred perimeters around ordinary people. It does not assign specialized protection to common destinies. And yet, here you are, not just standing, but standing with a guardian, a protector, a defender, a force that was placed in your path before you even realized you needed it. Someone who sees what others dismiss. Someone who fights battles in your name before you even know they've begun. Someone who moves in silence, who does not hesitate, who does not second-guess their role in your life. This is not normal. This is cosmic confirmation. The very presence of your guardian is the loudest declaration that you were never meant to be ordinary. And the enemies you've made along the way, they prove it too. Do you think people spend time attacking the irrelevant? Do you think forces gather to dismantle the insignificant? Do you think entire systems, entire groups, entire networks of opposition form against someone who poses no threat to them? No. They don't waste time on the weak. They don't strategize against the powerless. They don't conspire against those who carry nothing of value. They fear you, not for what you've done, but for what you're becoming, for what you represent, for the fact that no matter how hard they've tried to erase you, silence you, break you, you are still here. And your guardian, they know it too. They don't just protect you because they care. They don't just defend you because they like you. They do it because the universe decreed it. because your assignment carries weight, because your mission bears significance, because your journey holds consequences that ripple far beyond what others can comprehend. And that truth, it haunts your enemies, because they see what you still struggle to accept. They recognize what you still doubt. They have sensed from the very beginning that you were set apart, chosen, divinely orchestrated to disrupt, to build, to transform. And they hate you for it. They despise the way you keep moving forward. They can't stand the way the universe keeps pushing you through doors they swore would stay locked. And no matter how many obstacles they throw at you, no matter how many times they try to pull you under, you rise again and again and again. Not because you are lucky, not because life has been kind, but because you are protected, because the universe does not abandon its own. And while your enemies may still be foolish enough to believe they can win, your guardian knows the truth. They never stood a chance, because chosen ones, they don't fall, they don't break, they don't fade into the background. And if anyone is still foolish enough to try messing with you, heaven help them, because what's coming, they won't survive it. Number 10. The price of waging war against the chosen. A debt that must be paid. You don't touch the chosen without consequence. You don't move against the protected and walk away unharmed. You don't play with fire and expect not to burn. They thought they could stop you. They thought they could interfere, sabotage, betray, and walk away untouched. They were wrong. The moment they moved against you, they triggered something they cannot escape. Because this is not a personal battle. This is not just a grudge, a rivalry, a power struggle. This is war against the universe itself. And the universe? It does not tolerate interference. It responds. Every attack against you was a direct violation of cosmic law, a crime against the forces that put you here, against the blueprint written for your life, against the very path that was carved out for you before they even had names. And what they don't understand is that every action has a price. Every scheme, every betrayal, every word spoken against you in shadows, every knife thrown behind your back, the universe keeps a record, and the debt always comes due. They thought they were only hurting you. They didn't realize they were damaging themselves. They didn't see the noose tightening around their own necks. They didn't notice the walls closing in. They were too busy plotting, too consumed with envy, too desperate to stop you, blind to the fact that they were digging their own graves. And now, the reckoning begins, because what they put out is returning. And it's not coming back in whispers, it's not coming back in subtle nudges, it's coming back like a storm. They will watch as doors close on them, as their own allies turn on them, as the very ground beneath them cracks and collapses. They will wonder why their plans fail, why their name starts to decay, why the things they worked for slip through their fingers like sand. But you will know. You will know that this is not bad luck, not coincidence, not misfortune. This is consequence. This is the price of waging war against someone who was never theirs to touch. And here's the worst part. They can't undo it. There is no apology that can reverse universal law. There is no undo button, no mercy plea, no escape from what is already in motion. Because when the universe moves to correct an injustice, it does not hesitate. And your guardian, they don't forget. They don't forgive. They don't let attacks against you go unanswered. So now, as your enemies begin to feel the weight of their own actions, as the very energy they sent out comes crashing back down on them, they will finally understand. They didn't just come for you, they came for something bigger, and that was their first and final mistake. Number 11. The curse of crossing the protected. They weren't fighting you, they were fighting their own fate. You don't touch the chosen and walk away unscathed. The moment they moved against you, they signed a contract with their own downfall. There are rules in this world, man-made systems, laws, and principles that dictate consequences. Break them, and you face penalties. But then there are cosmic laws, and those, break them, and you face destruction. Your enemies didn't just go after you. They didn't just slander your name, set up roadblocks, throw obstacles in your path. They went after something they were never meant to touch. They challenged the natural order. They interfered with something they did not understand. And now, they are paying the price. Look at the ones who turned against you. Look at the people who went out of their way to try and stop you. Where are they now? Some lost everything: jobs, relationships, stability. Some are trapped in a cycle of suffering, unable to move forward. Some are drowning in the very chaos they wished upon you. This isn't coincidence. This isn't just bad luck. This is justice. The universe doesn't sit back and let its chosen ones be attacked without consequence. It doesn't allow interference to go unanswered. And your enemies, they underestimated the weight of what they did. They thought they were only hurting you. They didn't realize they were waging war against the very system that governs fate itself. They thought they were playing a simple game, pushing a pawn off the board, erasing someone insignificant. But what they didn't know, you weren't just a pawn, you were protected, and the game was never in their control. The moment they plotted against you, the countdown began. Not because you wished harm upon them, not because you sought revenge, but because the universe does not let these things slide. Because what they did wasn't just an attack, it was a violation. And violations come with a cost. They thought they could delay your destiny, but now, everything in their own lives is on hold. They thought they could dim your light, but now, they're the ones struggling to find clarity, lost in the darkness they created. They thought they could betray you and move forward without consequence, but now, they are the ones drowning in the very deception they set in motion. This is not karma. This is universal correction. Because when you interfere with something that was divinely orchestrated, when you attempt to sabotage something that was never meant to be stopped, you do not walk away unharmed. This isn't about revenge. This isn't about some petty back and forth. This is about balance. The universe does not allow interference in its plans. It does not tolerate threats to its chosen. And when someone dares to test that law, they pay for it in full. There are no exceptions, no warnings, no second chances. Because those who come for the protected, they destroy themselves in the process. Number 12. When they come for you, they come for the universe, and the universe does not lose. The moment they made a move against you, they sealed their fate. The universe does not take interference lightly, and by the time they realize what they've done, it's already too late. They thought they were only coming for you. They thought they could throw dirt on your name, block your opportunities, attack you in silence, and then walk away untouched. They thought their schemes would remain hidden, their betrayals would go unnoticed, their attempts to disrupt your destiny would be just another game. But what they failed to understand is who they were actually fighting. Because when someone moves against a chosen one, they are not just going against one person. They are fighting the very force that chose that person, and the universe. It does not tolerate interference. Every attack against you is recorded in the cosmic ledger. Every lie spoken, every trap set, every door slammed in your face is documented, and the universe responds accordingly. Because the laws of balance are unbreakable. For every action, there is a reaction. For every attack launched against you, a counterforce is set in motion. For every betrayal, a consequence. For every underhanded move, a ripple that will eventually crash back into those who started it. Your enemies don't see it at first. They believe they've won. They smile in the comfort of their delusions, mistaking temporary victories for final outcomes. They laugh, thinking they've gotten away with it. But what they don't realize, the storm has already begun. And by the time they sense the shift, by the time they feel the walls closing in, by the time they realize that everything in their life is falling apart at the seams, it's already too late. Because the universe doesn't move on human time. It doesn't need immediate revenge. It doesn't waste energy on petty displays. It waits. It watches. It calculates. And when the moment is right, it strikes. Swiftly, decisively, without mercy. Your enemies will look around and wonder why everything they built is crumbling. They will feel the weight of their own actions pressing down on them. They will learn firsthand that you do not come for the chosen and walk away unscathed, because you were never fighting alone. And now, they aren't suffering alone either. Number 13, the unbreakable law. What is chosen cannot be overthrown. They think they have power. They think they can stop you. But they have no idea that what was written before time itself cannot be erased by mortal hands. They can try. They can scheme, conspire, lie, and manipulate. They can form alliances built on nothing but shared hatred for what they cannot control. They can throw every obstacle in your path, hoping that one of them will finally break you. But they will fail. Because what is chosen is not subject to human interference. Your enemies think they are fighting you, but they are fighting the decree of the universe itself. And there is no force on this earth or beyond that can overturn what has already been written. The universe does not negotiate. When something is chosen, when something is assigned, when something is declared, that is the final word. There is no vote. There is no appeal. There is no reversal. They could gather armies against you. They could whisper lies into the ears of the weak-minded. They could try to dismantle everything you are building. But all they are really doing is wasting their time, because they never had a say in the first place. Your destiny was carved into existence long before they even had names, long before their weak attempts at sabotage were ever considered, long before they even had the capacity to envy what they could never have. They cannot rewrite what the universe has authored, and deep down, they know it. That's why they fight so hard, because their desperation isn't about you. It's about their own powerlessness. It's about the fear that no matter what they do, no matter how hard they try, no matter how much energy they put into your downfall, they cannot stop what is coming. They feel it. They sense the shift, the inevitability, the momentum behind you that they cannot slow down. And that's what drives them mad, because their entire existence is built on the illusion of control. But this is beyond them. They can try to close doors, but the universe will open 10 more. They can try to silence your name, but the universe will make sure it echoes louder than ever before. They can try to make people turn against you, but the universe will force them to watch as you rise anyway. And in the end, the only ones who will suffer are them, because the laws of the universe are unbreakable. And rule number 1, what is chosen cannot be overthrown. And so, here we are, the truth laid bare. They cannot stop what has already been written. They can fight, they can scheme, they can throw everything they have at you, but in the end, they will lose. Because the universe does not favor the weak, the bitter, the envious. It upholds what is chosen. And now, it's time to make this message spread. Like, subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments if you feel the power of your calling. Share this with another chosen one who needs the reminder. They cannot erase what was meant to rise. The universe does not waste its power on the unworthy. It marks the chosen, and with that mark comes both glory and war. The weak will always rally against what they cannot become. They underestimated you. They mocked you. They thought their whispers, their schemes, and their fake alliances would bury you. But what they didn't realize is that they weren't fighting you. They were fighting the force that chose you. And now, they are learning the hardest lesson of all. When you go against the universe's will, you lose. You see, the energy around you has shifted, and it's undeniable. The very people who once entertained their lies are now seeing the truth, loud and clear. Their slander is backfiring, their masks are slipping, and the respect they once demanded is turning into silent side-eyes and quiet exits. The streets are buzzing, but not with their stories, with yours. And every time your name is spoken, their failure echoes even louder. Before we go any further, take a second, like and subscribe to help spread this message to more chosen ones. When you engage, it signals to YouTube that this message needs to reach those who need it most. The universe works in mysterious ways, and sometimes even an algorithm can play its part in awakening the right souls. Now, let's talk about what's really happening here. The power of being chosen is something that haunts your enemies. It keeps them up at night, replaying every moment where you refuse to break. They can't understand how you keep winning, how you keep rising no matter what they throw at you. It eats away at them because deep down they know they could never be you. They tried to turn people against you, but the universe flipped the script. Now, those same people are laughing at them, not because you asked them to, not because you sought revenge, but because their own actions exposed them. It's poetic justice. The more they attacked you, the more they dug their own graves. And yet, Some of you still doubt yourselves. Some of you still think you're alone. How dare you? How dare you question your own power when the universe itself is moving mountains for you? How dare you let temporary illusions of isolation shake your belief in your own light? Chosen ones, hear me clearly. You were never alone. You were always protected, always guided. The silence, the setbacks, the betrayals, they weren't punishments, they were lessons. Training for a destiny far greater than their comprehension. Your enemies don't hate you because of what you do. They hate you because of what you are. Your very existence is a reminder of everything they lack. Courage, authenticity, divine favor. They don't envy your success. They envy your spirit. They wish they had what's in you, but it cannot be copied, it cannot be stolen, and it damn sure can't be destroyed. So let them talk. Let them scheme. Let them scramble to rewrite the narrative. Because at the end of the day, the universe does not honor lies. And when it chooses a warrior, it does not choose wrong. So tell me, are you ready to step fully into your power? Ready to own the fact that your rise is inevitable and their downfall is self-inflicted? If you've ever felt the shift, if you know deep down that their jealousy is just proof of your elevation, drop the number 77 in the comments. That's the energy of completion, of cycles closing in your favor. The universe is making sure their lies collapse while your truth stands tall. And now, let's get into it step by step. Because if you're truly chosen, you won't just hear this message, you'll feel it. Let's begin. Number 1. When the universe puts your name in lights, the unworthy will always try to dim it. Jealousy doesn't whisper, it screams. And the loudest ones? They're the ones choking on the ashes of the bridges they burned, trying to destroy you. They thought their little schemes would break you. They thought their gossip, their slander, their pathetic attempts to rewrite reality would stick. But instead, the universe turned them into a spectacle. Now, the same mouths that spread lies about you are the ones swallowing their pride. The same people who entertained their nonsense are laughing behind their backs, watching them squirm under the weight of their own deception. Why? Because the power of being chosen cannot be undone. The moment the universe put its mark on you, their battle was lost. They weren't fighting you. They were playing a losing game against the very system that governs reality. And now, that system is correcting itself. You feel it, don't you? That undeniable shift. The streets are buzzing with your name. The digital world is pulsing with your presence. It's as if the air itself has changed, charged with a force beyond human control. It's not paranoia. It's confirmation. This is the energy of transformation, of ascension, of the truth demanding to be recognized. And what about them? What about the ones who spent their time trying to silence you? They can't escape what's happening, and it's eating them alive. Because here's the truth. When the universe elevates a chosen one, there is no undoing it. No slander can erase it. No manipulation can alter it. They could gather in secret rooms, whispering their strategies, but they are nothing against the grand design. And yet, some of you still doubt. Some of you still sit in isolation, questioning your power, wondering if you're truly seen, truly valued. How dare you? How dare you let temporary hardship convince you that the universe made a mistake? How dare you question your own light when everything around you is moving to position you exactly where you need to be? Let me make this clear. the struggles, the betrayals, the loneliness. It was never about breaking you. It was about refining you. You weren't abandoned, you were being sharpened. You weren't overlooked, you were being protected. And now, as your name begins to echo through spaces you never even stepped into, you're finally seeing the truth. They weren't rejecting you. They were rejecting the discomfort of their own mediocrity. Because here's something they'll never admit. You were their standard all along. The one they watched in secret. The one they copied but could never quite replicate. The one who made them insecure simply by existing. And now, with every victory you claim, their resentment grows deeper. Because they see it now. You were always destined to win. And what's worse, so does everyone else. The people they tried to turn against you, they're waking up. They're seeing the cracks in the lies, the desperation in the ones who tried to control the story. And now, instead of being your enemy's audience, they're becoming your witnesses. The universe is balancing the scales, and it's doing it in a way that leaves no room for doubt. This is what happens when you are truly chosen. This is what happens when destiny moves in your favor. Those who went against you become cautionary tales. And yet, some of you still hesitate. Some of you still wonder if you're worthy of all this attention, all this power, all this favor. Let me tell you something. The universe doesn't make mistakes. If you weren't meant to stand out, you wouldn't. If you weren't meant to rise, nothing could pull you up. If you weren't meant to leave your mark, the world wouldn't feel your presence before you even enter a room. This isn't luck. This isn't chance. This is the universe recognizing its own creation and making way for it. And your enemies, they were just the resistance that made you stronger, the friction that made your light burn brighter, the fools who thought they could challenge what was never theirs to claim. So let them watch, let them fumble for explanations, let them cling to the last shreds of their illusions, because at the end of the day, this was never their story to tell. The universe has already spoken, and it spoke your name. Number 2. They laughed, they plotted, and now they're eating their own words. The worst mistake they ever made wasn't underestimating you. It was believing for a second that their opinions had any power over your destiny. They watched, they mocked, they whispered behind closed doors, betting against you like your life was some kind of game. Every struggle you faced was entertainment to them. Every setback was a reason to smirk. They fed off your moments of doubt, savoring the idea that you would break under the weight of it all. And now they're choking on their arrogance, because the very thing they never wanted to admit is playing out right in front of them. You rose anyway. They wanted you to disappear. They wanted your light to dim, your voice to fade, your spirit to fold under the pressure. They were counting on you to be too broken, too tired, too uncertain to keep going. And yet, here you are, thriving, untouchable, and impossible to ignore. Now, their whispers have turned into silence. That smug laughter, it's gone, replaced by disbelief, envy, and the realization that they lost. Because let's be real, they weren't just watching you, they were watching over you, studying your every move, waiting for the moment to confirm their expectations. And when you didn't give them what they wanted, when you refused to crumble, when you turned their doubt into fuel, it killed them inside. And yet, some of you still let their past words haunt you. Some of you still replay their mockery in your mind. as if their disbelief was ever stronger than your calling. How dare you? How dare you give power to the same voices that were always too small to define you? How dare you let the memory of their laughter echo louder than the truth of your victory? The universe didn't choose them. It chose you. And that alone was enough to make them bitter, because deep down they knew they could never be what you are. They had the same 24 hours. They had the same air to breathe, the same world to move through. But they lacked something crucial: alignment. See, being chosen isn't just about talent. It's not about luck. It's not even about effort alone. It's about alignment with the universe's will. It's about moving in a frequency so high that no lie, no scheme, no petty jealousy can hold you back. And your enemies? They weren't just fighting against you. They were fighting against the very fabric of the universe itself. That's why they're losing. That's why the tables have turned so viciously. That's why the same people who once ridiculed you now have to watch you succeed with no way to stop it. And the best part? They did this to themselves. Because they weren't just passive bystanders. They weren't just neutral observers. They made a choice. They chose to laugh at your pain. They chose to doubt you. They chose to throw stones when they could have extended a hand. And now they have to live with the consequences of their own choices. Because the truth is, they never had power over you. They only had the illusion of power granted by your moments of insecurity. But once you stepped fully into your truth, once you embraced the fact that you were never meant to lose, the illusion shattered. And now, all they can do is watch. They'll smile in your face, pretending they always believed in you. They'll rewrite history, trying to align themselves with your success. But the universe sees it all, and it does not forget. So let them sit in their regret. Let them drown in the bitterness of missed opportunity. Let them feel the weight of their own choices pressing down on them. Because while they wasted time betting against you, you were busy becoming unstoppable. Number 3. They lost access. Now they can't look away. The greatest punishment for your enemies isn't your revenge. It's your success unfolding in real time, right in front of them, without their permission. They had a front row seat to your life, a backstage pass to your energy, and they threw it away like it meant nothing. Now, they're obsessed. They lurk in the shadows, scrolling, watching, dissecting every detail of your life like it's their new religion. Their mind is a prison built from your success, each thought shackled to the memory of what they lost when they underestimated you. This is what happens when you mishandle access to a chosen one. They thought walking away from you, betraying you, or trying to sabotage you would be the end of your story. They thought they were closing the book, slamming the door, silencing the power you hold. Instead, they wrote themselves out of a history they desperately wish they were still a part of. And now, they're haunted. Because while they were busy trying to tear you down, you became untouchable. Your name carries weight. Your presence shifts the room. Your influence reaches far beyond their grasp. And the most brutal part, they are completely powerless to stop it. They won't admit it, but they feel it. That gnawing emptiness where your energy used to be. That sickening realization that the very thing they took for granted was actually their greatest privilege. But it's too late. Because while they were watching, plotting and waiting for your downfall, the universe was elevating you. And now, they're nothing more than spectators to a show they can't participate in. They ask about you in whispers. They refresh your pages with trembling fingers, scanning for signs of weakness, desperate for evidence that maybe, just maybe, you're still the person they once knew. But you're not. You've evolved beyond their reach. See, when the universe chooses someone, it doesn't just bless them, it protects them. It removes those who are unworthy, even if at first it feels like loss. And you, chosen one, need to understand this. What left was never meant to stay. So why do you still question it? Why do you still let the echoes of their betrayal whisper doubt into your mind? How dare you? How dare you mourn the ones who fumbled their place in your life? How dare you entertain the idea that maybe they didn't mean it, that maybe it was a mistake? It wasn't a mistake. It was the universe doing you a favor. Because let's be real, if they truly valued you, they never would have put themselves in a position to lose you. And now, they are the ones suffering. Not because you sought revenge, not because you wished them harm, but because they set their own trap and walked straight into it. Their obsession isn't about you. It's about the emptiness they feel without you. It's about the guilt they refuse to acknowledge. It's about the realization that they lost something irreplaceable. And yet, they still won't say a word. They won't reach out because their pride won't let them. They won't apologize because that would mean admitting they were wrong. So instead, they watch from a distance, hoping to catch even a glimpse of the version of you they once knew. But that version of you is gone. You are no longer accessible, no longer predictable, no longer the person they could manipulate, underestimate, or control. And that is what destroys them the most. Because now, they're stuck with the truth. You were the best thing they ever had, and they let you go. And there is no coming back from that. Number 4. The universe is writing your victory in the sky, and they can't look away. The biggest irony: the same people who swore you'd never be anything now use your name as proof that they once knew greatness. The very stars have shifted to make room for your rise. The universe itself has tilted in your favor, bending the fabric of reality to accommodate your inevitable triumph. You feel it, don't you? That unshakable pull, that silent confirmation that everything is aligning for you. And them, they feel it too. The ones who laughed, who doubted, who convinced themselves that your struggle was permanent. They're being forced to watch, and with every mention of your name, their world shrinks a little more. Did you hear what they've done? The question spreads like wildfire through circles where you were once ignored. Your name, spoken with awe, curiosity, and most importantly, regret. Can you believe how far they've come? Your accomplishments, now undeniable, leave them in silent humiliation, because the very people who dismissed you are the ones reluctantly telling your story now. I used to know them. Oh, how their words burn as they scramble to rewrite history. Now that you've risen, now that your glow is impossible to deny, they want to attach themselves to your narrative. But here's the brutal truth. They are not part of your story anymore. The universe saw what they did. It heard their words. It felt the weight of their betrayal. And that's why, no matter how much they try to insert themselves back into your orbit, they will remain spectators. Because let's be real, they never wanted you to succeed. They never thought you'd make it. And now, every single one of your wins is a dagger to their ego. Your journey has become legendary. Your resilience, unmatched. Your success, undeniable. And the funniest part? They could have been part of it, but they played themselves. They thought their absence would break you. They thought their doubt would weigh you down. But all it did was fuel your fire. All it did was sharpen you into something unstoppable. And now they sit on the sidelines, watching the very thing they tried to destroy become bigger, brighter, and more powerful than ever. You were never meant to stay small. The universe never designed you to be overlooked, doubted, or dismissed. Everything they did to suppress you, it backfired. Because when you are truly chosen, when the stars themselves move in your favor, no lie, no betrayal, no slander can erase your destiny. And yet, some of you still question it. Some of you still wonder, was I really meant for this? How dare you doubt the very forces that have been rearranging reality just for you? How dare you let temporary struggles convince you that the universe wasn't always on your side? Chosen ones, hear this loud and clear. You were never losing. Every setback was a setup. Every betrayal was protection. Every delay was divine alignment. And now, the ones who thought they could write you off are being forced to read your name everywhere they go. They'll hear it in conversations they were never meant to be part of. They'll see it in places they never imagined you'd reach. And the worst part, they'll realize they never had the power to stop it. So let them watch. Let them regret. Let them sit in the agony of knowing that they lost access to something priceless. Because the universe didn't forget, and neither should you. Number 5, they can't outrun the truth. It's written in the stars. You can deny reality for only so long before it forces itself upon you. And for them, that moment has arrived. They fidget, they stammer, they scramble to change the subject. The mention of your name alone sends a jolt through their system like an exposed nerve. They feel it, that suffocating weight pressing down on them every time your success is brought up. That tightening in their chest when they realize they were wrong about you. The truth is relentless. It doesn't care about their ego. It doesn't care about their comfort. It follows them into every room, seeps into every conversation, challenges every lie they ever told about you. And now they're running. They try to laugh it off, to act unbothered, but the universe has a way of making sure they choke on their own arrogance. Every attempt to downplay you only circles back to prove them foolish. Every excuse they make is met with undeniable proof of your rise. They can't look at you. They can't acknowledge the transformation happening before their eyes, because to do so would mean admitting that they bet against the wrong person, that they chose the losing side. And now, they are the ones drowning in their own regret. The same people who whispered doubts behind your back now sit in rooms where your name dominates the conversation. Have you seen what they've accomplished? I can't believe how much they've grown. They really proved everyone wrong, didn't they? Each word slices through them like a blade. Each compliment aimed at you is a hammer striking the fragile walls they built to protect their fragile egos. They thought they had erased you, thought they had crushed your spirit, thought they could control the narrative forever. But the universe had other plans. Because here's the thing about being chosen: the truth will always serve you. Even when the odds seemed against you, Even when they stacked lies higher than mountains, the truth was working behind the scenes, setting the stage for your return. And now, here you are, larger than life, bigger than their biggest fears, a success story they never wanted to see unfold, and yet they still refuse to face it. They avoid eye contact when your name is mentioned. They awkwardly change the subject when someone brings up your latest win. They'll even try to rewrite history, pretending they always believed in you, acting as if they never tried to tear you down. But it's too late, because the people around them, they remember. They remember the jokes, the dismissive smirks, the cruel words disguised as advice. They remember who stood with you and who stood against you. And now they're watching as the very ones who tried to bury you squirm under the weight of their own shame. It's poetic justice. They once reveled in your struggles, fed off your pain, thrived in the illusion of your downfall. And now, the tables have turned so brutally that they can't even sit comfortably in their own circles. But you're thriving. You're not just surviving, you're expanding, evolving, ascending. You no longer need their validation, their apologies, or their recognition, because the universe has already spoken. And yet, some of you still hesitate. Some of you still look back, still wonder if they really regret what they did. How dare you? How dare you entertain the idea of seeking closure from people who were never worthy of your presence? The universe gave you closure the moment it lifted you above them, the moment it stripped them of their ability to affect your life, the moment their own envy became their punishment. So let them struggle, let them fumble for excuses, let them sit in the discomfort of knowing that you were never the problem. They were, because at the end of the day, they can't escape the truth. And that is your greatest victory. Number 6, the gossip is now a storm, and it's wiping them out. The funny thing about underestimating a chosen one, you don't just get proven wrong, you get humiliated by the truth. The whispers about you have turned into an uncontrollable force. What started as idle gossip has become a roaring storm, a storm that they can't outrun, can't silence, and can't control. The weight of your vindication is sweeping through every conversation, crashing down like waves against the fragile walls of their ego. They thought they had you figured out. They sat in their little circles, smug and certain, writing your fate with their empty words. They built a cage out of their low expectations, convinced that you'd stay locked inside forever. They'll always struggle. They'll never amount to much. They're just not built for greatness. Fools, absolute fools. They thought they were the authors of your story, thought their dismissive words could define you, limit you, erase you. But the universe had a plot twist waiting for them, and now they're drowning in the very lies they told. Because your name is everywhere, not just mentioned in passing, celebrated, respected, admired. People they once convinced to overlook you are now discussing your rise with awe. The same spaces where they tried to shut you out are now places where your success is impossible to ignore. And the worst part? They have to hear it, over and over again. Your name, your accomplishments, your victories, a relentless storm they can't escape. They try to change the subject, but the conversation always finds its way back to you. They try to act unbothered, but the fire behind their eyes betrays them. They try to convince themselves that they don't care, but deep down, they know they lost. Because let's be real, they were never rooting for you. They wanted you to fail. They wanted your struggles to consume you. They wanted their words to become reality. But instead, they have to live in the truth they tried to deny. And the universe, it's having a good laugh. Because you weren't just built for greatness, you were destined for it. You didn't just overcome, you obliterated every false narrative they ever spun about you. And yet, some of you still hesitate. Some of you still let the past haunt you, still wonder if you should have done things differently. How dare you? How dare you let their old words cast even a shadow of doubt over your spirit? How dare you entertain the idea that they might have been right about you? Look around. Look at what you've built. Look at the impact you're making. Look at how far you've come. They were never right about you. They never had the power to define you. And now they are the ones trapped. Not you, them. Trapped in conversations about you. Trapped in the shame of knowing they misjudged you, trapped in a storm of their own making, desperately searching for shelter from the very truth they tried to deny. And the best part? There's no way out for them, because the truth about a chosen one doesn't fade. It doesn't die out, doesn't get buried under lies. It only grows stronger, louder, undeniable. So let them run. Let them squirm. Let them drown in the reality that you made it. Without them, despite them, beyond them. Because the storm isn't stopping, and neither are you. Number 7. Your life has become their biggest regret, and there's no undoing it. They built a prison for you with their words, but you turned it into a battlefield. And now, you're the only one walking away victorious. While they were busy weaving lies about your limits, you were sharpening your mind, strengthening your soul, turning every ounce of pain into power. While they slept soundly, thinking their assumptions about you were set in stone, you were waking up to your own unstoppable force. And now, the audacity of their shock, the humiliation of their miscalculation, the embarrassment of realizing they were never qualified to judge you in the first place. Because look at you, thriving, winning, defying every label they tried to slap onto you. Your life has become a direct slap in the face to every doubt they ever had. Your very existence is proof that they were wrong. And the worst part for them, there is no undoing it. They can't rewrite history. They can't erase the fact that they were once the loudest voices predicting your downfall. And now, they have to live with the truth that they backed the losing side. Because every step you take forward is a rebuke to their ignorance. Every success you claim is an embarrassment to their false assumptions. Every moment you shine is a reminder that they were the only ones foolish enough to doubt you. And here's the thing, they thought they had you figured out. They had you labeled, boxed in, dismissed. They'll never be anything. They don't have what it takes. They'll break before they ever make it. Lies. All lies. Because what they didn't realize is that you were never meant to fit inside their small, pathetic expectations. You were meant to shatter them. You were meant to make them uncomfortable, to force them to rethink everything they thought they knew about power, resilience, and success. And now, they are the ones left behind. They watch from the sidelines, stuck in the past, trapped in their own arrogance, while you move like a force of nature, untouchable, undeniable, unstoppable. And yet, some of you still hesitate. Some of you still let the echoes of their old words haunt you, still wonder if you were ever truly meant for this. How dare you? How dare you doubt your own power when the universe itself has aligned to push you forward? How dare you question your worth when your very existence is humiliating those who underestimated you? The proof is in front of you. The transformation is undeniable. The revolution of your life is already in motion. And now, the ones who tried to hold you back can only watch. There is no redemption arc for them. There is no undoing the damage of their own choices. They made their bed, and now they have to lie in it, watching you thrive from a distance with no way back in. They wanted you to fail. They wanted their words to define your future. Instead, their failure is written in your success. So let them sit in their regret. Let them choke on their doubts. Let them drown in the realization that you were never the weak one. They were, because the revolution of your life isn't stopping. And they're nothing more than relics of a past that no longer matters. Number 8. The universe closed the door, and their name isn't on the list. They bet against you, and the universe took it personally. Now, the gates to your empire are locked, and they're left outside, staring at everything they swore you'd never have. They never supported you, never believed in you, never invested a single ounce of real energy into your rise. And now, their punishment is watching you thrive from the outside, permanently barred from the paradise they once mocked. They assumed your journey would be nothing but failure, thought your road would forever be steep, your struggles never ending. Their limited, pathetic imagination never stretched far enough to picture you winning. They'll never make it. They're not strong enough. They'll fall before they ever rise. Fools, absolute fools. Because now, your success is towering. Your rise is undeniable. The empire you built with your own hands is real, and they are not welcome in it. They want in. Of course they do. They want to be part of the conversations that matter, want to claim they always believed in you, want to rewrite history as if they weren't the very people trying to hold you down. But the universe, it doesn't forget. The cosmic bouncer stands at the gate, checking names, and theirs isn't there. Because here's the truth. Not everyone is meant to enter the future you fought for. Not everyone deserves access to the success they once doubted. They mocked the very path they now wish they had walked, laughed at the journey they now dream of joining, dismissed the vision that they would give anything to be part of now. But it's too late. The universe is fair, but it is not foolish. It does not grant second chances to those who wasted their first. And yet, some of you still hesitate. Some of you still wonder, should I let them back in? Should I give them another chance? How dare you? How dare you question the very lessons that made you who you are? How dare you entertain the idea of giving access back to people who were never strong enough to stand beside you? Let me be clear. What left your life was removed for a reason. And now, their consequence is watching you succeed without them. Watching you enter rooms they can't step into. Watching you rise to levels they could never reach, even if they tried. They underestimated you. They dismissed you, and now they are haunted by you. Every conversation about your success is a dagger to their ego. Every accomplishment you achieve is a reminder of their failure. Every time your name is mentioned, they are forced to face the truth. They lost. and there is no way back in. They can beg, they can make excuses, they can pretend they've changed, but the universe already made its decision, and that decision is final. So let them stand outside, looking in. Let them regret. Let them sit in the agony of knowing that the very thing they doubted became the very thing they wish they had supported. Because the future you are walking into, it's only for the chosen. And them, they were never chosen to begin with. Number 9. Your greatness was never up for debate. It was written in the stars. The universe didn't ask for their opinion when it chose you, and now their disbelief is irrelevant because your success is undeniable. Your future isn't small, it isn't limited, it stretches beyond what even you can see right now, unfolding like an infinite masterpiece crafted by the hands of destiny itself. Your potential, limitless. Your rise, inevitable. Your greatness, already set in motion. And them, they are stuck in the mud of their own consequences, trapped in a life built on doubt, regret, and the bitter reality that they were never part of the chosen. Because understand this, your success is no longer just yours. It has transcended beyond a personal victory. You are no longer just another success story. You are proof. Proof that the universe does not make mistakes. Proof that those who are meant to rise will always rise, no matter who doubts them, no matter who stands in the way, no matter what obstacles are placed before them. You were always going to win, always going to overcome, always going to reach heights that most people will never even touch. And now, the world knows it. And so do they. The same ones who once rolled their eyes at your ambition, the ones who snickered at your dreams, the ones who thought they could predict your limitations, they are now watching you ascend past everything they ever imagined. And it's burning them inside, because deep down they always felt it. That quiet, nagging fear that maybe, just maybe, you were different, that maybe you really were meant for something greater, that maybe, no matter how much they doubted, you would still find a way to rise. And now they're forced to live in that reality. Your success isn't just a win, it's a spiritual proclamation. It's a cosmic declaration that those who are chosen cannot be denied. But let's talk about you for a second, because some of you still hesitate, some of you still look back, some of you still question if you really deserve all this, if you're really meant to shine this brightly. How dare you? How dare you doubt the very energy that has been guiding you since the beginning? How dare you hesitate when the universe itself has cleared a path for you? Look at where you are. Look at what you've built. Look at what they said you'd never achieve. You didn't just prove them wrong. You proved yourself right. You didn't just win. You redefined the entire game. And now, their opinions, their disbelief, their pathetic attempts to rewrite history, none of it matters, because the truth is out. The world sees it, and so do they. And now, all they can do is watch. Watch as you become everything they swore you wouldn't. Watch as your greatness continues to expand, leaving them behind in a life that will never reach past the limits of their own bitterness. But you were never meant to stay small. You were always destined for greatness, always built for abundance, always chosen for victory. And now, the universe is making sure everyone knows it. Number 10. They can't erase what they did. Their betrayal is written in stone. Regret is a slow poison, and for them, it's an inescapable sentence, one they handed to themselves the moment they turned against you. They thought time would wipe the slate clean, thought that if enough days passed, their actions would blur into the background, lost in the noise of life. Fools. The universe keeps receipts. Every word they spoke in doubt, every laugh at your expense, every moment they dismissed you, sabotaged you, or wished for your failure. It's all documented in the fabric of reality, unerasable, undeniable. Now, they scramble. They try to change the story, twisting the past into something more convenient. They rewrite their words, shift their stance, hoping no one remembers what they did. I always believed in them. I knew they had potential. I was just trying to push them to be better. Lies. All lies. They didn't believe in you. They never saw your potential. They didn't push you. They tried to pull you down. And now, the truth is set in stone, and there's no undoing it. They don't get to rewrite the past just because it makes them uncomfortable now. They don't get to erase the betrayal just because the consequences have come knocking. Because let's be real, if you had failed, they would still be laughing. If you had stayed broken, they wouldn't be here now, trying to act like they were on your side. Their regret isn't because they hurt you. It's because their actions didn't work. And the worst part for them, they know they can't escape it. Every time your name is mentioned, it reminds them. Every time your success is praised, it haunts them. Every time someone brings up your journey, they have to sit in silence, knowing they were on the wrong side of history. Because the truth? They aren't just bystanders in your story, they're villains. And villains don't get redemption just because they suddenly regret their choices. Now, they have to live with it. Live with the reality that they doubted the wrong person. And some of you still wonder if you should give them another chance, if you should let them explain, if you should hear them out. How dare you? How dare you even consider handing them back a position they recklessly threw away? How dare you think for a second that the same people who tried to break you should have a seat at your table now? The universe already decided, and it decided against them. Your success is their sentence. Your rise is their consequence. They don't get to walk back in like nothing happened. They don't get to suddenly care now that the outcome is different. They don't get to pretend they were always on your side just because their own shame is eating them alive. This is their reality now, locked out of the future they never believed you'd reach. Forced to watch from the sidelines, knowing they lost access, knowing they could have been part of it. But now, their name is permanently removed from the list. And that is their real punishment. Number 11. The universe rewards the chosen, and they're powerless to stop it. You weren't just lucky, you weren't just persistent, you were chosen, and the universe always clears the way for those it selects, whether your enemies like it or not. While they scramble to save face, while they sit in the wreckage of their own bad choices, you continue to rise. And here's the brutal truth. Your success has nothing to do with them. Not because of them. Not in spite of them. They were never part of the equation. Your elevation is a cosmic order, a decision made by forces far greater than their petty opinions. It was always going to happen. No slander, no betrayal, no opposition could have changed that. And now, they feel it. That deep, gnawing helplessness creeping into their chest when they hear your name. That slow realization that their doubts, their arrogance, their cruelty, all of it was for nothing. Because while they were busy betting against you, the universe was stacking the odds in your favor. Your success isn't random. It's not luck. It's not coincidence. It's alignment. The universe has been orchestrating your rise all along, putting you through trials, sharpening you with betrayals, testing your endurance, because the rewards were always meant to be yours. And now, nothing can stop what's in motion. They see it. They know it. And worst of all, they know there's nothing they can do about it. No amount of denial can erase what's happening. No revision of history can make it untrue. No fake support now can undo the fact that they never believed in you when it mattered. The universe doesn't just lift the chosen. It makes sure everyone who doubted them is forced to witness their rise. And that is their punishment. Because if they had truly been meant to rise with you, they would have supported you. If they were meant to be part of your story, they would have been chosen too. But they weren't, and they never will be. And now, they watch. Watching as doors open for you that they'll never walk through. Watching as your name echoes in places they swore you'd never reach. Watching as the success they mocked becomes something so colossal, so undeniable, that they can't escape it. They don't have to like it. They don't have to understand it. They just have to live with it. And yet, some of you still hesitate. Some of you still look over your shoulder, still wonder if you should let them back in, still question if you're truly meant for all this success. How dare you? How dare you doubt what the universe has already confirmed? How dare you entertain the idea of shrinking yourself to make them comfortable? The universe didn't go through all this trouble for you to question your own worth. It didn't align blessings, opportunities, and divine timing just for you to hesitate. This is your time, your moment, and no one, not them, not their jealousy, not their regrets, can stop it now. So let them watch. Let them feel the weight of their own disbelief. Let them sit in the agony of knowing that the train they refused to board has left the station, and it's never coming back for them, because you were always meant to win. And now, nothing and no one can change that. And just like that, the truth stands tall, unshaken, undeniable. The universe has spoken. Your rise was always meant to happen, and no force, no enemy, no doubter, no betrayer could have stopped it. Now, they sit in their regret, watching from a distance, knowing they lost access forever. And you move forward, unstoppable. If this message hit deep, show your energy, like, subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments. Let the universe know you're aligned. And don't forget to share this with another chosen one, because the more we rise, the louder the truth becomes. A fool is loud, a master is silent. The storm doesn't announce itself, it just arrives. Chosen ones, they mocked you, laughed at you, thought you were nothing more than a wandering pawn on their board. They schemed, whispered, and played their little games, believing they had you exactly where they wanted. Smirking in their ignorance, they moved recklessly, thinking they were always 10 steps ahead. But now, their hands are shaking. Their smiles are cracking, and that smug confidence, it's rotting into panic. Because they've realized far too late, they were never the hunter. They were the bait. Make sure to like and subscribe if this message resonates. Every time you engage, YouTube recognizes that more chosen ones need to hear this. Let's flood the system. Let's wake them up. You see, the power of being chosen isn't loud. It isn't desperate for attention. It doesn't need validation. It sits. It waits. It allows its enemies to believe in their own illusions, to dance inside their own delusions of control. But chosen ones, you made one mistake. You felt alone. You doubted your own fire. That's the illusion they wanted you to believe. That you were outnumbered, that you were cornered, that you were weak. But the universe does not abandon its chosen. The moment they turned against you, they weren't fighting just you. They were fighting the force that backs you. And that force? It does not forgive. It does not forget. It moves in silence, stacking the odds in your favor while they dig their own graves. They thought they had you trapped, thought they were leading the game, thought they had you confused, isolated, lost. But the truth, you weren't trapped. You were studying. You weren't behind. You were observing. You weren't outplayed. You were letting them expose themselves. Because chosen ones don't waste energy chasing shadows. They stand still, watch, and let the enemy fall into their own reflection. And that's the nightmare that haunts them now. You weren't just a pawn in their game. You were the storm on the horizon. The moment you decided to move, it was already too late for them. The power of being chosen doesn't just haunt the enemy. It destroys them from the inside out. Not with force, but with truth. Because the most terrifying thing to a deceiver is a mind they can no longer control. So let them run. Let them panic. Let them scramble for damage control. You don't need revenge. Your existence is already their punishment. You were never the fool. You were the test. And they failed. So tell me, chosen ones, are you ready to shatter their illusion? Ready to step into the power they swore you'd never grasp? Drop the number 77 in the comments if you felt the shift, if you've seen the tables turn, if you've watched them scramble as their so-called control crumbles. And now, let's break it down step by step. And trust me, if you are truly chosen, you won't just hear this. You'll feel it. You'll sense the pull, the undeniable truth that's been hiding in plain sight all along. Let's get started. Number 1. They counted you out, but you were keeping score. The deadliest opponent isn't the one who strikes first. It's the one who waits, watching as you set your own trap. They underestimated you, marked you as predictable, easy to control, easy to discard. They thought you were just another pawn in their hands, useful when needed, disposable when not. And so, they moved carelessly, certain they held the upper hand, oblivious to the reality unfolding beneath their feet. They got comfortable, too comfortable. Wrapped up in their own arrogance, they believed they could shape your path, dictate your choices, and mold you into the version that best served them. But the truth? You were never in their grasp. They were in your study. While they fought for attention, clawed for dominance, and played their little power games, you weren't playing at all. You were watching, not reacting, not begging, just absorbing. They mistook your patience for ignorance, your silence for submission. But silence isn't weakness, it's strategy. And while they broadcasted their every move, you were documenting every crack in their mask, every contradiction, every lie. Every time they overplayed their hand, thinking you weren't aware, they weren't winning, they were exposing themselves. Now, every whisper they thought was secret, every move they thought was clever, every time they smirked at your supposed foolishness, all of it is yours. You hold the script they thought only they had access to. You are the keeper of their unguarded truth. But let's address the real question burning in your mind. Why did they think I was so easy to fool? Because, chosen ones, you made them comfortable. Your light doesn't move like theirs. You don't seek out empty victories or shallow validation. You don't need to broadcast your power for it to be real. Your power is silent. And silence unnerves the weak. They were playing against the universe itself, but they didn't realize it until it was too late. See, when the universe marks someone as chosen, it doesn't just guide them, it aligns itself to protect them. Every betrayal, every deception, every obstacle they threw in your way, it wasn't an attack on you, it was an attack on the system itself. And the system, it doesn't just balance, it corrects. They played dirty, thinking they had outsmarted you, but in reality, they were playing against something far bigger than their fragile egos could ever comprehend. And now, they feel it. The shift, the weight, the consequence, that gnawing feeling creeping into their mind, whispering, I should have never underestimated them. Because the truth is, you were never powerless. You were being prepared. You weren't failing. You were gathering momentum. You weren't losing. You were letting them bury themselves. They called you foolish because you weren't reacting the way they expected, because you didn't scramble for their approval, because you didn't fall apart when they tried to break you. But a fool reacts. A strategist waits. And now that you've waited long enough, they have no idea what's coming. So let them sit in their arrogance. Let them pretend they're still in control. Let them laugh, because the last laugh has always belonged to you. Number 2, now they stumble over their own lies. The loudest voices are often the weakest minds. Real power doesn't need to announce itself. It simply makes itself known when the time is right. Look at them. The ones who once laughed the loudest, strutted the hardest, believing they were untouchable. The ones who brushed past you like you were invisible, like your presence held no weight, like your silence meant nothing. But now, their confidence is breaking. Their once effortless arrogance now feels forced. Their words don't land the same way. Their laughter is hollow. You see it. The hesitation, the unease, the way they second-guess themselves in the presence of someone they once deemed insignificant. Because they finally understand. They weren't playing against some clueless fool. They were walking straight into a storm they didn't even know existed. They thought control was about being loud, about forcing their presence into every space, about bending people to their will, about standing on top of something, even if it meant crushing someone beneath them. But true control, it doesn't need to be loud. It doesn't need to prove itself. It simply waits, and then it takes. And now, chosen one, they feel taken by surprise. taken by their own arrogance, taken by the weight of their own downfall. But let's talk about you, because here's where most chosen ones go wrong. You spent too long doubting yourself, too long wondering if maybe they were right, too long feeling small because their noise drowned out your silence. But noise is just that, noise, a distraction, a smokescreen. And now the smoke is clearing. Now they can no longer ignore what stands before them. The truth? You were never powerless. You were never beneath them. You just didn't waste your energy performing like they did. They thought they were writing your story, controlling the narrative, pulling the strings. But the real power, it was never in their hands. And now the illusion has cracked. They see it in your eyes. The fire they swore wasn't there, the intelligence they ignored, the strength they overlooked. And suddenly, they aren't so sure of themselves anymore, because the biggest threat is the one you never see coming. And while they were busy underestimating you, dismissing you, laughing at you, you were preparing. And now, they can't stop what's coming. Number 3, you were never just an extra in their story. You were the author. The most dangerous opponent isn't the one who fights for the spotlight. It's the one who controls the shadows. They saw you, but never really looked. You were there, moving through the same spaces, hearing the same conversations, watching the same performances, but they never thought twice about you. They assumed you were just background noise, a bystander, a non-threat. And that was their first mistake. Because while they were busy orchestrating their little games, trying to manipulate outcomes, twisting truths to fit their delusions of control, you weren't just watching, you were calculating. They thought they were ahead, thought they were pulling the strings, thought they had already won before you even realized there was a game being played. But what they failed to see, what they refused to acknowledge, was that you were never playing by their rules. You were building your own. And now, it's checkmate. Not because you rushed, not because you fought for dominance, but because you let them think they had already won. You let them believe their illusions. You let them walk straight into their own downfall. And that's what torments them the most. Because now they sit there, replaying every interaction, every smug word they threw at you, every condescending glance, every dismissive laugh, realizing, too late, that they were the ones being studied. They thought they had control. But control, it isn't about making noise. It isn't about forcing your way in. Real control moves in silence. It doesn't beg for recognition. It doesn't demand attention. It simply waits. And then it takes. And now they finally understand. They operated on the surface. They chased attention, validation, power that only existed as long as others believed in it. But you moved beneath all of that. You navigated spaces they couldn't even comprehend. And now, as they sit in their confusion, their panic, their unraveling, you remain steady. Because you were never a bystander. You were the storm they never saw coming. Number 4. True power doesn't beg to be seen. It commands without a sound. The strongest force in any room isn't the one demanding attention. It's the one that changes everything without saying a word. They mistook volume for power. They thought influence was about being the loudest, the most seen, the most feared. They confused dominance with visibility, thinking that if they could control the narrative, they could control reality. But real power doesn't announce itself. It doesn't need an audience. And you are that power. They didn't see it before. They were too busy performing, too busy chasing validation, too busy drowning in their own illusions of control. They were obsessed with being noticed. So obsessed, they failed to notice the one thing that should have terrified them. You were there the whole time, unmoved, watching, absorbing, not desperate to be heard, not clawing for attention, but shifting the very energy in the room without a single demand. And now, they feel it. That unease creeping into their posture, the hesitation in their words, the way they fumble for confidence in your presence, the forced laughter, the nervous glances. They don't even know why, but they can feel it. They were never truly ahead. They never had the control they boasted about. They were never untouchable, never the masters of their little games, because all along they were playing checkers and you were rewriting the entire board. And that's what haunts them now. The realization that their so-called power was a performance, one that only worked as long as you played along. And you stopped playing. You never needed their validation. You never needed the spotlight, because true influence doesn't scream. It just shifts the course of everything without needing to be acknowledged. That's why they avoid your eyes now. That's why their words don't flow as easily. That's why they sit with that gnawing discomfort. Because they finally understand they were never in control. And now they can't do anything about it. Number 5. They dug their own graves. You just watched. A fool believes they are winning until they realize too late. They were never in control. They strutted forward, heads high, convinced of their own brilliance, believing they had you exactly where they wanted you, playing their little games, pulling their little strings, whispering behind your back, like their words had the power to shape reality. Smirking, mocking, drowning in their own delusions of control. They thought they were building an empire, but all they were really doing was laying the foundation for their own collapse. And you saw it all. Every fake smile, every carefully crafted manipulation, every calculated shift in their energy. They believed they were discreet, that their schemes were impenetrable, but you saw them long before they ever saw themselves. And what did you do? Nothing. You didn't react. You didn't warn them. You didn't even flinch. Because you knew something they didn't. The most dangerous trap is the one an enemy walks into by themselves. And that's exactly what happened. Step by step, they wove the rope tighter around their own necks, not realizing that every lie, every betrayal, every single arrogant move was leading them straight to the edge of the cliff. And now, they're dangling. Now, the weight of their own actions is suffocating them. Their own arrogance has become their executioner. And the worst part? They did it to themselves. See, chosen one, that's the power of real intelligence, of real influence. You don't need to scream. You don't need to expose them. You don't need to fight for control. Because real power doesn't chase. It allows its enemies to run straight into their own destruction. And they did. Oh, they did. Now they sit in the wreckage of their own making, scrambling for a way out. But the truth? There is no way out. They thought they were the puppet masters. They thought they were orchestrating the downfall of someone beneath them. But they were never pulling the strings. They were tangling themselves in them. And now they finally understand. Number 6. And now, the weight of their own lies is crushing them. A fool never realizes they've lost the game until the moment their own moves turn against them. Look at them now, squirming, stumbling, trapped in the very web they wove for you. Their stomachs are twisting, their hands feel unsteady. The same people who once carried themselves with arrogant confidence now hesitate before they speak, because suddenly they realize everything they thought they were hiding. You already saw it. Every smirk, every backhanded comment, every calculated lie whispered behind closed doors. They believed they were steering the narrative, controlling the flow, manipulating the board. They thought they had you wrapped around their little games. But now they're coming to terms with the one truth they never prepared for. They weren't the ones playing you. They were only playing themselves. And you let it happen. You didn't fight for their validation. You didn't beg for understanding. You simply watched. You allowed them to believe in their illusions, to build their castles on foundations made of sand. And now the tide is rising. They don't know where to stand. They don't know how to recover. They don't know what's worse, the fact that they lost control, or the fact that you never needed to take it from them in the first place. Because that's the real power of being chosen. They assumed you were oblivious. They assumed they had you fooled. But what they never understood is this: your silence was never weakness. It was patience. And patience, it always pays off. Now they feel it. The weight of everything they thought they could escape. The pressure of their own deception. And the best part? There's nothing they can do about it. They walked themselves into checkmate. And now they have no way out. Number 7. They weren't fighting you. They were fighting the inevitable. A storm doesn't ask permission to arrive. It doesn't warn. It doesn't negotiate. It just comes. And by the time they realize it's here, it's already too late. They challenged the wrong person. They had no idea what they were up against. They thought they were going up against just another person. Someone they could manipulate, someone they could control, someone they could overpower with tricks and deceit. But they weren't just challenging you. They were challenging something far greater. Because when someone moves against a chosen soul, they aren't just dealing with an individual. They're going head-to-head with fate itself. And fate, it never loses. They thought they were in control, convinced they were shaping the story, dictating the terms, deciding the outcome. But every time they moved against you, they were only setting themselves up for their own downfall. Because the universe, it was never on their side. It was always on yours. Every trap they set for you, it snapped shut on them instead. Every time they tried to block your path, they were only redirecting you towards something greater. Every attempt to make you feel small, It only forced you to grow beyond their reach, and they never saw it coming. They were so focused on their petty schemes, so obsessed with tearing you down, that they didn't even notice the very forces they ignored were working against them. They didn't believe in alignment. They didn't believe in divine timing. They didn't believe in the unseen forces that have always been watching over you. And now they have no choice but to believe, because everything they thought was an advantage has crumbled. Everything they thought was in their control has slipped through their fingers. They thought they were advancing their cause, but in truth, they were just fulfilling their role in your ascension. They were never the authors of your downfall. They were merely the instruments of your rise. And now, they feel it. The shift, the weight, the inescapable realization that they never stood a chance. They played with fire, and now they're the ones burning. Number 8. They thought they were running the race, but the finish line was never theirs to cross. A fool believes they are leading, unaware that they were only ever following a path designed for their own downfall. They really thought they were ahead, thought they were setting the pace, dictating the flow, controlling the outcome. They strutted around, believing their moves were calculated, believing they had outmaneuvered you. They smirked, thinking you were scrambling to keep up. But the real twist: they were never ahead. They were always behind, because they weren't just trying to outplay you. They were challenging something far bigger, the very forces that govern fate. And when the universe aligns itself in someone's favor, there is no counter-move. They thought they were making decisions, but every step they took was already accounted for. Every attempt to hold you back was actually pushing you forward. Every time they tried to manipulate the narrative, they were only exposing themselves. And now, the weight of their actions is pressing down on them. They're panicking, trying to rewrite history, trying to act like it was never that deep, trying to convince themselves that they were never against you in the first place. But none of it matters, because you see them now, not the version they wanted you to believe in, not the illusion they carefully crafted, but the raw, unfiltered truth, their arrogance, their insecurity dressed up as confidence, their fragile foundation built on deception now cracking beneath them. And the best part, you don't even have to lift a finger, because they were never in control. They only thought they were. They assumed you were chasing them, assumed you were struggling to catch up, but in reality, you weren't even running the same race. They played themselves. And now, they have no choice but to watch as everything they built on lies turns to dust. Number 9. Game over. They just didn't know it yet. The greatest power move isn't striking first. It's letting them think they had a chance before revealing they never did. They thought they were running the game, that they were calling the shots, setting the traps, pulling the strings. They strutted around like masterminds, convinced they were untouchable, convinced they had already won before you even knew the game had started. But what they never realized: they weren't the players. They were the pieces. Every move they made, it was never truly theirs. They weren't leading the board. They were being guided, step by step, into their own demise. And now, checkmate. The final blow can't be stopped. There is no countermove, no escape. no rewriting history, only the cold, brutal truth sinking in. This was never their game to win, and that will haunt them forever, because now they sit in silence, watching, processing, feeling the weight of their own arrogance collapse on top of them. They wanted to break you, wanted to hold you back, wanted to dictate your fate. But all they ever did was accelerate their own downfall. And you don't even need to fight. You don't need to seek revenge. You don't need to do anything, because the most decisive victory isn't an all-out war. It's watching your opponent self-destruct without you ever stepping onto the battlefield. Number 10. The illusion of control was their greatest weakness. The loudest in the room is never the one in charge. True power doesn't need to be declared. It is simply known. They thought they had you cornered, thought they were running the show, making the decisions, dictating how this would all play out. They mistook manipulation for mastery, mistook deceit for strategy, mistook arrogance for intelligence. They convinced themselves they had control. But control isn't about forcing outcomes. It's about understanding the board before anyone else does. And while they were busy forcing their way forward, you were already 10 steps ahead. They spent their energy trying to manipulate, deceive, twist reality in their favor, thinking they were outsmarting you, when in reality, they were only exposing themselves. Because real control doesn't chase, it doesn't panic, it doesn't claw for dominance. It waits, it watches, it lets the game unfold. And that's what you did. You let them believe they had the upper hand, let them think they were dictating the terms, because you knew that real power isn't about making the most moves. It's about making the right ones. And now they're realizing their mistake. They thought they were ahead, but their own desperation betrayed them. They were loud, they were reckless, they exposed their own weaknesses, one overplayed hand at a time. And you didn't have to do a thing, because control isn't about proving dominance. It's about seeing the inevitable before it happens. And you saw it all. You saw their impatience, their arrogance, the cracks forming in their carefully crafted facade. And you let it happen. Because when someone believes they have control, they stop watching their back. They get comfortable, they get careless, and that's when their downfall begins. They moved recklessly. You moved with precision. They sought power. You became power. And now they're left with nothing but the realization that their so-called control was never real to begin with. Number 11. They built their confidence on lies, and now it's crumbling. A house built on sand will always collapse. No matter how impressive it looked, no matter how high it stood, the cracks were always there, waiting for the right moment to bring it all down. They walked with confidence, spoke with authority, moved like they were untouchable. They built a reputation, crafted an illusion, designed a persona meant to make you and everyone else believe they were something greater than they were. And for a while, it worked. You watched as they paraded around, feeding off the illusion of power they had built for themselves. They convinced others. They even convinced themselves. But confidence built on lies isn't confidence at all. It's just a mask, one that only stays intact as long as no one dares to look too closely. And now, the illusion is dead, and without it, they have nothing left. See, chosen one, real confidence isn't loud. It isn't performative. It doesn't rely on validation to exist. Real confidence is unshakable because it comes from truth. But theirs, it was fragile from the start. It needed constant reinforcement. It needed admiration. It needed fear, because deep down, they knew it was never real. And now that you see through them, now that you no longer feed their illusion, it's falling apart. Look at them, the same ones who once stood tall, who once mocked you, who once acted like they held all the power. Now, they hesitate before they speak. Their words don't land the same way. Their presence doesn't command the same reaction. Because the people they fooled, they're starting to see it too. The cracks, the insecurity, the desperation disguised as confidence. And the weight of it, it's suffocating them. Because here's the thing about power based on lies. It only works when people believe in it. And now, no one does. Not even them. Let them sit with it. Let them feel the collapse. Let them watch as everything they built on deception turns to dust. Because the only thing more painful than losing power is realizing you never truly had it in the first place. Number 12. They mocked you. Now they mimic you. First, they laugh at you. Then they ignore you. Then they copy you. And by the time they realize you were always ahead, it's already too late. They called you foolish, dismissed your mindset, belittled your perspective. They laughed at the way you moved, the way you thought, the way you carried yourself. They wrote you off as different, as someone who didn't fit their mold. But now they mimic the very things they used to mock. They once told you that you were wasting your time, that your methods were wrong, that your mindset was flawed. And yet, look at them now, scrambling to adopt the same ideas they used to ridicule, trying to replicate the very essence they once tried to destroy. Why? Because they finally understand. You were always ahead. At first, they didn't get it. Your presence was unsettling. Your confidence without arrogance confused them. Your ability to move without seeking approval threatened them. So they mocked you. Because when people don't understand something, they attack it. It was easier for them to laugh at you than to admit they couldn't comprehend what you already knew. But now they see the results. They see the shift. They see how your path, the one they ridiculed, is the very path leading to everything they want. And suddenly, it's not funny anymore. Suddenly, they want to walk the way you walk, think the way you think, move the way you move. But here's the thing. You didn't get here by copying. You got here by leading. And them, they will never truly be able to replicate what they don't understand. They can try. They can mimic the words, the actions, the exterior. But the depth, the essence, the mindset that comes from truly being chosen, that can't be copied. Let them scramble. Let them try. Let them attempt to become what they once mocked. Because the truth is, by the time they catch up, you'll already be miles ahead. The shift has already happened, and they feel it. Power doesn't disappear, it transfers, and now the weight of their own downfall is pressing down on them. They thought they had time, thought they were still in control, thought they could keep moving the way they always had. But the shift? It's already here. It's not coming. It's not in the future. It's happening right now. And the ones who moved against you, they feel it. That deep, sinking realization that the momentum they once had, gone. The power they thought was theirs, slipping through their fingers. The control they clung to so desperately, no longer working in their favor. They don't talk about it, but you can see it. In their hesitation, in the forced confidence that doesn't quite land the same way, in the way their energy has shifted from arrogance to uncertainty. They feel the tables turning. They know something has changed, even if they can't fully explain it. Because when the universe makes a move, it doesn't need to announce itself. It just happens. And now they're scrambling, trying to hold on, trying to regain footing, trying to figure out why everything that once worked so effortlessly is now crumbling beneath them. But here's the truth. It was never truly theirs to begin with. The power, the influence, the control. It was an illusion, a temporary high that only existed because the universe allowed it. And now, that time is over. You don't even have to lift a finger, because the shift is already in motion. The balance is already being restored. And they're just now realizing there is no way to stop it. They wanted to see you struggle. Instead, they're watching you rise. The cruelest revenge isn't anger. It isn't destruction. It's rising so high, they can't even reach the place where your name echoes. They waited for it, expected it, hoped for it. Your downfall, your breaking point. The moment you would crumble under the weight of their schemes. They whispered about it behind closed doors, predicted it, smirked at the idea of it. But instead of watching you fall, they're witnessing something far worse. You're rising, and not just rising. You're ascending beyond what they ever thought possible. See, chosen one, they never feared your struggle. They feared your success. They wanted you trapped in the battle, wanted you exhausted, distracted, broken by their tactics. Because as long as you were struggling, you were still within reach. But now you're moving beyond them. Their words don't touch you. Their plans don't shake you. Their illusions don't hold power over you anymore. And that terrifies them, because now they have to sit there and watch. Watch as the person they tried to destroy becomes everything they secretly wished they could be. Watch as every attempt to hold you down only pushed you higher. Watch as your existence alone proves them wrong. And the best part, they can't stop it. They can't take back their doubts, can't erase their mockery, can't undo the fact that they bet against you and lost. So let them watch. Let them sit with the weight of their own failure. Let them feel the gut-wrenching reality that the one they wanted to see struggle is now untouchable. They can't escape the truth, and it's eating them alive. Denial delays the inevitable, but it never stops it. The truth doesn't need permission to be known. It forces itself into every quiet moment. They can pretend, act like nothing's changed, walk like they still own the room, speak like they still hold power. But inside, they know. They feel it. That slow, sinking realization creeping into their mind. The weight of every wrong assumption, every miscalculation, every time they laughed too soon. They thought you were the fool. They built their confidence on that belief, convinced themselves that they had you figured out, that you were predictable, controllable, disposable. But now they can't ignore the truth. And that truth, it haunts them. Because the one thing they never wanted to admit, the thing they ran from, denied, dismissed, was that you were never the fool. They were. They fell for their own illusion, believed in their own lies, let arrogance blind them from what was right in front of them. They thought they were always ahead. But the second they turned around and saw you standing there, unbothered, unfazed, untouched by their games, they felt it. The truth crashing down like a weight they can't shake. They can try to hide it, can act like nothing's changed, can keep playing the same role, hoping no one notices the cracks forming in their confidence. But it's too late, because once the truth is seen, it can't be unseen. And now, every time they hear your name, see your success, feel your presence, it reminds them they weren't ahead. They were behind. They weren't controlling you. They were being exposed by you. And now they have to live with that every single day. Number 13. They thought they could erase you. Now you're unavoidable. The most dangerous thing about the truth, you can try to bury it, but eventually it rises. They tried everything, ignored you, overlooked you, acted like you didn't matter, like you didn't exist. They wanted to erase you, make sure your presence held no weight. They whispered behind closed doors, spread doubt, fed lies, made sure people looked the other way whenever your name came up. They needed you to disappear, because deep down, even they feared what would happen if you were ever truly seen. And yet, look at you now, everywhere. No matter where they turn, you're there, succeeding, thriving, unstoppable. They scroll past your name, pretending they don't see it, but they do. They hear your success being mentioned in rooms they thought you'd never enter. They see your impact in ways they swore would never happen. And suddenly, the one thing they worked so hard to erase is the only thing they can't escape. See, chosen one, they thought they could control the narrative, thought they could decide who gets remembered, who holds weight, who rises. But what they never understood, the universe doesn't take orders from them. The truth doesn't disappear just because it makes them uncomfortable. And real power, it doesn't ask for permission to exist. And now, you are everywhere. Not because you forced it, not because you begged for it, but because you were always meant to be. And that is their worst nightmare. Because the more they run, the more they try to act like it's not happening, the more undeniable you become. Number 14. The universe was always watching, and now it's delivering. You can outrun a lie, you can manipulate perception, you can hide your true nature for a while, but the one thing you can never escape, the weight of what you've done. They thought they were untouchable, thought their actions would fade into nothing, thought the universe was blind. They moved in secret, convinced that there were no real consequences, no true accountability, believing that deception, betrayal, and manipulation would simply disappear if they played their cards right. But what they failed to understand, the universe doesn't forget. The universe keeps score. It sees what's done in the dark. It watches, it waits, and when the time is right, it delivers. And now it's time to collect. They never thought this moment would come, never imagined that every step they took against you was actually a step toward their own downfall. They assumed they could break you without consequence, that their words, their actions, their games would never come back to haunt them. But the universe was taking notes. Every falsehood, every manipulation, every time they moved against you, thinking they were in control. And now, the scales are balancing. Because here's the truth. You were never alone in this. They thought it was just you against them, just you trying to find your way through the chaos they created. But what they didn't see, the universe was aligning, preparing, adjusting, and every obstacle they threw at you, it wasn't a roadblock, it was redirection. Every time they tried to hold you back, they were actually pushing you towards something greater. And now, they're realizing the weight of what they've done. It started subtly, the energy shifting, the things that once came easily for them, suddenly becoming difficult, the confidence they once had, fading, the control they swore was theirs, slipping through their fingers. Because the universe doesn't allow imbalance forever. It may take time, it may be patient, but it always delivers. And the moment they thought would never come, it's here. They feel it in the silence, in the unease, in the moments where they can't quite explain why things aren't working like they used to. They can lie to others, but they can't lie to themselves. Because when the universe starts balancing the scales, there is no escape. And chosen one, this is where you rise. Because while they were busy playing games, you were growing. While they were scheming, you were learning. While they were taking shortcuts, you were building something real. And now, the universe is delivering, not just their consequences, but your rewards. Every moment you stayed patient, every time you refused to break, every second you trusted that your time was coming. It's here now, and they can only watch as everything they took for granted is stripped away. Let them feel it. Let them sit with the weight of their own actions. Because in the end, no one escapes the truth, not even them. Number 15. They wanted you to doubt yourself because they were always afraid of your power. A mind that questions itself is a mind that can be controlled. But the moment you realize who you are, everything they built on your doubt begins to collapse. They never wanted you to see it. The power, the presence, the potential. They needed you to question yourself, to shrink, to hesitate, to believe that maybe, just maybe, you weren't meant to rise. because deep down, they always knew the truth. They saw it in you before you saw it in yourself, and it terrified them, because the reality was never that you were weak. It was that you were waking up, and if you ever truly saw yourself for what you were, they knew they wouldn't be able to stop you. So they planted seeds of doubt. They made you feel like an outsider, treated you like you didn't belong, rolled their eyes when you spoke, acted like your presence didn't matter. But it was never because you weren't worthy. It was because they feared what would happen if you ever stopped doubting. They needed you to stay questioning, because a chosen one who doesn't know their own power is easier to control. And for a while, it worked. You questioned yourself. You held back. You let them make you feel small, not because they were bigger than you, but because they convinced you to look away from your own strength. But here's the thing about power. It can only be hidden for so long, because the truth. You were never meant to be small, and the moment you realized that, everything changed. You started seeing through their tactics, noticing the patterns, understanding the way they operated, and most importantly, you stopped seeking their approval, because their validation was never a measure of your worth. It was a weapon used to keep you in check. But now they can't stop it. The power they feared, it's out in the open, and no amount of doubt, no amount of manipulation, no amount of whispered lies can bury what has already been awakened. They wanted you to remain unsure, because uncertainty is control. But now you know who you are. And that's their worst nightmare, because the moment you stepped into your power, their influence over you shattered. Let them feel it. Let them sit with the weight of their own fear, because the truth they tried to suppress, it's shining now, and they can't do anything to stop it. And now, let's bring this full circle. They tried to control the narrative, tried to keep you doubting, tried to make sure you never realized your own power. But now, that illusion is shattered. You see the truth. You were never the fool. They were. And their biggest fear, you stepping into who you were always meant to be. So let them watch. Let them sit in their regret, because you're rising, and there's no stopping it now. Like, share, and subscribe to spread this message to more chosen ones. Your time is here. Own it. The hardest battle is the one fought in silence, where every move is watched, every fall is celebrated, and yet the warrior refuses to stay down. They thought they had you buried. They set the traps, whispered their schemes, and celebrated your downfall before you even hit the ground. But now they stare in disbelief. They were so sure they had won, so sure they had broken you. Yet here you are, still breathing, still standing, still unshaken. Like this message? Like and subscribe. Because every time you engage, you send a signal, not just to YouTube, but to the universe itself, that the chosen ones are waking up, that their voices will not be silenced. Welcome, the anointed ones. The world has tried to erase you, but the universe never let them. Every storm they sent your way, it only washed away your weakness. Every betrayal, it sharpened your wisdom. Every loss, it unlocked another level within you that even you didn't know existed. You weren't just tested, you were transformed. And now, that transformation is haunting them. They see it in your eyes, the fire they thought they extinguished. They hear it in your voice, the power they tried to suppress. They feel it in the air when you walk into a room, the weight of someone who refuses to be controlled. Here's what they never understood. They were never fighting you. They were fighting something much bigger, the force that chose you, the energy that backs you, the unseen hands that pull you through the impossible. They waged war on destiny itself, thinking they could outsmart the universe. Foolish. Because when the universe chooses someone, no amount of plotting, no amount of envy, no amount of hate can rewrite that story. But let's talk about you. You, the chosen one. You, the unstoppable force they can't figure out. Why do you still doubt yourself? Why do you still entertain the lie that you are alone, when the whole universe has proven time and time again that it stands with you? You think your battles are proof that you are abandoned, but what if they are proof that you are protected? If you weren't a threat, they wouldn't try so hard to take you down. If your light wasn't blinding, they wouldn't keep trying to dim it. A lion walking alone does not mean it is weak. It means it needs no pack to rule. So stop second-guessing your strength. Stop giving your enemies the satisfaction of watching you hesitate. They are already confused, already panicked, already running out of ways to stop you. Do not give them the one thing they need, your doubt. Because here's the truth. They didn't beat you. They never could. They only made you stronger. And that is why they fear you. So tell me, are you ready to see why they're losing their minds over you? Ready to understand why no matter what they do, you keep rising? Drop the number 777 in the comments if you've ever watched them scramble, trying to figure out why you're still standing. Because this isn't luck, this isn't random, this is power, your power. And the deeper we go, the more you'll see just how unstoppable you truly are. Stay locked in. If you're a real chosen one, you'll feel it. The pull to stay until the very end. Let's get into it. Number 1. They weren't fighting you. They were wrestling with their own shadows. A man at war with himself will destroy everything around him before admitting the battle is within. They thought they were breaking you. They plotted, they whispered, they moved in secret, convinced they had the upper hand. But now they sit in stunned silence, watching you rise like nothing happened. They counted on you crumbling. They were so sure this was the final blow. But instead, they're the ones losing sleep, haunted by the one question they can't answer. How are you still standing? Let's be clear, their fight was never really with you. It was with the truth you represent. And that's why they're shaking. You didn't just survive their attacks, you exposed them. You forced them to confront their own weaknesses without even trying. When you entered their space, something shifted. Their masks started slipping. Their confidence, built on illusions of status, control, and validation, began to crack. And that terrified them. Because you weren't playing the game. You didn't chase their approval. You didn't fight for a seat at their table. You walked in, unbothered, and in doing so, you revealed the emptiness of their world. They realized something horrifying. Your power wasn't borrowed from anyone. And that's where their real war began. They needed you to doubt yourself. They needed you to feel alone. Because if you kept believing in yourself, if you kept rising without their permission, it would shatter everything they built their identity on. So they did what all weak people do when faced with true strength. They attacked, not with fists, but with whispers, not with truth, but with illusions. They twisted narratives, painted you as the villain, and watched, waiting for you to break. But here's what they didn't realize. You weren't alone. You were never alone. The universe backs its chosen, and when someone is truly chosen, no weapon, physical or spiritual, can undo what's already written. They thought they were playing chess, moving pieces in secret. What they didn't know is that the board was never theirs to control. The moment they moved against you, they weren't fighting you. They were fighting the very force that placed you here. They were fighting the wind and wondering why their footsteps kept getting erased. They were swinging at shadows and wondering why their hands stayed empty. Because you're built differently. And yet, despite all this, you doubted. You let the loneliness trick you. You let the obstacles make you question your path. You let their resistance shake your confidence. Let me ask you something. Since when does the storm apologize for making the weak tremble? Since when does the ocean ask permission to rise? They tried to dim your light because it exposed their own darkness. And instead of walking in your power, you shrank. You hesitated. You second-guessed your own strength. But let me remind you of something. They never had power over you to begin with. Every move they made against you only tightened the universe's grip around your destiny. Every word spoken in secret only amplified your name. Every attempt to destroy you only made you undeniable. And now, they have to live with the reality they never prepared for. You survived. You rose. And worst of all, you are still rising. They lost. Not because they weren't smart enough, not because they didn't try hard enough, but because they never understood what they were up against. You were never their opponent. They were fighting their own shadows, their own insecurities, their own inability to face the truth. And now, as you continue forward, untouchable, unbothered, unstoppable, they are left to wrestle with the one thing they can't escape. The reflection of everything they will never be. Number 2, you don't survive, you rewrite reality. Most people think survival is about barely making it through, about limping past the finish line, about existing after the war has ended, scarred, broken, but still breathing. But that's not how you operate. That's not how the chosen ones move. You don't just survive. You transform. The very things that were meant to break you, to crush your spirit, to erase you from existence, they became the raw materials for your evolution. Every battle sharpened you. Every setback pushed you forward. Every betrayal became a lesson written in fire, etching resilience into your very being. That's why they don't understand how you're still here. That's why they sit in stunned silence, whispering amongst themselves, trying to figure out how their traps failed, how their betrayals didn't leave you shattered, how their plans collapsed while you remained standing, taller than before. They expected to see you crawling, begging for relief. They thought you would be stumbling, barely holding on, consumed by everything they threw at you. But instead, you emerged stronger, wiser, and more untouchable than ever. They thought life was just about suffering, about enduring pain with no reward, about bowing your head and accepting defeat. But you didn't just endure it. You absorbed it. You studied it. You turned it into fuel. Every wound they inflicted, you transformed into wisdom. Every lie they told, you turned into clarity. Every loss they celebrated, you used as a stepping stone to a greater version of yourself. Most people let pain weigh them down. They complain. They stay stuck. They allow suffering to define them, to trap them, to dictate their story. But you used it. You rewrote the script. The pain didn't just make you stronger, it rewired you. It sharpened your instincts, refined your focus, stripped away distractions, and left behind only the core of who you were meant to be. Now, you move differently. They try to push you, but you don't stumble. They try to trigger you, but you don't react. They try to control you, but you don't flinch. And that's their real problem. They don't know how to fight someone who doesn't play by the usual rules. They can't figure out how you took everything meant to destroy you and turned it into the very thing that made you unshakable. Because here's what they never understood. They thought breaking you would be the end of the story. They thought once they wounded you enough, you'd disappear. That once they isolated you, turned others against you, tried to erase you, your spirit would fold, and you'd become nothing more than a memory. But instead, they accidentally gave you the blueprint for your next level. Every attack only strengthened your foundation. Every betrayal only expanded your wisdom. Every loss only unlocked something greater within you. They didn't just fail to stop you, they built you. And now, as they sit in their frustration, as they whisper in their confusion, as they scramble for an answer to explain how you're still rising, they finally realize the truth. They weren't prepared for someone like you. Because you don't just endure the battle, you become the battle. You don't just survive the fire, you become the fire. You don't just push through reality, you rewrite it. And now, they're watching, confused, frustrated, maybe even afraid. Because they realized too late, they didn't defeat you. They created something far beyond their control, and there's nothing more dangerous than someone who has mastered turning their struggles into power. Number 3, they celebrated too early. Your collapse was an illusion. They popped the champagne. They whispered amongst themselves, smug and certain, convinced that this time they had won. They saw you go silent, disappear for a while, struggle, and in their shallow minds, that was all the proof they needed. It's over, they told themselves. We got them. They spread the word, mocked you behind closed doors, spoke your name like it was a thing of the past. They moved on, celebrating your so-called downfall, patting themselves on the back as if they had erased you from existence. But here's where they made their first mistake. What they thought was your collapse was never the end. It was a shift, a recalibration, a transformation. They were watching a cocoon, thinking they had buried a caterpillar, but they didn't realize you were becoming something unrecognizable. That's the difference between you and them. When they face adversity, they fold. When life hits them hard, they break. When the path gets rough, they look for shortcuts. When things don't go their way, they retreat. But you were never built like them. You don't collapse under pressure. You evolve. You don't beg for mercy. You rise. While they were too busy celebrating their illusion of victory, you were in the lab, studying, building, reconstructing yourself in silence. They expected to find you crawling, shattered beyond repair. Instead, you emerged untouchable. And now they look at you with wide eyes and panicked hearts, trying to make sense of the impossible. How are they still standing? How did they come back from that? How did they become even stronger? They don't understand it because they have never known true resilience. See, their biggest mistake was assuming that setbacks destroy people. But setbacks don't break the chosen. They refine them. The fire that should have consumed you only burned away your weaknesses. The pain that should have left you crippled only gave you sharper vision. The darkness that was supposed to drown you only made your light shine brighter. And now, they are witnessing the nightmare they never prepared for. Because while they were busy gloating, you were upgrading. While they were counting you out, you were mastering yourself. While they were laughing, you were working. While they were celebrating, you were transforming. While they thought it was over, you were writing the next chapter. And that's what's eating them alive. You returned, not as the person they knew, but as someone far beyond their reach. They played their hand too early. They bet against a force they didn't understand. And now, they're scrambling, panicked, confused, because they don't know how to handle the one thing they swore was impossible. You came back stronger. The version of you they thought they had destroyed. Gone. The version of you they plotted against. Outgrown. The version of you they were prepared to fight no longer exists. Now they have to sit in the ruins of their own arrogance, realizing far too late that they should have never celebrated so soon, because the comeback they never saw coming is now staring them right in the face. Number 4. Their attacks were a test, and you were the grader. They thought they were testing you. They wanted to see if you would break, if you would shatter under pressure, if you would react exactly the way they had planned. They watched your every move, setting traps in the shadows, whispering lies into the ears of anyone who would listen. Every rumor they spread, every scheme they plotted, every deception they orchestrated, it was all designed to push you to your limit, to measure your resilience, to see just how much you could take before you collapsed. But what they didn't realize, they were never the ones in control. They were never the ones conducting the test. They were the ones being examined. Every attack they launched was a mirror, exposing them, not you. Every scheme they executed only revealed their own nature. People show their true selves in battle. War strips away the masks, forces everything hidden to the surface, and in their desperate attempt to destroy you, they revealed something far more terrifying, their own weakness. They thought they were proving that you weren't as strong as you appeared. They thought they could uncover cracks in your foundation, force you into submission, tear apart the very essence of what makes you powerful. But all they did was expose the reality they refused to face. They were never strong to begin with. Their desperation bled through in their actions. Their jealousy seeped into every word they spoke. Their insecurities screamed louder than any accusation they hurled in your direction. And you didn't even flinch. You watched them scramble, reaching for new ways to undermine you, convinced they were pulling the strings, certain they had the upper hand. But they didn't realize they were never playing with a worthy opponent. They were fighting shadows, swinging at ghosts, battling their own demons, projecting their own inadequacies, drowning in their own delusions. You were never in the ring. You were never their competition. That's why they lost before the fight even began. They relied on manipulation, deception, and force, the tools of the weak. They thought control was a weapon. They thought lies were enough to topple truth. They thought fear was the ultimate currency. But you moved differently. You operated in silence. You cultivated truth. You mastered yourself while they exhausted themselves trying to master others. That's why their attacks never worked. That's why every single attempt to break you only made you more untouchable. You weren't reacting. You were observing, watching them move like pawns in a game they didn't understand. Watching them play themselves, showing every single card they had, exposing their tactics, revealing the depths of their emptiness. And they were too blind to see it. They convinced themselves they were outsmarting you, certain they were controlling the narrative. But all they were doing was handing you proof of their own downfall. And now the results are in. They failed. Not because you stopped them, not because you fought back with the same weapons, but because they never stood a chance in the first place. Their power was an illusion. Their influence was borrowed. Their victories were built on smoke and mirrors, and the second they were forced to face reality, they crumbled. Their weapons only work on people who don't know themselves, on people who are still searching for validation, still afraid of rejection, still dependent on external approval. But you surpassed that a long time ago. They weren't fighting an opponent. They were wrestling with their own ghosts. They were battling their own reflection. They were trapped in a war that had nothing to do with you. And now they're the ones left confused, drained, exposed. And you keep rising, because in the end, this was never about your strength. It was about revealing their weakness. Number 5, they underestimated the power of isolation. They thought isolating you would break you. They believed that if they cut you off, spread lies, turned people against you, and made you an outcast, you would wither away in the silence. They convinced themselves that your power came from them, from their approval, from being included in their world. So they pulled away, locked doors, whispered falsehoods, and waited. They watched from a distance, expecting to see you shrink, to see the loneliness consume you. They saw isolation as a punishment, as exile, as a slow, calculated dismantling of your spirit. They were certain that without their validation, without their company, without their presence, you would crumble. What they never anticipated, solitude did the exact opposite. They didn't realize that some people don't fear the silence. Some people become in the silence. While they were watching and waiting for you to break, you were reconstructing yourself in the dark. While they assumed you were drowning in self-pity, you were sharpening your mind, healing your wounds, and training your spirit for the next level. They had no idea that the same isolation they used to punish you was actually the very thing you needed to elevate beyond their reach. They thought taking themselves away from you would deprive you of support. But the truth they never saw coming, it was them who needed you, not the other way around. They mistook their access to you for power. mistook their presence in your life as something essential, as if they were the source of your strength. And now they're realizing they gave you something priceless: time, space, freedom. They can't comprehend it. They expected to return and find you broken, desperate, begging to be let back in. They imagined you lost without them, struggling, waiting at the door for their acceptance. But instead, they found someone unrecognizable, someone stronger, someone wiser, someone untouchable. They didn't just fail to break you, they built you without even realizing it. The time alone didn't weaken you, it fortified you. The silence didn't drown you, it refined your voice. The absence of noise gave you clarity, gave you vision, gave you unshakable self-reliance. And now, they don't know what to do with you. They thought they left you alone, but what they actually did was leave you unbothered. And that was their mistake, because you weren't waiting for them to return. You weren't lingering in the past, replaying old betrayals, craving their validation. No, you were outgrowing them. You were outlasting their nonsense. You were ascending to a level where their presence no longer mattered. Now they're scrambling, trying to understand how you came out of the fire looking untouched. How did you endure the storm and come out glowing? How did you survive their exile and emerge even greater? How are you still standing when they were so sure you would fall? The truth they can't admit to themselves: they were never your strength. You were your own strength. They were never your source of power. You were the source. They were never pulling you up. You were carrying them the whole time. And now they see it. The person they tried to leave in the dark, the person they dismissed, underestimated, and discarded, that person no longer exists. In their place stands someone unshakable, unstoppable, untouchable, someone who no longer fits inside the world they tried to contain you in. And the worst part for them: there's nothing they can do about it. The exile they orchestrated became your elevation. The isolation they imposed became your initiation. And the silence they thought would destroy you, it only made you louder. They thought they were closing the door on you, but all they did was free you from a room too small for your greatness. Now they have to live with the reality that while they were trying to erase you, you became unforgettable. And now you shine brighter than ever. Number 6. You are the storm, not the survivor. They thought you were just another survivor. They thought you would emerge from the wreckage, barely breathing, weakened by the chaos, just grateful to have made it through. They expected you to be scarred, exhausted, limping toward the finish line with nothing left to give. They assumed you would carry your suffering like a weight, a permanent reminder of what they did to you. But what they never understood: you weren't the one enduring the storm. You are the storm. They can't control you because you are the force of change. You don't just navigate chaos. You create it when necessary. You shake things up. You disrupt the status quo. You dismantle illusions, forcing people to face what they'd rather keep buried. You don't just move through the world, you reshape it. That's why their plans never work. That's why every attempt to contain you fails before it even begins. How do you control something that was never meant to be tamed? How do you stop a force that moves on its own terms? They were prepared for someone who would react, panic, play defense. They thought they could manipulate you into submission, trap you in a cycle of fear, make you second-guess your every move. But instead, they got someone who moves first, strikes with precision, and doesn't just survive uncertainty, thrives in it. You don't follow their scripts. You don't play by their rules. That's why they're disoriented, frustrated, scrambling to regain control they never had in the first place. They wanted to put you in a box, to label you, to define your limits so they could predict your next move. But storms don't move in straight lines. They shift, they intensify, and they destroy anything weak enough to be uprooted. That's why you keep rising. That's why their obstacles keep failing. That's why, no matter how much they plot, no matter how many traps they set, no matter how many times they try to rewrite your story, they are always one step behind. Because they can't defeat something they can't even define. And now they're left asking themselves a terrifying question. What happens when the storm they tried to destroy is now heading straight for them? They thought they had control, thought they had power, thought they could dictate how your story would end. But they never realized that while they were busy trying to break you, they were only fueling the force that would one day overpower them completely. They never saw it coming because they mistook your stillness for weakness. They assumed your silence meant surrender. They believed their own illusion that you were at their mercy. They didn't realize you were gathering strength, watching, studying, becoming, and now there's no escaping it. The storm they underestimated is standing at their doorstep. The force they dismissed is now unstoppable. And the best part? There is nothing they can do. No lie, no scheme, no amount of control can turn back the inevitable. The moment they declared war on you, they sealed their fate. Because you were never meant to be contained. You were never meant to follow. You were never meant to fit into their small, predictable world. You were always meant to lead. That's why they fear you now, because they finally see it. They see the raw power in your presence, the fire in your eyes, the certainty in your steps. You are no longer someone they can manipulate, no longer someone they can break, no longer someone they can silence. You don't just survive storms, you are the storm. And now, as the winds rise, as the ground shakes, as the storm they never prepared for moves toward them, they finally understand the truth they were too arrogant to accept. They were never fighting you. They were fighting the inevitable. Number 7. They were betting on a version of you that no longer exists. They thought they had you figured out. They studied your patterns, memorized your weaknesses, and took notes on your emotional triggers like they were preparing for an exam. They calculated their every move, convinced they could predict your reactions, manipulate your emotions, and control your next steps. They designed their attacks based on the person they used to know, the one who was predictable, forgiving, maybe even naive. But here's where they made their fatal mistake. That version of you no longer exists. They came prepared for battle, armed with strategies meant for someone who no longer walks this earth. Every plan, every deception, every trap they set was based on an outdated version of you. They were playing chess against a ghost, launching attacks at a phantom, waiting for a response that will never come. You didn't just change. You transcended. The games, outgrown. The manipulation, seen through. The wounds they used to poke at, healed. The insecurities they once exploited, gone. They are stuck using a playbook that no longer applies, trying to fight an opponent who has already moved on to a completely different level. That's why they're confused. That's why their tactics are failing. They keep expecting the old you to show up, to break down, to react, to give them the emotional response they crave. They're waiting for you to fight back in the way they're prepared for, to engage in a battle that no longer exists for you. But you're not that person anymore. You've rewritten the rules. You've shifted the battlefield. What they thought was their advantage has become their biggest downfall. They are throwing punches at thin air, desperately trying to regain control over something they never truly understood. They thought they knew you, but all they really knew was a past version of you, one that no longer has a place in your story. And the worst part for them, there's no undoing this. You can't go back to who you were once you've evolved. There is no reverse button, no way to unsee, unlearn, or unexperience the transformation you've undergone. The person they were prepared to manipulate is gone, and in their place stands someone they can never control again. They lost the moment they assumed you would stay the same. They lost the moment they thought time had no effect on you, that you hadn't grown, that you hadn't risen above their small-minded games. And now they are forced to face a haunting realization. They spent all their energy preparing to destroy someone who no longer exists. Everything they built their strategy on is useless now. Every assumption they made, every weakness they thought they could exploit, every method of control they once used against you, it's all obsolete. They thought they were running the game, but they were playing checkers on a board you already walked away from. They were betting on an outcome that was never possible because the moment they moved against you, you had already outgrown them. And now, they are left with nothing but their own confusion. They are swinging at shadows, fighting an enemy that has already ascended beyond their reach. They thought they could keep you locked in the past, but instead, they find themselves trapped there alone. You didn't just walk away. You evolved beyond their existence, beyond their influence, beyond their ability to ever touch you again. There is no rematch. There is no second chance. They will have to live with the fact that the person they once controlled is gone forever, and the version of you that stands here now, they were never prepared for. Number 8. Pain didn't break you. It became your fuel. Pain is a language most people don't understand. It either crushes them or defines them. Some let it swallow them whole, leaving them bitter, broken, and afraid to try again. Others drown in it, letting it shape their identity, convincing themselves that suffering is all they will ever know. But you did something they never saw coming. You converted it. Every attack, every betrayal, every moment they expected to be your breaking point didn't just fail, it fed you. Every ounce of suffering they inflicted, every moment of darkness they thought would destroy you became raw material for something greater. They thought pain would weaken you, strip you of your confidence, leave you second-guessing yourself. They assumed you would fold like so many others before you, that you would crumble under the weight of what they put you through. But instead, you studied it, you dissected it, you mastered it. You didn't just endure it, you used it. They thought they were pouring poison into your spirit, but you were the alchemist they never saw coming. You didn't turn lead into gold, you turned suffering into strength. You transmuted every wound into wisdom, every scar into armor, every loss into a stepping stone towards something they will never reach. Pain became your fuel. It burned away everything unnecessary, fear, self-doubt, hesitation. It refined you in a way comfort never could. It stripped away every illusion, every lie you once told yourself, and left behind something indestructible. Every time they pushed you down, they were unknowingly forcing you to build resilience. Every time they counted you out, they were unknowingly sharpening your endurance. Every time they tried to make you doubt yourself, they were unknowingly handing you a lesson in clarity. Every betrayal taught you who to trust. Every setback taught you how to pivot. Every loss forced you to see the truth, that nothing could take away what was meant for you. And now, they are watching you rise, with no explanation that makes sense to them. They don't understand how someone who has been through so much is still standing, still winning, still glowing, still untouchable. They whisper about you, trying to make sense of the impossible, trying to rationalize how, after everything, you are still here. But the answer is simple. They were fueling you without even knowing it. They thought they were draining you, but they were supplying you with everything you needed to become unstoppable. They thought they were weakening you, but they were reinforcing your strength. Every attempt to break you only made you more unshakable. They expected pain to consume you, but instead it ignited something in you they never wanted to see. A fire that will never burn out. A force that will never be contained. A willpower that refuses to be broken. And that is what terrifies them. Because they realize now that they were never in control. You were. Number 9. They thought they could buy victory, but you are priceless. They thought money could erase you. They believed their influence, their lies, and their carefully crafted schemes could rewrite destiny. They operated under the illusion that power is something that can be bought, that outcomes can be manipulated, that control belongs to those with the deepest pockets. They placed their bets on corruption, believing that the right amount of bribery, the right level of deception, and the right combination of manipulation would guarantee them the outcome they desired. But here's where they miscalculated. You were never for sale. They deal in transactions, favors, secrets, and fear. They measure worth by numbers, by status, by how many people they can control with a price tag. They move like puppeteers, pulling strings behind closed doors, convinced that everyone and everything has a cost. That's how they operate. They buy loyalty. They pay to erase their sins. They manipulate people into submission with promises, threats, and illusions of power. But what they never understood is that some people operate on an entirely different economy. Your value isn't determined by money, status, or the opinions of the easily swayed. Your power is something money can't touch, something influence can't reach, something deception can't rewrite. Because it doesn't come from this world. They've spent so much time, so much energy, so many resources trying to rig the game in their favor, stacking the deck, moving the pieces, twisting reality to fit their narrative. And yet, despite all of it, here you are, unshaken, unbothered, unpurchasable. No matter how much they spend, scheme, or deceive, they cannot rewrite your destiny. They cannot change what has already been written. They cannot override what was chosen before they even knew your name. Because you weren't built by their systems, their networks, their twisted hierarchies of control. You were built by something greater. And now they are starting to realize the truth. They invested everything into trying to destroy you. They threw money at the problem, thinking they could pay their way into a different outcome. They whispered in the right ears, moved in the right circles, plotted in the shadows, thinking that power would always be on their side. But all they did was come face to face with a reality they never prepared for. Their money has no power where you're going. The doors meant for you, they will open without their permission, without their validation, without their resources. That's the part they can't comprehend. That's the part that keeps them up at night. Because in their world, everything comes with a cost. Every opportunity, every advancement, every step forward has to be bought, bargained for, or stolen. But you were chosen, and no bribe in the world can override divine alignment. They thought they were playing chess, thought they had control, thought they could move the pieces, shift the board, change the game to suit them. But they forgot one thing. The board itself isn't even theirs to control. And now, they are left with nothing but the weight of their own failure. Because no matter how much they bet against you, no matter how many moves they made, no matter how much wealth they hoarded to protect themselves from the inevitable, they lost. Not because you fought them on their terms, not because you played the same dirty game, but because you never had to. They thought money was the highest form of power, but real power, it's not something you can buy, it's something you are. Number 10, you don't need revenge. Your existence is the reckoning. Revenge was never the point. They wanted you to become obsessed with them. They wanted you to waste your energy plotting, to be consumed by the same bitterness that eats them alive. They wanted you to chase after vengeance, to stay locked in the same cycle of pain they live in, to make your existence about proving something to them. They wanted to see you angry, unraveling, drowning in the same darkness they created for themselves. But you knew better. You knew that the greatest revenge isn't words, retaliation, or even justice. The greatest revenge is simply refusing to be broken. The greatest revenge is thriving in full view of those who swore you would never rise again. The greatest revenge is never looking back. They expected you to fight back, to scream, to drag them through the same suffering they tried to inflict on you. They waited for you to strike, to play their game, to fall into their trap, and lose yourself in the process. But what they failed to realize, you don't have to do anything to win. You just have to be. Because here's the truth, they were never after you. Not really. They weren't fighting you. They were fighting your light. They were fighting your energy, your potential, your ability to move through life untouched by their illusions. They were hoping to dim it, to make you doubt yourself, to make you feel small so they could feel bigger. They needed you to lower yourself to their level because deep down, they knew they could never rise to yours. And yet, here you are, standing, thriving, glowing, even brighter. They expected to see you in pieces. They thought their betrayals, their lies, their attempts to isolate and break you would leave you shattered, unrecognizable, desperate for closure. But instead, they see someone who has become unshakable. And that's why they can't sleep. They wanted to be the reason for your downfall, but instead, they became the reason for your evolution. Every move they made against you became a stepping stone to your greatness. Every moment they thought they were breaking you was actually sharpening you, refining you, stripping away everything unnecessary until only the strongest, most unstoppable version of you remained. And now, they have to sit back, and witness what they tried to prevent. They don't get an apology. They don't get an explanation. They don't even get the satisfaction of knowing they still matter. They spent all that time trying to break you, and now they are forced to realize they were never as important as they thought. Because you don't need revenge. You don't need to justify your existence. You don't need to explain why you're still standing. Your silence is a deafening roar. Your success is the echo of their failure. Your continued rise is the living proof that nothing they did mattered in the grand scheme of your destiny. The more you rise, the smaller they become. The more you shine, the darker their world feels. Because they put all their energy into stopping you, and now they have to live with the reality that not only did they fail for ascension, and now the realization is setting in. They didn't just lose you. They lost the power they thought they had over you. And that's something they will have to live with forever. Number 11. They can't figure out why their tactics work on others, but not you. They've played this game before, and every time they won. They knew exactly which buttons to push, which wounds to poke, which tricks to pull, to make people dance like puppets on their strings. They had perfected the art of manipulation, twisting minds, controlling emotions, bending people to their will. They moved like masters in the shadows, orchestrating chaos, confident that no one would ever see through their deception. Then they met you. And for the first time, none of it worked. They tried their usual tactics, the same ones that had shattered others before you. They guilt-tripped, gaslit, twisted reality in ways that made people question themselves. They expected you to fold under pressure, to second-guess yourself, to surrender to the weight of their mind games. They thought they could control you like they had controlled so many before, pulling the strings they assumed were attached to your soul. But you didn't break. You didn't collapse under the weight of their illusions. You didn't respond the way they had predicted. And that's when the real panic set in. Because you weren't like the others. They thought they could manipulate you into submission. They thought they could guilt-trip you into staying small, into doubting your own power. They thought they could make you beg for their approval, keep you trapped in the cycle of needing validation, of seeking their permission to exist freely. They thought they could keep you controlled. But that version of you, gone, dead, left in the past where it belongs. The problem for them isn't just that you're still standing, it's that you've outgrown their control. You've become unpredictable. Their usual tactics don't work anymore because you've already studied them like a book. You've memorized every chapter, every move, every trick they've ever used. And now, you are immune. And they can't stand it. They never prepared for a reality where you wouldn't react, where their words would lose their power, where their presence would no longer dictate your emotions. They never imagined a world where you wouldn't need them. Because control is all they've ever had. And without it, they are nothing. The irony, they thought they were breaking you, but all along they were breaking themselves. Every attack they launched, every scheme they crafted, every whispered lie, every desperate attempt to shake you, none of it weakened you. It only exposed them. It revealed their own insecurities, their own fear, their own desperate need for control. They thought they were revealing your weakness, but all they did was shine a light on their own. They never expected that in trying to trap you, they would be the ones caught. And now, the person they tried to keep caged in the past, The version of you that would have fallen for their tricks, that would have played their game, that would have responded exactly as they wanted. That person no longer exists. In their place stands someone stronger, someone smarter, someone sharper, someone who doesn't flinch at their schemes. They lost before the battle even began, because the moment they thought they had you figured out, you had already moved beyond them. While they were strategizing their next move, you were 10 steps ahead, already walking away from their small, petty world, already stepping into something far greater than they could ever comprehend. And that's what's driving them crazy. They don't understand how they lost control. They don't understand why their usual tricks don't work. They don't understand why they can't break you. And that confusion, that frustration, that fear, they have to live with it now. Because while they were trying to control you, you were setting yourself free. So, chosen one, you weren't just tested, you were transformed. And now, you are the force they can never control. If you know what it means to be chosen, drop the number 77 in the comments. Like, subscribe, and share this message. Because the world needs to see what happens when the unstoppable refuse to fall. The real ones will feel this. The enemy never fears the ordinary. It trembles at those forged in fire, sharpened by suffering, and unstoppable in purpose. They tried to break you. They threw storms at you, hoping you'd drown. They turned people against you, thinking you'd shatter. They set traps, whispered lies, and waged war against your destiny. But they failed. Not only did you survive, but you emerged stronger, sharper, and untouchable. The enemy's worst nightmare isn't your defeat, it's your rise. And now, that rise is unstoppable. Like and subscribe to spread this message to more of the chosen. When you engage, you signal the platform that this message needs to be heard. The more you support, the more chosen ones awaken. This isn't just content. This is strategy. This is war. Now, let's get into it. You didn't stumble into greatness. You were being prepared for it. The entire time you thought you were struggling, you were being refined. You weren't just living through hardships. You were being tested in silence. While others coasted through life, you were thrown into fires that should have consumed you, but instead they forged you. You were given betrayals as lessons, delays as filters, and losses as hidden victories. While they laughed at your setbacks, heaven took note of your endurance. Every chosen one walks a brutal path. History proves it. The greatest warriors were never handed their thrones. They had to fight for them. David wasn't crowned king in a palace. He was an outcast, running from a man who feared his potential. Joseph wasn't placed in power through favor. He was thrown into a pit, enslaved, and imprisoned before his destiny opened its doors. Even the strongest are first made to feel weak, not because they are, but because the test is designed to break those who aren't truly chosen. The difference between you and the ones who folded is simple. You refused to surrender. The same trials that made others give up only sharpened your edge. Every time they thought they had you cornered, you slipped through. Every time they celebrated your failure, you rose from the ashes. That's the power of being chosen. It haunts your enemies. The more they try to bury you, the deeper your roots grow. The more they try to erase you, the louder your presence becomes. The enemy never attacked you because you were weak. It attacked because it saw what you were becoming. If you had no power, there would be no resistance. If you had no purpose, there would be no opposition. Understand this. The weight of your struggle was the measure of your future. You weren't just taking a test. You were proving you could handle the throne that's been waiting for you. You weren't just enduring random pain. You were being graded in silence. Every battle you fought wasn't just about survival. It was an answer to a divine question. Would you still stand when everything collapsed? Would you still push forward when every door slammed shut? Would you still believe when silence was your only reply? These weren't just challenges, they were proof. And now, the proof is undeniable. You didn't just pass, you scored 100%. And when a chosen one passes with distinction, the entire world feels it. The air shifts, the ground shakes. Doors that never opened before suddenly swing wide. People who once ignored you suddenly take notice. The same ones who doubted you will soon have to acknowledge you. They will watch in disbelief as you walk into places they never thought you'd reach. Your elevation is not a suggestion. It is not a possibility. It is a declaration. Your trials have spoken. Your endurance has testified. And now, the verdict is in. You are ready. Not by the standards of this world, not by the approval of people, but by something greater. And when you are marked for greatness, no opposition can cancel it. They thought they were stopping you. Instead, they were setting the stage. Now, rise. The throne is waiting. So tell me, chosen one, are you ready to uncover what your 100% truly means? This isn't just another message. This is a revelation. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you're ready to step into what has already been declared yours. Every second you stay, another piece of the puzzle falls into place. The deeper we go, the more undeniable your calling becomes. And trust me, if you truly are one of the chosen, you'll feel the pull to stay until the very last word. Now, let's break this down step by step, because what comes next will change everything. Number 1, they thought you were losing. They didn't realize you were speaking a language they couldn't read. The weak will always mock what they can't comprehend. They laughed at your losses, not realizing you were stacking lessons. They celebrated your silence, unaware you were gathering power. The moment they understand, it will be too late. They saw the struggle, but they never saw the system behind it. They thought you were just unlucky, just another person fumbling through life, while they sat back and judged. But what they didn't know, what they couldn't know, is that you weren't playing the same game. You were being tested, not by the world's shallow measures, but by a higher standard. A divine script was being written around your every step, and they were too blind to see it. They saw closed doors. You were being filtered. They saw betrayal. You were being refined. They saw delays. You were being positioned. The unchosen can't comprehend the path of the chosen because they were never built for it. Their minds are wired for shortcuts, for applause, for easy validation. But when you walk a chosen path, none of those things apply to you. You weren't given hollow victories. You were given battles that would forge you into something unbreakable. The system wasn't against you. It was working for you. But the fools who mocked you, they were playing against the system itself. And now, they're about to find out what happens when you challenge the alignment of destiny. Some of you questioned yourself because of them. Let's be honest. When everything was silent, when no one understood, when you felt alone in the fight, you wondered, am I really chosen? How dare you doubt? Do you think power is handed out like candy? Do you think greatness comes gift-wrapped? If it were easy, everyone would walk this path. But you were given trials that would have broken the weak. And instead of shattering, you adapted. Instead of quitting, you endured. Tell me, what kind of person still stands after the amount of fire you've been through? The only kind that matters. You see, they mistook your suffering for failure, but that's because they were never taught the language of transformation. When a caterpillar goes into the cocoon, outsiders see stillness, dormancy, silence. They assume nothing is happening, but inside, a complete restructuring is taking place. Cells are being torn apart and reassembled. Old parts are being destroyed to make way for something stronger. The process is violent. The process is painful. But by the time the world realizes what's happened, the sky is no longer the limit. It's the starting point. That's what's happening to you. Your enemies spoke too soon. The ones who called you a failure, who wrote you off, who dismissed your struggle as weakness, they played themselves. Because while they were laughing at your breaking point, the universe was aligning itself in your favor. While they were mocking you, the very fabric of existence was weaving together your rise. And here's the part they'll never recover from. They had the chance to respect you when it would have mattered. They had the chance to stand by you, to support you, to listen instead of mock. But they chose to reveal their true nature. And now, they will be forced to witness your transformation from the very seats they thought you'd never rise above. That's how the system works. When you are chosen, every loss is a deposit into your future. Every setback is a recalibration. Every betrayal is a reassignment of energy. They stole from you? Watch how it returns tenfold. They slandered your name? Watch how your influence grows beyond them. They locked doors? Watch how entire new pathways manifest from nothing. They played with the system. They challenged the natural order of what was meant for you. And now, the balance is swinging back. The problem was never that you were weak. The problem was that you were being calibrated. Every hardship wasn't an attack. It was a question. Will they still trust when there's no proof? Will they still believe when everything is silent? Will they still rise when everything says to quit? And you answered those questions. Not with words, not with empty promises, but with endurance. You could have folded, but you didn't. You could have cursed the process, but you didn't. You could have given up, but you didn't. And that is why you passed. That is why they will never understand. Because while they were busy chasing approval, you were being molded into something that doesn't need permission to rise. They spoke a language of comfort, of validation, of easy success. But you were learning something far more ancient, far more powerful, a language only the chosen will ever understand. A language that breaks chains. A language that reshapes destinies. A language that forces doors open that were never meant to be closed. And now, that language is fully formed inside you. It is no longer a lesson. It is a weapon. Your very existence is now a testament to what happens when the chosen refuse to quit. So let them pretend they still don't understand. Let them act confused when your elevation begins. Let them whisper, gossip, panic. It doesn't matter anymore. They already lost. Number 2, they measured you with the wrong scale, and now they can't fathom your rise. The blind always judge by what they can see, but true power isn't in what's visible, it's in what cannot be destroyed. They thought they had you figured out. They scanned your life for numbers, for applause, for evidence of success by their shallow metrics. When they didn't see wealth, status, or validation, they assumed you were losing. They measured you like they measure themselves, by hollow achievements, fleeting praise, and fragile connections. But what they failed to realize is that you were never being evaluated by this world's grading system. You weren't chasing cheap victories. You were being forged in silence. While they obsessed over how far ahead or behind you were, something greater was happening, something they had no ability to track. They saw delays, but patience was being developed. They saw losses, but surrender was being refined. They saw rejection, but trust was being tested. Every moment they laughed at your struggle, they were revealing their ignorance. Because you weren't in a race against them, you were being prepared for something that doesn't crumble under pressure. You see, the unchosen crave speed, quick results, instant gratification, shortcuts. They believe power is in what you can grab now. They can't comprehend a process that requires waiting, refining, or sacrifice. And that's why they will never understand you. Because you didn't beg for a throne. You let the fire make you worthy of it. This is why you had to be hidden. This is why opportunities had to pass you by. Not because you weren't good enough, but because they weren't good enough for you. Some doors remained locked, not to punish you, but to protect you. Some people had to leave, not because you were unworthy, but because they were weakening your foundation. Some prayers had to go unanswered, because if they had been granted, you would have settled for far less than what was meant for you. They thought rejection meant failure, but rejection was redirection. They thought silence meant you were forgotten, but silence was the final stage of preparation. And now they're about to witness something they were never prepared for: your undeniable rise. The very things they used to count you out are now the very things that qualified you. They measured by what was seen, but your value was always in what they couldn't see. Your endurance, your resilience, your ability to stand when everything said you should fall. That's why their opinion never mattered. That's why their laughter was meaningless. Because they were grading an exam they weren't even qualified to take. You weren't being built for speed. You were being built for impact. And when impact is your goal, time bends in your favor. Some of them thought they won because they got to certain milestones faster. But tell me, what good is a quick rise when the foundation is made of glass? The world loves to elevate people prematurely, to hand out thrones to those who have never been tested. And what happens? They collapse under the weight of what they were never prepared to carry. That's why your path was different. That's why you had to wait. Because when you arrive, you will not break. The ones who mocked your struggles will never understand how the same suffering they dismissed became the source of your power. And now they will see the difference between a self-made empire and a divinely built kingdom. They ran their race on flat ground, while you climbed a mountain. But the thing about mountains is this: the higher the climb, the greater the view. So let them keep counting numbers. Let them chase applause. Let them measure their worth by how many people approve of them. You have something far greater. You have been graded by fire. And fire does not bow to opinion. Number 3. They thought silence meant you were forgotten. They didn't know it was the final stage of your test. The greatest warriors are not made in battle. They are made in the silence before the war, when no one is watching, when no one is cheering, when it's just them and their own doubts. They thought your silence meant you had lost. They assumed your lack of movement was proof that you had been abandoned. They looked at your life and saw no breakthrough, no sudden success, no clear sign of progress. And they laughed. But what they didn't understand was that the silence was never empty. It was the final proof of your readiness. You see, when the real test begins, the teacher does not speak. No hints, no shortcuts, no sudden interventions. The student is left to rely on what they have already learned. That is exactly what happened to you. The silence wasn't a sign of your failure. It was the confirmation that the time had come for you to prove yourself. And most people fail right here. Silence is where the weak crumble. It's where the impatient start making reckless moves. It's where desperation takes over and people begin chasing validation, forcing outcomes, settling for less than they were meant for. They mistake silence for abandonment. They assume if nothing is happening, then nothing ever will. And so they break, right before their breakthrough. But you didn't. You stayed. You endured. You didn't get desperate and beg for shortcuts. You didn't rush into situations that would have weakened you. You held your ground. And that is why you passed. Because silence is not a sign of absence. It is a sign of trust. You were being observed. Every move you made, every thought you had, every moment you chose faith over fear, trust over doubt, patience over panic, it was all being counted. And the moment you stopped needing proof was the moment you became proof. Look at history. Every true warrior, every true leader, every true chosen one has walked through a season of silence. David was anointed king, but spent years in caves, alone, hunted, waiting. Joseph was given a dream of power, but spent over a decade in prisons and pits before he saw a throne. Even the strongest ones must face the test of silence, because if you cannot hold faith in the dark, you are not ready for the light. And you were tested. You were given every reason to quit. Every door was closed. Every voice was silent. The people you expected to show up never did. The signs you begged for never came. And yet, you did not fall. That is why your rise is different. That is why your next chapter will not look like theirs. Because while they were busy making noise, chasing applause, forcing doors open that were never meant for them, you were proving you could hold power without panic. You were showing that when everything seemed still, you still believed. You weren't just being tested on whether you could wait. You were being tested on whether you could trust without proof. And because you passed that test, the silence is about to break. Those same people who thought you were done, they are about to watch you walk into everything they thought you'd never reach. And they won't understand how it happened. They won't understand why doors are flying open for you now. They won't understand why favor is falling into your lap. But you will, because you stood when others ran. You stayed when others broke. You trusted when others doubted. And now it's your turn. The silence was never empty. It was never wasted. It was just the last step before everything changes. And now it's time for your next move. Number 4, you thought you took a wrong turn, but the road was rewritten for you. The path of the chosen is never a straight line. It bends, it breaks, it forces you through fire. But every detour was designed to make sure you arrived as a conqueror, not a captive. They told you that you messed up, that you missed your opportunity, that you wasted time, made the wrong choices, walked in the wrong direction. And for a moment, you might have believed them. You looked at your life and wondered, what if I had done things differently? But here's what they never understood. You were never lost. Every so-called wrong turn was actually precision. Every delay was a divine rerouting. Every heartbreak, every betrayal, every disappointment. It wasn't just something to survive. It was something designed. You weren't just moving through life randomly. You were walking through a test, one that was crafted specifically for you. And the only way to pass was to keep going, even when nothing made sense. Every betrayal wasn't just pain. It was a question. Will you become bitter, or will you become better? Every delay wasn't just frustrating. It was a test. Do you truly trust the process, or only when it's convenient? Every disappointment wasn't a mistake. It was a filter. Will you let this break you, or will you let it build you? Most people fail this test. They get trapped in bitterness, stuck in resentment, locked in cycles of self-doubt and regret. They replay the past instead of using it as fuel for the future. But you kept moving, even when you were tired, even when you had every reason to stop, even when you didn't realize it was a test. And because you kept moving, you passed. They looked at your path and saw detours. But detours don't exist for the chosen. There is no off course when you are being guided by something greater. There is no wrong turn when every road leads exactly where it was always meant to go. Understand this. You were being positioned. Some doors had to close because they would have trapped you in mediocrity. Some relationships had to fall apart because they were distractions disguised as blessings. Some prayers had to go unanswered because they would have given you what you wanted at the cost of what you needed. What if I told you that the thing you thought was your biggest mistake was actually your greatest redirection? What if I told you that the thing you lost was never meant to go with you into your next level? What if I told you that everything you called failure was actually a setup for something bigger? Because that's exactly what happened. You were never being denied. You were being prepared. The doors that closed didn't close on you. They closed for you. The things that didn't work out weren't evidence of your failure. They were evidence of your protection. They thought they saw you fail. What they really saw was you being positioned for something greater than they could ever imagine. And now you see it too. Now you understand why the things you wanted never came when you thought they should. Now you understand why certain people had to walk away. Now you understand why everything felt like a struggle when all you were trying to do was move forward. Because forward wasn't the goal. Right was the goal. And now you're exactly where you need to be. So let them talk about how long it took. Let them mock the route you had to take. Let them think they had a better plan for your life. Their voices don't matter anymore. Because while they wasted time doubting you, the very path they laughed at was setting you up for a level they will never reach. And now you're stepping into it. Number 5. They didn't see the work, but now they'll have to respect the results. The world honors the ones who rise in public, but heaven counts the ones who built themselves in private. They only clap for what they can see. They only respect victories that come with applause, trophies, and recognition. They don't understand the power of what happens in the dark, in the silence, in the hidden places where no one is watching. And that's why they underestimated you. They thought you were doing nothing. They assumed you were stuck, stagnant, waiting for a miracle to save you. But while they were watching, judging, and gossiping, you were working. You were growing in the silence. You were refining your spirit in isolation. You were sharpening your weapons in the dark. The nights of doubt, the moments of exhaustion, the days where you felt unseen, those were your training grounds. And now they will see the difference between someone who was handed their success and someone who built it in fire. Most people only push forward when there's an audience. They only fight when there's someone to praise them. They only sacrifice when they know there's an immediate reward. That's why their victories are weak, because they only know how to perform, not how to endure. But you sacrificed without recognition. You suffered without sympathy. You made decisions in the dark that no one will ever know about. And while the world only values public success, heaven saw everything. Every unseen act of faith counted. Every moment you could have quit but didn't was noted. Every sacrifice that cost you but nobody else knew about, that was your extra credit. And that's why your rise will be different. Because you didn't just barely make it. You earned something greater than those who took the easy road. You didn't just do what was required. You went beyond it. In school, extra credit isn't for everyone. It's not for the ones who just want to pass. It's for the ones who want excellence. It's for the ones who go beyond the minimum, who put in the effort when no one is forcing them to. That's exactly what you did. You worked when nothing seemed to be changing. You kept pushing when everything told you to stop. You built when there was no proof that it would ever pay off. And now, everything is about to shift. Because what happens to the ones who do extra credit? They don't just pass, they surpass. While others are stuck in cycles, you are being elevated beyond what even you expected. The ones who laughed, who ignored, who thought you were wasting your time. They will watch in confusion as doors open for you that were never even in their reach. Because when you show up, you're not coming empty-handed. You're bringing weight. You're bringing proof. You're bringing receipts from battles they never even knew you fought. They thought you were being overlooked. They thought you were forgotten. They thought all your effort was wasted. What they don't realize is that your unseen sacrifices created a momentum that cannot be stopped. And now you will move at a speed they cannot comprehend. Because you weren't just waiting, you were preparing, and now it's time to collect. Number 6, you were supposed to break, but you became indestructible. They designed the storm to sink you. They sent the fire to consume you. They orchestrated the war to end you. And yet, here you are, standing in the aftermath, stronger than ever. Now, they fear what happens next. Some struggles aren't just difficult, they are strategic attacks designed to wipe you out. What you went through wasn't just bad luck, wasn't just a rough season, wasn't just a coincidence. No, it was calculated. Every betrayal, every loss, every delay, every closed door, it was all meant to break you beyond repair. But they underestimated one thing. You don't break, you evolve. The fire they sent to consume you, it forged you into something unrecognizable. The weight they placed on you, It strengthened you instead of crushing you. The war they waged against you, it only taught you how to fight better. That's why you're still here. Because you weren't just enduring, you were outlasting. Understand this. You were never the weak one. You were never the one at a disadvantage. The reason you felt so much pressure, so much resistance, so much opposition wasn't because you were unworthy. It was because you were a threat. Weak people don't get attacked this way. The powerless don't attract this level of warfare. The average never has to fight like this. But you, the moment you stepped into your identity, the moment you became aware of what you carry, the battle intensified. Because they knew, if you ever made it through, if you ever figured out who you were, if you ever stood back up after everything they did to knock you down, nothing could stop you. And now they have to deal with the version of you that survived. They threw everything they had at you. They counted on you to quit. They waited for you to fold, to disappear, to drown in the struggle. And yet, you outlived it all. Some people who went through less than you never recovered. They let the pain consume them. They let bitterness take over. They surrendered to the pressure. But not you. You lost things, yes. You cried, yes. You had moments where you felt like giving up, yes. But you never surrendered to defeat. And that's what makes you different. Because now you walk with the knowledge of someone who has been to hell and back. You carry the weight of every lesson, every scar, every battle you fought in silence. You don't just have strength, you have experience. You don't just have faith, you have proof. And that makes you dangerous. Because now, when the next storm comes, you won't even flinch. When the next enemy rises, you won't even react. When the next challenge tries to shake you, it will find nothing to grip onto, because you are no longer moved by the things that once shook you. You're untouchable now. The worst already happened, and it failed to destroy you. And do you know what happens next? The balance shifts. Because you spent so long on defense, surviving, enduring, outlasting. But now it's your turn. Now, you don't just survive, you conquer. Now, you don't just withstand attacks, you advance. Now, you don't just fight battles, you win wars. Because what they never accounted for, what they never saw coming, was that you wouldn't just make it through. You would come out unshakable. And that is their greatest fear. Number 7. They thought you needed evidence, but you moved without it. Anyone can believe when the road is clear. Anyone can trust when the answers are obvious. But the chosen, they walk blindfolded into the unknown, guided by a force greater than sight. Knowledge is easy. Anyone can memorize words, repeat phrases, nod at the right times. But trust? That's where most people fail. Because trust doesn't ask, do you understand? Trust asks, will you obey even when nothing makes sense? And that's what they never understood about you. They thought they were watching someone who was lost, confused, without direction. But what they were actually witnessing was something far more terrifying. Someone who moved forward without needing proof. That is the kind of faith that changes everything. Because the world teaches people to wait for signs, to move only when it's safe, to act only when they have guarantees. But the chosen, they walk into the unknown without hesitation, without clarity, without backup, because they know that what is unseen is more real than what is visible. And that is why you passed. Because you didn't just study faith, you lived it. You didn't just talk about trust, you became it. You moved when nothing was moving. You obeyed when the path was unclear. You held on when everyone else let go. And now they will see the difference between those who rely on proof and those who walk by conviction. Because the ones who demanded evidence will always be a step behind. They waited for security while you built your foundation in uncertainty. They waited for applause while you worked in silence. They waited for a guarantee while you created your own. And now, they will watch as everything falls into place for you. Because the ones who trust without needing proof are the ones who receive what others will never touch. Look back for a moment. Think about how many times you almost let doubt take over. How many times you asked yourself, is this even worth it? How many times you wondered, am I being foolish? Am I chasing something that isn't real? Yet something deep inside you refused to let go. That wasn't luck. That wasn't random. That was the test. Would you still trust when everything said to stop? Would you still believe when all you had was silence? Would you still move forward when every step felt like walking off a cliff? And the answer, you did. That's why you passed. That's why you stand where you are today, stronger than before, unshaken by things that once terrified you. Because you don't just have knowledge, you have proof in your own bones. They will ask you how you knew. How did you know it would work? How did you know everything would fall into place? How did you keep going when nothing made sense? And you will smile because they still don't get it. You didn't know, you just trusted. And that made all the difference. Number 8. They thought you were stuck. They had no idea you were being positioned. The impatient grab what is easy. The chosen wait for what is unstoppable. They whispered that you were wasting time. They mocked you, said you were falling behind, said you should have been further by now. While they rushed ahead, while they snatched whatever opportunities came their way, you stayed still. You refused to move until it was right. And they mistook that stillness for stagnation. They assumed you were losing because you weren't running at their speed. But what they never understood is that true power is never rushed. You weren't stuck. You were being strategically positioned. Most people would have cracked under the waiting. They would have settled, compromised, taken the nearest option just to feel like they were making progress. But you trusted the process even when it made no sense. You sat in the silence. You held your ground. You let doors close that you could have pried open. And that is why what is coming next for you will be beyond anything they have ever seen. Because while they were chasing quick success, you were being built for something that lasts. Look around. How many people do you know who rushed into something they thought was a blessing, only to watch it collapse? How many people forced open doors, only to realize they walked straight into a trap? That could have been you. But something greater was blocking you, redirecting you, protecting you. And now, the balance shifts. Because those same people who laughed at your patience will soon watch in disbelief as doors swing open for you without struggle. The things they begged for, you will walk into effortlessly. The opportunities they compromised for will be handed to you without begging, without forcing, without playing their games. Because this was never about speed. It was about alignment. You didn't miss anything. You weren't left behind. You weren't overlooked. Every delay was calculated. Every closed door was intentional. Every moment of waiting was precision, not punishment. You weren't just waiting. You were being prepared. And now, what is coming won't be something you have to chase. It will be something that is drawn to you, something that matches your level, something that meets the real version of you, not the version that would have settled years ago. This is why patience was required, because the throne you were meant to sit on wasn't ready yet. The rooms you were meant to enter weren't aligned yet. The people who are supposed to be connected to you weren't in position yet. And now everything is shifting. Now the foundation is solid. Now, when you step into what's meant for you, nothing will be able to take it away. Because when you are truly chosen, your destiny is not on their schedule. It's on divine timing. And that time is now. Number 9. They thought rejecting you was the end. They had no idea it was the setup. They thought closing the door on you would stop you. They thought pushing you out would erase you. They didn't realize that rejection was the very thing that would set you apart. Let's get something straight. You were never meant to fit in. The world tried to convince you that rejection meant failure, that being overlooked meant you weren't good enough. They laughed when doors slammed in your face. They assumed you weren't capable because you weren't chosen by them. But what they never understood, you were never waiting for their approval in the first place. They rejected you. Good. That was the best thing they ever did for you. Because now you're free. Free from rooms that would have suffocated you. Free from people who would have drained you. Free from spaces that never saw your value. Because they weren't meant to. Not everyone can recognize what's rare. Not everyone can handle something powerful. And you carry something that only the right people will ever be able to see. Some of you still don't fully grasp this. You're still looking at rejection like it was some kind of loss. But tell me, would you rather be trapped in a room that limits you or placed exactly where you were meant to be? Because that's what was happening the whole time. They weren't rejecting you, they were redirecting you. Every time you were overlooked, misunderstood, underestimated, it wasn't about you. It was about positioning. You weren't supposed to blend in. You weren't supposed to follow their script. You weren't supposed to lower yourself just to be accepted by people who were never even meant to be part of your journey. The rejection hurt, yes. The betrayals cut deep. The closed doors felt personal. But now, take a step back. Look at where you are. Look at who you've become because of it. The same people who dismissed you are still stuck in the same cycles. The same places that didn't see your worth are still chasing mediocrity. And you are rising beyond them. They didn't recognize your value. That wasn't your loss. That was theirs. You weren't supposed to be in their rooms. You were meant to build your own. They thought rejecting you was a statement. But what they really did, they made space for something greater. Look at history. Every person who shifted the world was rejected first. Every great leader, every true innovator, every chosen one. They were all overlooked before they were undeniable. Joseph was rejected by his own brothers before he ruled over a nation. David was dismissed by his own father before he was anointed king. Even the greatest among us have had doors slammed in their faces before walking into their destiny. So what makes you think your story would be any different? Some of you have spent too long mourning doors that needed to close. You've wasted energy trying to prove your worth to people who were never supposed to have access to you in the first place. Stop trying to force what was already removed. The wrong rooms had to reject you so the right ones could recognize you. The places that didn't see your value would have only held you back. The people who dismissed you would have only drained you. The opportunities that passed you by would have only distracted you. And now, you're stepping into alignment. The right doors don't require begging. The right people don't need convincing. The right opportunities don't come with conditions that force you to shrink. The very thing you once cried over is now the reason you're free. Because rejection wasn't punishment. It was protection. It was heaven's way of saying, "Not here. Keep going." And now, when the right doors open, you will walk through them with confidence, not desperation. Because you know what it feels like to be unwanted. You know what it's like to be counted out. And that's why, when you step into your next season, you will never again question your worth. You weren't just rejected, you were rerouted. And now the path is clear. Number 10. You thought you were forgotten, but they were saying your name in rooms you hadn't even entered yet. You worried that no one saw you. You thought the silence meant you were invisible. But what you didn't realize was that while you were wondering if you mattered, the right people were already being positioned to find you. They made you believe that if you weren't being celebrated, you weren't being noticed. That if no one was applauding, you weren't making an impact. That if doors weren't flying open, you weren't making progress. But the chosen don't move like the rest. Your story was never going to unfold like theirs. Because while they were out there shouting for attention, you were being prepared in the silence. And while they thought nothing was happening for you, your name was moving ahead of you. You see, when you are truly called for something bigger, you don't have to beg for opportunities. You don't have to manipulate people to notice you. You don't have to chase after connections, hoping someone will give you a shot. Because when you are aligned, the right people find you. There were conversations about you that you never heard. There were decisions made in your favor that you never knew about. There were doors being prepared that you never saw coming. And now those doors are about to open. The world teaches people that success is about how loud you can be, about how well you can sell yourself, about how much attention you can grab. But that's not how divine positioning works. True greatness is developed in silence before it is revealed in power. Look at history. Every person who carried something rare was first hidden. David wasn't immediately brought to the throne. He was left in the fields, unnoticed. Joseph wasn't placed in authority overnight. He spent years in obscurity before being elevated. Even the strongest among us have had seasons where it looked like nothing was happening. But that's the difference between those who are called and those who are chasing attention. Because while the world was ignoring you, favor was already setting things in motion. Some of you are struggling to believe this because you've gotten used to feeling unseen. You've convinced yourself that your work, your effort, your resilience, it's all gone unnoticed. But let me tell you something. Just because you didn't see it doesn't mean it wasn't happening. Some of the most powerful shifts in your life have already started. You just haven't caught up to them yet. And when they happen, it won't make sense to the people who thought you were stuck. Because you won't have to explain yourself. You won't have to justify your rise. You won't have to prove why you belong in the spaces you're about to step into. By the time they realize what's happening, it will already be too late to stop it. The connections are already forming. The conversations have already taken place. The favor has already been placed on your name. This is why you never had to fight for a seat at their table, because a different table was already being built for you. And now you're about to walk into places that your past struggles never could have predicted. What once felt like a delay was actually a setup. What once looked like silence was actually a strategy. What once seemed like nothing was happening was actually the greatest acceleration of your life. And here's the part that will shake them. You never had to force any of it. Because when something is truly meant for you, it doesn't come through begging. It doesn't come through manipulation. It doesn't come through desperate attempts to be noticed. It comes through alignment. And alignment means that while you were minding your own business, while you were working without recognition, while you were moving in silence, everything was already being arranged for you. You don't have to chase what's already yours. And now you're about to see why the wait was worth it. Number 11. You weren't just going through it. You were becoming the answer they didn't even know they needed. They tried to break you because they feared what you would become. They didn't realize that every hit, every betrayal, every setback was molding you into something unstoppable. You weren't just being tested, you were being transformed. You thought you were just surviving. You thought you were just pushing through, holding on, barely making it. But what you didn't realize, what they didn't realize, was that every single hardship wasn't just about you. It was about who you were becoming. Because the chosen ones are never just participants in life. They are answers. You weren't placed on this earth to blend in. You weren't meant to simply exist, to live a normal life, to follow the same cycles as everyone else. No, you were called to shift things. That's why the fire was so intense. That's why your battles were so brutal. That's why nothing ever came easy for you. Because you weren't being prepared for a mediocre existence. You were being refined to carry something bigger than yourself. And that's what they never understood. They looked at your struggles and assumed you were just unlucky. They saw you suffer and thought it was a sign of weakness. They watched you fight through things they couldn't even comprehend and assumed you were barely hanging on. But what they didn't see was the foundation being built inside of you. Because when you are chosen, you don't just get tested randomly. Every hardship, every delay, every loss was a question. Can you carry the weight of something bigger? Can you hold on to faith even when there's no proof? Can you keep pushing even when everything is against you? And you answered yes every single time. Even when you didn't realize it was a test, you passed. Even when you wanted to quit, you didn't. Even when you felt like breaking, you didn't break. That's why you're still standing. That's why you're still here. Because you weren't just being prepared for yourself. You were being prepared to carry something that would change the game. Look around. The world doesn't need more people who just exist. It needs people who carry answers. Moses wasn't just another man. He was the answer to a nation's freedom. Joseph wasn't just another prisoner. He was the answer to a famine that would have destroyed millions. David wasn't just another shepherd. He was the answer to a kingdom in need of a leader. And you? Your suffering wasn't meaningless. Your struggles weren't random. You weren't just going through it. You were being built into something that others will one day rely on. Some of you are still doubting this. Some of you are still looking at your past and wondering why it had to be this hard. Let me tell you why. Because only processed people can carry weight. Only those who have walked through fire can be trusted to lead others through it. Only those who have suffered and survived can be trusted with real power. You are stepping into a position where people will look to you for strength, where your story will be the very thing that gives them permission to believe again, where your survival will become proof that what tried to destroy them does not have to win. And this is what makes you different. Most people go through hard seasons and come out bitter. But you are coming out better. Most people let pain make them small. But you let pain expand you. Most people go through storms and lose their faith. But you walked through fire and came out with more faith than ever. That's why you're unstoppable now. Because you aren't just someone who survived. You are someone who carries the answers. And that means everything changes from here. Because now you don't just exist. You lead. Now you don't just take. You give. Now you don't just live. You impact. The world will never look at you the same way again, and neither will you. Because the test is over, the preparation is complete. And now it's time to step into what you were made for. You didn't just survive, you transformed. Every battle, every rejection, every delay wasn't a setback, it was a setup. And now the test is over, the preparation is complete, and your time has arrived. No more questioning, no more doubting. You've been refined, strengthened, and positioned. Now, step boldly into what's already yours. If this message hit your spirit, like, share, and subscribe, because more chosen ones need to hear this. When you engage, you signal the platform that this message needs to spread. Drop "I'm ready" in the comments if you know this was for you. Your elevation is already in motion. A storm does not break the mountain, it only reveals its strength. They thought they had broken you, thought their relentless attacks, the betrayals, the endless struggles, and the lies would be enough to bury your spirit. They believed that after everything they threw at you, you'd finally surrender, that the weight of their manipulations would keep you down, that you'd cower in silence and fade into the background. But what they failed to understand, what they underestimated, was your power. This was never the end. In fact, this is just the beginning. They moved in the shadows, believing they could control you, suppress your light, and erase the fire inside you. But they didn't count on one thing. The chosen are not easily defeated. They thought their words could silence you, their betrayal would break your soul, and their lies would bury your truth. But what they feared most was that you would awaken. They feared that you would rise up from the ashes of their attacks, stronger and more unstoppable than ever before. They were terrified of your potential, the kind of power that haunts them, shakes them to their core. And now, the moment has arrived. Your time has come. Like this video, comment below, and subscribe, because you are not alone in this. This message is being silenced, but with every like, every share, every comment, you break the chains they've placed on the truth. You tell the algorithm that more chosen ones need to hear this. The more you react, the further this truth spreads, and they don't want that. So let me be clear, this isn't just a message, it's your call to action. They believed you were finished, that your story was over, but the truth is, the battle was never about your past. It was always about keeping you from your future. The enemy sees what you don't always see. They saw your potential long before you realized your own power. They feared you before you ever knew what you were truly capable of. And that fear drove them to break you, distract you, and keep you in chains. But now, you are waking up. Now, you see the truth. And let me tell you something. The world will never be the same once the chosen ones awaken. You have a light inside you that disrupts the darkness, a fire that burns brighter the more they try to put it out. Your very existence rattles them because you carry a strength they cannot replicate or control. Your power doesn't come from the world's validation. It's something deep inside you, a force placed within you before your first breath. That's what haunts them. They fear the moment when you realize your own strength, because once you do, they lose. So ask yourself, are you ready to rise? Because they thought they could silence you, but what they didn't realize is that the storm they sent your way wasn't meant to destroy you. It was meant to reveal your true power. And now, as the storm settles, all that remains is you, stronger, sharper, and more focused than ever before. Your time has come. Now, let's begin. So, are you ready to dive deep into this step by step? Drop a comment below with the number 77 if you're ready to embrace your isolation as the foundation of your transformation. The struggles you've faced weren't meant to break you. They were meant to forge you into something unshakable. And if you're truly a chosen one, you'll feel that pull to stay until the end, because what's coming next is going to change everything. And now, let's dive into it step by step. And believe me, if you are a true chosen one, you will feel the pull to stay till the end. This is your moment to fully step into the power that has been waiting to rise within you. Let's get started. Number 1. You weren't destroyed. You were rebuilt in fire. The enemy doesn't fear your weakness. They fear the moment you realize your strength. Every attack they threw at you, every betrayal, every attempt to bring you down, they were never about breaking you. They were about fearing what you could become once you awakened to your true power. They've spent so much time trying to break your spirit, trying to wear you down with lies, manipulation, and isolation. But what they don't understand is that they were never fighting to destroy you. They were fighting to keep you from realizing your destiny. The truth? You weren't meant to be ordinary. You weren't meant to stay small. You were never supposed to live within their narrow definition of success. You were born to disrupt, to challenge, to lead. And that's exactly why they've tried so hard to hold you back. They feared what you would become if you ever realized the full extent of your power. They tried to bury you because they knew you would rise. Think about it. How many times have you been knocked down, betrayed, or faced insurmountable odds? It seemed like the world was against you, right? The people who should have supported you became the ones who tried to tear you apart. The doors that should have opened to you slammed shut instead. But each time you fell, you got back up stronger. Each time you thought you were at your breaking point, you found the strength to rise again. You didn't break. You were being rebuilt. You are the phoenix that rises from the ashes, and each trial, each hardship, each setback you faced was part of the fire that forged you into something unstoppable. They thought they could burn you to the ground, but what they didn't realize is that the fire wasn't meant to destroy you. It was meant to reveal you. They underestimated you. They believed their lies would be enough to keep you small, but they don't understand what happens when you're built for greatness. The more they try to break you, the stronger you become. Let's talk about the power of being chosen for a moment. It's not something that's easy to carry. It comes with immense pressure, sacrifice, and often loneliness. But it's also the source of your strength. The world wasn't designed to nurture the chosen ones. It was designed to keep them in check, to suppress their power, to make them doubt who they are. They want to make you feel like you're not enough, that you need to conform, to follow their rules, to be just like everyone else. They want you to stay small because deep down, they know that if you ever fully step into your purpose, they won't be able to control you anymore. Do you think it's a coincidence that you've always felt different? That you've always felt like you didn't quite fit in? That's because you weren't meant to fit in. You were meant to stand out. You were never meant to be just another face in the crowd. That's why they've spent so much time trying to make you doubt yourself. That's why they've used people you loved, trusted, and thought would never betray you as weapons against you. The more they saw your light, the harder they tried to keep you in the shadows. But they will never be able to extinguish what is within you. Look at the greats. Do you think they didn't go through fire? Do you think they weren't tested, broken, and beaten down before they ever achieved greatness? Think about Nelson Mandela, who was imprisoned for 27 years, told he would never be free. He rose from the ashes of his suffering to become a leader who changed the course of history. Or Oprah Winfrey, who faced rejection and humiliation early in her career, only to rise as one of the most powerful women in the world. And let's not forget Jesus, who was betrayed by those closest to him, denied by his followers, and hung on a cross. But in the end, he rose again to fulfill his divine purpose. These leaders didn't rise to power because they were lucky or because they had an easy path. They rose because they were forged in fire. Their struggles didn't destroy them. They made them who they were meant to be. And that's exactly what's happening to you right now. Every challenge you faced, every betrayal, every setback, they weren't signs of weakness. They were signs that you were being prepared for something greater. The universe doesn't hand greatness to those who aren't ready to handle it. If you're going through hell, it's because you're being prepared for the fire that will forge your greatness. But what happens when you finally realize this? What happens when you fully understand that you were never meant to break? What happens when you stop seeing your struggles as punishments and start seeing them as the fire that will turn you into gold? You become unstoppable. You become a force that can no longer be controlled. The world tries to break you, but in reality, it's only sharpening your edges, making you more powerful, more focused, more resilient. And trust me, the enemy knows this. That's why they're working so hard to make you doubt yourself, to make you feel like you're not enough, to convince you that you can't rise above. They want you to believe you're stuck in this cycle forever, that you're trapped in your past mistakes, your failures, or your fears. But here's the truth. You are not defined by your past. You are defined by what you choose to do in this moment. They thought they had you. They thought they could crush your spirit, keep you locked in self-doubt, and make you feel small. But now you see it, don't you? You see that you are not what they tried to make you. You are not the failures they tried to label you with. You are not the lies they fed you. You are something more. So now, the real question is, what will you do with this newfound power? Will you rise, or will you let them keep you in chains? Will you step into your destiny, or will you let the world's doubts keep you small? The choice is yours. The world can no longer hold you down. The fire has forged you into something greater. Now, it's your time to rise. They thought they could burn you down to nothing. What they didn't know is that they were only helping you transform into the legend you were always meant to be. And now, you will rise. Number 2. The enemy celebrated too early. Now, it's your turn. Never laugh at a warrior before the battle is over. The enemy thought they had it all figured out. They thought they had finally found your breaking point, that the weight of their lies, betrayals, and manipulations would be enough to destroy you. They believed they could tear you down to the ground, leave you broken, and watch as you faded into nothingness. But they celebrated far too early. The ones who doubted you, the ones who turned their backs, the ones who thought your struggles were a sign of your weakness, they miscalculated. They saw you at your lowest and assumed that was the end. They thought their whispers behind your back, their laughter at your expense, and their attempts to keep you down would be the final blow. They never saw what was coming. They never saw the fire that burned inside you, waiting to ignite. They thought your silence was surrender, but in truth, it was just the calm before the storm. They mocked you when you were struggling, thinking that you wouldn't be able to get up, let alone rise higher than you ever had before. But they didn't understand what happens when a warrior is knocked down. They don't stay down. A warrior rises. Every time they thought they had defeated you, they only made you more determined, more focused, more unstoppable. They made a critical mistake when they underestimated your resilience. Look at them now. Where are they? The ones who doubted your strength. The ones who told you that you couldn't succeed. They're watching you from the sidelines, wondering how in the world you are still standing. You're still here, still breathing, still rising, and with every step you take, you become more powerful, more unshakable, more undeniable. Now, it's time for them to face the truth. They celebrated your downfall, but what they didn't realize is that your struggles were never a sign of defeat. They were the foundation of your strength. Every trial you faced was a test, preparing you for the moment when you would rise higher than they ever imagined. And when you finally rise, they won't be able to stop you. The tables have turned. Now it's your turn. They thought they could break you by spreading lies, by isolating you, by making you question yourself. They wanted to see you fall. They thought you wouldn't be able to recover. But now, every attempt they made to hold you back is falling apart. The ones who laughed at your struggles are now watching in awe as you stand tall, stronger than ever. with a fire in your eyes that they can't extinguish. The truth is, the harder they tried to break you, the stronger you became. Their betrayal wasn't a curse. It was a lesson. Their attempts to silence you only gave you the voice to rise. You may have felt alone at times, but in reality, you were never alone. The universe was working behind the scenes, preparing you for the moment when the battle would turn in your favor. They had no idea what was coming, but now you do. Think about all those who counted you out. Do they still laugh now? Do they still believe you are finished? They're waking up to a reality they never expected, that you are far from done, you are far from broken, and they will soon realize that the more they tried to hold you down, the more unstoppable you became. Every warrior's journey is filled with battles, some won, some lost. But the most important part of the journey is not how many battles you fight. It's about how you rise after each one. You've been knocked down, but now you rise up with a purpose that can't be ignored. The world may have doubted you, but now it will watch as you step into the power you were always meant to wield. And those who thought you were finished, they will soon understand one thing. The real battle is over, and you won. The moment you step into your power, there's no going back. The enemy thought it was their victory, but it was always your victory in the making. The true warrior's battle never ends with defeat. It ends with glory. Now, you've stepped into your glory, and the enemy will have no choice but to witness your return. They thought it was the end. Now, they will see that it was only the beginning. It's your time to rise. You've endured, you've fought, and now you will emerge victorious. The return they never saw coming has arrived. Number 3. Your struggles were never a sign of weakness. They were proof of your power. Have you ever stopped for a moment to wonder why your life has been filled with so many obstacles? Why it feels like just as you're about to break through, something always seems to pull you back, dragging you back into the struggle. It's as if every time you're on the brink of success, the universe itself conspires to make sure you stay down. But here's the truth they've been trying to keep you from seeing. That's not bad luck. That's proof. Proof that you are powerful. Proof that you've been marked for something greater than you could have ever imagined. Proof that the very enemy trying to destroy you has already seen your potential before you ever realized it yourself. You've been tested like no one else. And while others may have been allowed to live comfortably with smooth roads and predictable paths, you've been given something far greater, the power of resilience. You were never meant for an easy path, not because the universe is cruel, but because you were born for greatness. Greatness doesn't come from comfort, and it doesn't come from avoiding struggles. It comes from fighting, from falling and getting up, from being tested time and time again, and still choosing to stand tall. The more they tried to break you, the more they proved how dangerous you truly are. Think about it. If you weren't powerful, if you weren't a threat to everything they've built, they wouldn't have spent so much of their time trying to stop you. If you weren't chosen, the obstacles would have been minor inconveniences. If you weren't a force to be reckoned with, the betrayals wouldn't have been so painful. But because you're a chosen one, the attacks have been relentless. Every time you've faced an obstacle, it wasn't about your ability to endure. It was about trying to prevent you from reaching your potential. Every setback, every challenge was never about weakness. It was about silencing a power they couldn't control. They knew, long before you realized it, that you were destined for something more. That's why they used every trick in the book: manipulation, lies, distractions, and even the people closest to you turned against you. All of this to make you doubt yourself. All of this to make you question your worth. But every time they pushed, you came back stronger. They underestimated the force of your spirit. They didn't know that the more they tried to break you, the more you would rise from it. They didn't realize that you were never meant to break. You were meant to evolve. You were meant to transform. This is why they targeted you so relentlessly, because they feared what would happen once you realized your true power. They tried to keep you in the dark, make you question your every move, make you feel like you were losing. But here you are, still standing, still fighting, still moving forward with more strength and clarity than ever before. They feared you because they knew what you were capable of, before you even knew yourself. Now, as you begin to wake up to the truth, it's all becoming clear. All the obstacles, the setbacks, the pain, the isolation. It wasn't a punishment. It was preparation. They wanted you to feel like you weren't enough. They wanted you to believe you weren't capable of greatness. But what they never counted on was your refusal to stay down. Every moment of struggle, every moment of pain, was forging you into something unstoppable. You've been through things that others wouldn't survive. And that's not because you're unlucky, it's because you're chosen. The universe didn't throw those challenges at you to destroy you, but to mold you. The power you're feeling right now? That's the power of everything you've survived. It's in your bones, in your soul, and it cannot be undone. Every tear, every heartache, every betrayal, it all added to the power you now hold within you. They thought they could weaken you. Instead, they only sharpened you. They thought their lies and betrayals would make you fall. But here you are, more powerful than ever. Look at the greats. The legends who shaped history didn't rise to the top without struggle. Oprah Winfrey, rejected and told she wasn't good enough, went on to create an empire of influence. Malcolm X, who was persecuted and criticized, became a voice for justice that shook the world. Jesus, betrayed by his own, yet still fulfilled his divine purpose. The chosen ones are always tested the hardest, but they are also the ones who rise the highest. And just like them, you were made for greatness. The very struggles that seemed to break you were preparing you to claim your power. The moment you start to understand this truth, that your struggles are not a sign of weakness, but proof of your power, everything will change. No longer will you see yourself as a victim of your circumstances. You will see yourself as the warrior, the chosen one, who has been prepared for a mission that only you can fulfill. You are not a product of your pain. You are the embodiment of your power, and the world will soon see that. So ask yourself, why did they attack you so relentlessly? Why did they target you with such force, with such intent to keep you down? The answer is simple. They saw what you couldn't yet see. They saw the power in you, the power that they feared. And now, as you finally wake up to that truth, it's time to step into that power. It's time to rise, and nothing, no one can stop you. The struggle was never the end. It was the beginning of your transformation. Now that you've endured it all, you are more than ready for the greatness that lies ahead. Number 4. They couldn't break you so they tried to distract you. If they can't kill the fire, they will try to smother it. When their attacks failed to break you, when they realized that their efforts to destroy your spirit weren't enough to bring you down, they shifted tactics. They couldn't take your strength, so they tried to steal your focus. They couldn't destroy your purpose, so they created distractions to pull you away from it. They sent toxic people into your life, set up fake relationships that drained your energy, and placed endless struggles in your path. All designed with one purpose: to exhaust you, to wear you down, to make you lose sight of who you truly are. They thought that if they could keep you distracted long enough, if they could break your focus, they could diminish your power. They didn't realize that every moment you've been distracted, every time you've been led astray by these false paths, it's only been a temporary setback. But it's over now. The distractions that once held you back are losing their power because you are starting to realize what they truly are: obstacles meant to prevent you from rising. And now that you see them for what they are, you can finally see the truth. It's time to take back your focus and your power. They know they can't defeat you by attacking your spirit. They've tried to break you with lies, betrayals, and setbacks, but you've come back every time stronger. So they shifted to a more insidious strategy, making you waste your energy on things that don't matter. They set up fake friendships to drain you emotionally, distractions to pull you away from your true path, and struggles that made you question your worth. But here's the thing: all of it was a distraction. It was a setup to make you lose sight of your purpose, to make you lose the clarity you've worked so hard to find. They didn't want to break your spirit because they knew they couldn't. Instead, they tried to break your focus, knowing that if they could make you chase every false goal, you'd never fulfill the true one you were meant for. Now, think about the toll this has taken. How many times have you let someone's opinion, someone's drama, someone's selfishness distract you from your mission? How many times have you sacrificed your energy to support relationships that didn't serve you, to help people who only used you? How many times have you given away your power to people who didn't deserve it? That ends now. No more. The time for distractions is over. It's time to focus. The enemy's tactic was simple. They didn't want you to see the greatness within you, so they threw everything they could to make you scatter your energy. They used the toxic people around you to create chaos in your life, to throw you off balance, to make you second-guess your every move. They made sure you were so tired, so emotionally drained, that you didn't have the energy to focus on what really matters. But what they didn't understand is that you are more powerful than any distraction they can throw at you. Now that you see it for what it is, it's time to take action. The distractions that once had a hold on you, they no longer have the power to control your focus. Your power is in your focus. You know now that every moment you spend on the wrong relationships, the wrong distractions, is a moment you take away from your true purpose. And no more. No more will you waste another second on what isn't meant for you. Your mission is clear. Think of the greats, those who walked their path with unwavering focus despite the distractions. Nikola Tesla faced ridicule and isolation, but his focus on his vision led him to inventions that changed the world. Mahatma Gandhi was constantly challenged, distracted by those who wished to divide him, but his commitment to his mission led him to free a nation. Steve Jobs was thrown out of the company he founded, Yet his focus on innovation brought him back to create some of the world's most groundbreaking technologies. These individuals didn't let distractions pull them away from their purpose. They knew what mattered, and they stayed focused on it, no matter the cost. Now, it's your turn. What do you want to accomplish? What do you want to build, create, or change in this world? You have the power within you, but you must choose to focus on it. The distractions are loud, and they'll keep coming, but you can't afford to be sidetracked anymore. The time to focus is now. The time to reclaim your energy and your purpose is now. The enemy thought they could make you lose sight of your path, but they underestimated your will. Every moment they spent trying to distract you only strengthened your resolve. Now, it's time to take everything they tried to use against you and turn it into your greatest advantage. You will no longer be distracted. You will no longer waste your energy on what doesn't serve you. Your focus is your weapon now. The time has come for you to rise above it all and step into the power you've always had. Focus on your mission. Focus on your future. Focus on your purpose. Now is the time to stop chasing distractions and start chasing your destiny. The enemy tried to wear you out, but now the real battle begins. The battle for your focus. And with that focus, you will win. Number 5. Your scars are your armor. Wear them with pride. A warrior is not known by their victories, but by the battles they have survived. Every scar on your body, every mark on your soul tells a story of resilience, a story of strength, a story of survival. You've been through things that most people can't even imagine, and yet here you are, standing tall. The scars you carry aren't just remnants of your past. They are the very proof that you were forged in the fire, that you survived the battles they thought would break you. You have become stronger because of them. What they don't realize, what they fail to understand, is that every scar is a sign of what you've overcome. While others have taken the easy path, hiding from the struggles and challenges that would push them to their limits, you've faced yours head-on. You've been tested, challenged, and knocked down. And every time, you've come back, stronger, sharper, more determined than ever. Those who sought to break you never realized one simple truth. The things that tried to destroy you only made you stronger. They thought they could wound your spirit, thought they could wear you down with their lies, their betrayals, their manipulations, but they didn't understand what you were made of. They didn't understand the depth of your resilience. Every time they threw something at you, they only prepared you for something greater. Every attack, every hardship, every painful moment shaped you into the warrior you are today. You were not just tested, you were refined. Like gold that's purified in the fire, your strength is only revealed through struggle. Now, think about it. How many times have you been knocked down only to rise again? How many times have you felt like you couldn't go on, only to find that something inside you refused to give up? That's your true power. Your scars are the evidence of your endurance. They are proof that you were not broken by the things that tried to destroy you. You survived when others would have folded. You rose when others would have stayed down. What do you think would have happened if you'd never been challenged? What if you had lived a life free of hardship? You would never know your true strength. You would never understand just how powerful you are. The truth is, comfort breeds complacency, but struggle breeds greatness. And that's exactly why they will never match your strength. While they hide in the comfort of easy lives, you have been shaped in struggle. Every obstacle, every betrayal, every painful chapter was part of your journey to greatness. So do not hide your scars. Wear them with pride. They are not weaknesses. They are your armor. They are the proof that you have endured what they never could. Every time you face the world with your scars, you remind them of who you are. A survivor, a warrior, someone who has faced unimaginable odds and still found the strength to keep going. Those who laugh at your scars, who think that they make you weak, are the ones who have never faced a real battle. They've never been tested. They've never walked through fire. And that's why they will never be as strong as you. Think about the great warriors, the leaders who have changed the world. Nelson Mandela, imprisoned and tortured for decades, yet he emerged from that struggle as one of the most powerful voices of freedom and equality the world has ever known. Maya Angelou, who faced horrific hardships in her life, yet turned her pain into some of the most inspiring and powerful words the world has ever heard. Martin Luther King Jr., who faced constant opposition, threats, and violence, but his scars only fueled his drive to fight for justice. Jesus, who was betrayed by his closest followers, tortured and crucified, but in the end, his scars became the ultimate symbol of strength and sacrifice. What did they all have in common? They didn't let their scars define them as victims. They didn't hide their pain or shame. They wore their scars as symbols of their power. Every scar was proof that they had lived through the fire and come out on the other side even stronger. And now, it's your turn to do the same. Your scars are not signs of failure. They are the foundation of your success. They tell the world that you've been through hell, but you didn't stay there. You fought your way out. You survived. And now, you stand as a testament to the power of resilience. Wear your scars proudly. They are the proof of your strength, the evidence of your journey, and the reminder that nothing, no matter how hard, can break you. They will never understand your strength because they will never know the depths of what you've been through. But you do, and that's all that matters. So, every time they try to tear you down, every time they try to make you feel like you're not enough, remember, your scars are your armor, and no one can defeat a warrior who wears their armor with pride. Number 6. The war was never about what you lost. It was about what you're about to gain. Before the greatest breakthroughs come, the greatest battles. You've lost a lot in your life. People you loved, opportunities you worked hard for, time you can never get back. It feels like the universe has taken so much from you, leaving you with scars and memories of what could have been. But what if I told you that those weren't losses? They were sacrifices. What if I told you that everything you've endured, everything you've had to give up, was all part of a bigger plan? That it was never about what you lost, but about what you're about to gain. The enemy tried to convince you that your suffering was a punishment, that everything you've lost was a sign that you were failing. They wanted you to believe that your setbacks were the end of the road, that you would never recover from the people who left, the doors that slammed shut, the dreams that seemed out of reach. But the truth is far greater than that. You weren't being punished. You were being prepared. The pain, the losses, the betrayals, they were all necessary for you to step into the destiny that is now waiting for you. You see, everything you've been through was not in vain. The universe doesn't waste experiences. It uses them to shape you into the person you need to be. The pain, the isolation, the struggles, they were never meant to break you. They were meant to forge you into something greater. And while you may feel like you've lost, let me tell you this: everything that was taken from you will be restored. Not only will it be restored, but it will be given back to you tenfold. Think about it. Every setback was a setup for the greatest breakthrough of your life. The enemy tried to make you feel like you were losing, like you would never see the light at the end of the tunnel. But what they didn't know is that the struggle was part of your journey to greatness. Every opportunity you thought was lost wasn't taken from you. It was simply clearing the path for something bigger. The people who walked away were never meant to be part of your future. They were part of your past. And what you're about to gain is far more than you could have ever imagined. Your future was always meant to be greater than what you left behind. You may have asked yourself, why did I have to lose so much? Why was I the one who had to sacrifice so much of myself, my time, my energy? But the truth is, you were never meant to stay where you were. You were meant to grow, evolve, and claim something far more powerful than what you lost. The war wasn't about keeping you stuck in the past. It was about preventing you from stepping into your future. It was about keeping you from the greatness that lies ahead. But now, the battle is over. Your future is yours to claim. Everything that was taken from you was part of the process of preparing you for what you're about to receive. You are now stronger, wiser, more resilient, and more focused than ever before. The enemy's plan failed, and now nothing can stop you from walking into the future you were always meant to have. Think about the greats who've changed the world. Oprah Winfrey, for example, was fired from her first job as a TV host and told she wasn't fit for television. But that rejection, that loss, was just the beginning. She turned that setback into a platform for her true greatness. Steve Jobs, kicked out of the company he founded, was told he would never succeed. But those losses weren't defeats. They were the fuel that ignited his comeback and changed the tech world forever. Even Nelson Mandela, who spent 27 years in prison, knew that his struggles were not about his past. They were about preparing him to lead a nation. And now, it's your turn. You may have thought that your struggles were your downfall, that you would never be able to recover from what you've lost. But the truth is, you've been prepared for something greater. The world may have thrown everything it could at you, but instead of breaking you, it has made you unbreakable. The people who left were never meant to stay. The opportunities that slipped through your fingers were never the right ones. What's coming next will blow everything you thought was possible out of the water. The war wasn't about keeping you stuck in your past. It was about holding you back from what's ahead. Now, it's time to move forward. Everything that was taken will be returned to you, and much more. You've endured the battles, you've overcome the obstacles, and now it's time to walk into your destiny. This is your time to claim what was always meant for you. So ask yourself, what are you willing to do with what you've gained through your struggles? You've survived everything the world has thrown at you. Now, it's time to step into your greatness. The future is waiting for you, and it's yours to claim. You have been prepared for this moment. Now, rise and take what's yours. Number 7. You don't need permission to rise. A king does not ask for a crown, he takes it. Stop waiting for permission. Stop seeking validation. Stop asking others if you're worthy, if you can rise, if you can take what's rightfully yours. The chosen do not beg. The chosen declare their power. You've been living under the illusion that you need someone's approval, someone's recognition, someone's validation to step into your greatness. That stops now. It's time to stop doubting yourself. You were born to lead. You were born to rise. Your worth is not up for discussion. You don't need anyone to tell you that you're enough, because the truth is, you've always been more than enough. The moment you stop seeking approval, you free yourself from the chains they tried to put on you. You were not meant to wait for others to see your greatness. You were meant to step into it yourself. This is your time. Not tomorrow, not next year. Right now. The world doesn't need another person waiting in the wings, hoping for the right moment. The world needs you to own your power. It needs you to stand up, take what's yours, and stop apologizing for your strength. You don't need permission to rise, because you were always meant to rise. And the moment you realize that, nothing and no one can hold you back. Don't wait for someone else to give you a seat at the table. Build your own table. The enemy wanted you to believe you had to ask for permission, but the truth is, you were born with the crown in your hand. Take it. Number 8. They can no longer stop you. Only you can stop yourself. The only chains that still exist are the ones you refuse to break. Let that sink in. They've done everything they can to slow you down, to break you, to keep you from realizing your true power. But here's the hard truth. The only thing standing between you and your destiny now is you. Every doubt, every hesitation, every moment you second-guess yourself, that's the last chain holding you back. You've been tested, betrayed, and knocked down, but you're still here. You've survived it all. And yet, the real battle isn't with them anymore. It's with yourself. If you continue to hesitate, if you keep waiting for the perfect moment, if you keep questioning your worth, they win. The enemy's game is almost over, and they know their time is running out. But if you keep holding yourself back, if you keep waiting for something outside of yourself to change, you're only keeping yourself trapped. The moment you stop waiting and start moving, everything will shift. The moment you decide that your future is more important than your fears, your doubts, your hesitations, you'll realize nothing can stop you. The last obstacle you need to remove is the one inside you. And once you do, the doors will open. The path will be clear. Nothing and no one will be able to hold you back. You are the only one who can stop yourself. You've survived the worst. You've fought battles no one else understands. And now, the only thing left is to take control. The enemy cannot win unless you let them. So stop hesitating. Stop waiting for permission. It's your time to rise, and once you break free of your own chains, there is nothing that can stand in your way. Not for the minute. Number 9. The wrong people are gone. Now, the right ones will come. Your energy is too powerful to be wasted on those who do not deserve it. Understand this. Every betrayal, every fake friend, every person who used you, betrayed your trust, or drained your energy. They were never meant to stay. They were lessons, necessary lessons. They showed you exactly who doesn't belong in your life. And now, they're gone. You may have questioned why the people you trusted walked away. why those who should have supported you turned their backs. It hurt, but it was necessary. Those people couldn't handle your power, and the universe knew it. They were holding you back, draining your energy, keeping you from your true potential. The only reason they were ever in your life was to show you who you are not meant to walk with. The loneliness? It was never a curse. It was preparation. It was creating space for the people who will stand by you, who will recognize your worth, who will build with you, not take from you. Now that you've stepped into your power, now that you know who you are and what you're capable of, the right people will come. But here's the catch. You have to stop chasing the past. No more longing for those who left. No more holding on to relationships that were never meant to last. You have evolved, and with that evolution comes a new tribe, a new circle. People who see you, who respect you, who will elevate you. But those people can't find you until you stop chasing the wrong ones. Your energy is too valuable to waste. The moment you stop looking back is the moment you make room for the people who will walk with you toward your destiny. The ones who truly belong in your life aren't looking for you in the past. They're waiting for you to step into your future. And now, you're ready. Let them find you. Number 10. They feared your return. Now, they will fear your rise. The greatest revenge is not words, it's elevation. They thought they had broken you. They thought that by silencing you, by pushing you down, they could erase you from existence. They thought they had seen the last of you. They laughed at your struggles, mocked your failures, and thought you would never rise again. But what they failed to realize is that your silence was never surrender. It was strategy. You took your time. You stayed quiet, not because you were defeated, but because you were recharging. You were gathering your strength, plotting your next move. While they celebrated your perceived downfall, you were quietly preparing for your greatest rise. And now, they will watch as you come back, stronger, sharper, and more focused than ever before. The silence they once mocked will be replaced with your undeniable power. The ones who laughed at your struggles, who whispered behind your back, who doubted your potential, they won't be laughing for long. The tables are turning, and this time, it's not just about a comeback. It's about a complete transformation. They won't recognize the person you've become. The version of you that they thought was broken is now the version that will leave them in awe. Your return is not just a moment. It's the beginning of something unstoppable. The enemy underestimated your resilience. They thought their attacks would break you, but instead, they forged you. Now, they will fear your rise. Because this time, you're not just stepping back into the world, you're stepping into your destiny, and nothing can stop you now. Their fear is real, and now it's your time to show them why. Your elevation is the ultimate revenge. Watch them tremble because the warrior they thought they defeated is coming back, stronger than ever. Number 11. The time to rise is now. No more excuses. The only difference between the chosen and the forgotten is action. This is it. No more waiting, no more doubting, no more second-guessing. You've survived the worst. You've faced the struggles that would have broken anyone else. And yet, here you are, still standing, still fighting. You've learned from every battle, and now it's time to take your place. The enemy thought they had you. They thought their attacks, their lies, and their distractions had finished you off. But this isn't the end. It's the beginning. Every obstacle was a lesson, every setback a stepping stone. You were being prepared for something greater, something they can't even comprehend. The time to rise is now. This moment is not for hesitation. The world is waiting for you to step into your power. You've been tested, you've been refined, and now nothing can stop you but yourself. The only thing left is to act. Are you ready? Because your destiny is on the other side of your excuses. There is no more time to waste. The chosen rise, and it's your turn. Rise now or be left behind. The choice is yours. If this message awakened something in you, drop the number 77 in the comments. Like, subscribe, and share this message. Because the chosen ones are waking up, and they don't want this truth spreading. Together, we rise. This is our time. Let's begin. It's time to claim what's ours. A roaring fire doesn't fear the wind. It only grows stronger in its presence. They thought they had you cornered, ready to watch you crumble under the weight of their deception. They built traps of manipulation, spun webs of lies, and sharpened their tongues, thinking they had control over your mind. They studied your weaknesses, desperate to find the one crack that would make you shatter. But instead of breaking, you stood still, unshaken, unmoved, and that terrified them. Your silence was a hammer smashing their illusions. Your calm was a storm they never saw coming. They expected rage, they expected tears, they expected you to drown in their poison. But you gave them nothing. And now the ones who sought to break you are the ones breaking. Before we continue, if this message speaks to your soul, press the like button under this video. When you engage, it tells YouTube that this wisdom must reach more of the chosen ones, those walking the path of power and truth. Spread this message so more of us awaken. You see, the power of the chosen is not in brute force, not in loud retaliation, but in something far deadlier, unshakable composure. It haunts them. It lingers in their minds long after they've tried to destroy you. They replay your lack of reaction over and over, trying to decode a mystery they were never meant to understand. They whisper your name in frustration, trying to grasp why their usual tactics failed. They fear you, not because you fought back, but because you refused to play their game. A true warrior doesn't swing recklessly at every opponent. The greatest warriors know when to strike, and when to simply stand still and let the enemy destroy themselves. That's what you did. And that's why they can't stop thinking about you. You didn't need to argue, plead, or prove a point. Your very existence was enough to dismantle them. Your energy is so powerful that even when you do nothing, it sends shockwaves through their soul. That's the mark of the chosen. They wanted to control your emotions, to see you react, to feed off your pain. But instead, they were left starving, choking on the emptiness of their own games. You became the mirror that reflected back their own darkness. And now, they can't escape it. Your silence wasn't weakness. It was the loudest statement of all. It was a declaration that you are untouchable, beyond their reach. And now, they are the ones tormented, obsessing over why they couldn't break you. They are hooked on the enigma of your strength. They say the strongest storms make the deepest roots. And you've become an unshakable force, a living testament that the chosen ones don't fall, they rise. So tell me, chosen one, are you ready to step deeper into this power that leaves them restless, obsessing over how you slipped through their grasp? Drop the number 77 in the comments if you felt that eerie silence after you refused to engage, when they realized they never had control over you. That moment when their game fell apart before their eyes. And now, let's break it down, step by step. If you are truly chosen, you'll feel it. You'll know you need to stay till the very end. Because once you see this truth, there's no going back. Let's begin. Number 1. They dug the pit and fell right into it. The hunter who digs a pit too deep forgets he may be the one to fall in. They schemed, plotted, and laid their traps with precision, believing they had you figured out. Every insult, every whisper behind your back, every carefully placed deception, it was all part of a grand setup, a performance designed to provoke a reaction. They needed you to break, to lash out, to lose control, so they could twist the narrative and point their fingers at you. But instead of walking into their web, you stood still, watching, observing, unmoved. And now, the ones who set the trap are the ones tangled in it. Their entire existence depends on control. Control over your emotions, your reactions, your energy. Without it, they are nothing. Without your response, their carefully crafted illusion collapses. They wanted you to rage, to explain yourself, to fight for a seat at a table where you were never welcome. But you chose a different path. You gave them silence. And now they are spiraling, suffocating in their own chaos, haunted by the realization that they never had power over you to begin with. They played with fire, but the flames refused to burn you, so now they're the ones getting consumed. They thought they were playing a simple game of manipulation, a little push and pull to keep you under their thumb. But what they didn't realize is that they weren't just toying with you. They were playing against something far greater. They were trying to rewrite a script that was never theirs to edit. You see, when the chosen ones walk this earth, the universe itself aligns in their favor. Every time they tried to sabotage you, they were unknowingly stepping into a battlefield they could never win. They were wrestling with something beyond their comprehension, fighting against a force that has already sealed your victory. That's the terrifying truth they now face. They weren't just going against you. They were going against the divine timing that protects you, the unseen energy that moves mountains in your favor. And now, all their plotting and scheming has done nothing but turn back on them like a curse. And yet, even now, some of you doubt. Some of you still ask, why does this keep happening to me? Stop. Stop questioning your power. Stop wondering why they target you, why you keep facing opposition, why the road feels lonely at times. It's because you're chosen, and the chosen ones will always be tested. Diamonds don't fear pressure. Gold doesn't complain about the fire that purifies it. Every challenge, every betrayal, every attempt to break you, it's all part of the refining process. The weak would have crumbled under the weight of what you've endured. But look at you. You're still standing, stronger, sharper, wiser. But let's be honest, there was a time when you gave them exactly what they wanted. When you reacted, when you fought battles that weren't even worth your energy, when you tried to explain yourself to those who never cared about understanding you. And what did it get you? Nothing but exhaustion. Nothing but disappointment. Now, You move differently. Now, you understand that silence is a weapon sharper than any blade. Now, you watch them unravel, losing sleep over the fact that they can no longer access your energy, because that's what really scares them. Not your anger, not your words, not even your strength. No, what shakes them to their core is your absence. Your absence is a mirror, and when they look into it, they don't see you anymore. They see themselves, their flaws, their darkness, the emptiness they tried to fill by feeding off your light, and they can't handle it. They played the game thinking they could control you, but now they're trapped in an endless loop, trying to figure out how they lost. Because the truth is, they never had you. And now they're addicted to the mystery of your calm. They can't stop thinking about you, can't stop trying to understand how you slipped through their fingers, how you stood there, unmoved, while they unraveled before you. But it's too late. You've already left the battlefield. You've already walked away, leaving them lost in the war they started, but could never win. And that's why they'll never forget you. Number 2, they craved the power. Now they're starving without it. A fool only realizes the value of water when the well has run dry. They thought they had an endless supply, a never-ending flow of your attention, your energy, your presence. You were their comfort, their escape, their secret source of validation, and they took it all for granted, believing they could drain you forever without consequence. But something shifted. The flow stopped, and now they're starving. At first, they denied it. They put on a show, laughing louder, posting more, surrounding themselves with noise to drown out the silence you left behind. They convinced themselves they didn't care, that your absence meant nothing. But that was the mask. And masks always crack under pressure. Because the truth? It's suffocating them. They were feeding off you, and they didn't even realize it. Your kindness was their security blanket. Your patience was their refuge. And your energy, it was their drug. They were addicted to you in ways they never admitted. And now that the supply is cut off, withdrawal is setting in. And withdrawal is painful. The nights get heavier. The thoughts creep in like ghosts, whispering regrets they can no longer ignore. They underestimated you, assumed you would always be there, always giving, always available. They thought you needed them more than they needed you, but they were wrong. You walked away, and your silence. It's louder than any argument, sharper than any words you could have spoken. It echoes in the spaces where your energy used to be, a void they can't seem to fill. They search for replacements, new people, new distractions, anything to numb the sting of losing you. But nothing works, because no one else is you. And the worst part? Watching you thrive without them. That's a karma they never expected. They thought losing you would break you, but instead, it freed you. You're not just gone, you're glowing, elevating, rising in ways they never saw coming. And that's what haunts them the most. They thought they were the reason you shined, but now they're choking on the proof that you were the light all along. Now they're left in the emptiness they created, trapped in the very loneliness they once tried to use against you. They stare at the door they once slammed shut, hoping, praying, you'll come back through it. But you won't, because the chosen don't chase. The chosen don't beg. The chosen rise. And now, Now they're hooked on a ghost. Number 3, their ego can't handle losing you, so they set the trap again. A snake never sheds its skin to become a new creature. It only grows into a bigger snake. Now they miss you. Now they suddenly realize your worth. Now they sit with the weight of what they lost. But don't be fooled. This isn't love. This isn't growth. This is panic. Because losing you wasn't supposed to happen. You were supposed to stay trapped in their cycle, feeding their ego, reacting to their games. You were supposed to be predictable, stuck in an endless loop of proving yourself, chasing, explaining. But you broke free. And that's something their ego never prepared for. So now, they plot. It starts small, a like on your post, a random message asking how you've been, a mutual friend suddenly bringing them up, testing the waters for them. These are not coincidences. These are calculated moves, an attempt to plant seeds of doubt, to see if they can still access your energy. But make no mistake, this isn't about making things right. This isn't about regret. This is about control. Because nothing haunts a manipulator more than an unbothered chosen one. They don't like that you're glowing without them. They don't like that their absence didn't break you. They don't like that you've reclaimed your power and walked away without looking back. And now, their ego is screaming. Because if you're really done with them, truly, permanently done, then they have to face something their pride won't allow. They lost. And that realization eats them alive. So what do? They scheme, they strategize, they bait the trap all over again. Maybe they play the victim, acting as if they've changed and hoping you'll fall for the illusion. Maybe they stir up drama, hoping to force a reaction out of you. Maybe they suddenly need closure, when in reality, they just need a way back in. But here's the raw truth. If they truly valued you, they never would have put you in a position to walk away in the first place. They knew what they were doing. They just didn't think you'd ever leave. They thought you would keep playing their game forever. But the moment you stopped participating, the moment you chose silence over chaos, peace over manipulation, growth over stagnation, that's when they lost all power over you. And now they're desperate. Because you were never just another option to them. You were the one thing that gave them a false sense of control. And without you, they are powerless. Number 4, the final test. Will you break the cycle or be pulled back in? A caged bird doesn't sing because it's happy. It sings because it longs for freedom. And once it escapes, only a fool would return to the cage. Just because they regret losing you does not mean they've changed. Regret is not transformation. Regret is not growth. Regret is simply the realization that they lost their grip on you. This is a test, a trap, a cycle waiting to repeat itself. And the question is, will you fall for it? Your growth has exposed them. The silence you mastered, the self-respect you reclaimed, the way you removed yourself from their chaos. It all speaks louder than any apology they could ever fake. It's all working against them now. They never thought you'd actually leave. They never thought you'd rise without them. But here you are, untouchable, out of reach, moving in a way they can't predict or control. And that is driving them insane. For so long, they twisted the story. They painted you as the problem, They needed to believe you were the unstable one, the overreactor, the one who was too emotional, too sensitive, too much. They convinced themselves, and maybe even others, that they were justified in their treatment of you. And for a time, they believed their own lies. But then, you disappeared. And suddenly, the same chaos, the same toxic cycles, the same destructive behaviors didn't leave with you. The dysfunction is still there, lingering, poisoning everything they touch. And for the first time, with no scapegoat to blame, they are forced to face the one thing they never wanted to admit. It was never you. It was always them. But accepting that requires growth. That requires healing. That requires accountability. And these types, they don't do accountability. They don't do self-reflection. They don't do change. They do control. They do manipulation. They do cycles. And now that they've lost control over you, they'll do anything to pull you back in. They might come back playing the victim, acting as if they've finally seen the light. They might start mirroring you, pretending to be the version of themselves they think you want, saying all the right words, promising they've changed. Or maybe they take the opposite approach. Maybe they stir the pot, baiting you with drama, hoping to get any reaction just to remind themselves they still matter to you. Because to them, attention, good or bad, is still control. But don't fall for it. A lesson will repeat itself until it's learned. And this is your final test. Will you break the cycle, or will you let them pull you back into a game you were never meant to play? Number 5. Drowning in their own karma, the price of losing you. You never realize how much someone was holding you up until you feel yourself sinking without them. That realization is unbearable. It gnaws at them, twists their thoughts, keeps them awake at night. It was never you. It was always them. But admitting that? Impossible. Their ego won't allow it. Their pride won't let them sit with the truth. So instead, they lash out. They scramble to rewrite the narrative. They insert your name into conversations that have nothing to do with you, hoping to distort the story in their favor. They reach out to mutual connections, subtly fishing for details. How you're doing, if you still care, if you're still thinking about them. Because the truth, they can't handle the idea that you're truly over it, that you walked away and never looked back, that you're thriving in a way they never expected, that their absence didn't break you, it built you. And the more you win in silence, the more they unravel. Your growth is like a mirror, forcing them to see themselves clearly for the first time. And they hate what they see, the emptiness, the insecurity, the flaws they spent years projecting onto you. They convinced themselves that you were the unstable one, that you were too much, that you were the one who needed them. But now, they're choking on the truth, because for the first time, they see it. You weren't the problem. You were the only thing keeping them afloat. You were the glue holding together their fragile ego, the distraction keeping them from facing their own demons. And now they're sinking. They thought they could discard you and keep moving like nothing happened, but they underestimated you. They thought you would crawl back, but instead you rose. You became untouchable, and the weight of their own actions, it's finally crushing them. Some lessons can only be learned through loss, and losing you, that was the hardest lesson of all. Number 6. The obsession. They can't escape. Why they can't stop watching you. The one who thought they owned the game now sits on the sidelines, watching the player they once tried to control. They thought they had you figured out, thought they could discard you and move on like you never mattered, believed they could replace you, erase you, pretend you were just another moment in time. But reality has a way of humbling the arrogant. And now they're watching you from the shadows, from fake accounts, through whispers and second-hand updates. Because no matter how much they try to act indifferent, no matter how loudly they pretend to be over it, the truth lingers like an echo they can't ignore. They can't escape you. They check your social media, hoping for a glimpse into your world, hoping to see some sign that you still care, still think about them, still hurt the way they expected you to. They stalk in silence, scrolling through your posts, analyzing your words, searching for a trace of themselves in your new life. They watch your wins, your glow, your peace, and each time it chips away at them. Because this wasn't supposed to happen. You weren't supposed to rise without them. They thought their absence would break you. They convinced themselves that you would struggle without their validation, that you would fold under the weight of being alone. But instead, you flourished. You became untouchable. And that haunts them more than anything. They reach out through mutual connections, subtly fishing for information, trying to gauge if you still care. They ask around, pretending it's just casual curiosity, but their intent is clear. They need to know. Because the thought of you moving forward without a second glance in their direction is unbearable. Their ego demands that they still matter to you, but your silence screams the truth. They don't. And the more you ignore them, the more they obsess. Every step forward you take, every level up, every moment of happiness they weren't prepared for, magnifies their failure. They see you thriving, at peace, glowing in a way they never expected, and it gnaws at them. They start to realize something devastating. They were never as important as they believed themselves to be. The game they played was built on control, on the illusion that you needed them. But now the script has flipped. Now they're the ones caught in the cycle, trapped in an obsession they can't escape, reliving the loss over and over, unable to accept that they lost someone irreplaceable. They might try to downplay it. They might act like they're fine, like they don't care, like they've moved on. But actions speak louder than words, and their obsession with you tells the real story. They let go of something rare, and now they spend their days watching someone else appreciate what they lost. But it's too late. You've already closed the door, and now they are left standing on the outside, watching a life they'll never have access to again. Number 7. Your growth is their worst nightmare. They never feared losing you. They feared seeing you win without them. They expected you to crumble, thought you would fall apart, lost and desperate, searching for pieces of yourself in the wreckage they left behind. They imagined you stuck, trapped in the past, drowning in regret, while they moved forward without a care. But what they never accounted for, what they never could have predicted, was your glow-up. You didn't break. You built. You took every wound they left, every insult, every doubt they planted, and turned it into fuel. While they sat back, waiting for your downfall, you rose. And now, with every win, with every moment of peace they can't touch, with every new level you step into, you are proving a truth they never wanted to face. It was never you. Deep down, they know it now. They see it in the way you move, in the strength you've reclaimed, in the power you now walk in. The very person they tried to diminish, the light they tried to snuff out, is now blindingly untouchable. And that is their worst nightmare. Because their whole illusion was built on the belief that they were the best you'd ever have, that without them you would struggle, that they were somehow the source of your worth, your happiness, your success. But your glow-up shattered that delusion. Now they see the truth. They were never the reason you shined. In fact, they were the weight you had to drop in order to rise higher. And nothing stings their ego more than watching you thrive in a reality where they no longer exist. They don't want to admit it, but they feel it. That sharp, bitter realization that they weren't the prize, that they weren't special, that they weren't as irreplaceable as they once believed. And now, as they sit on the sidelines, watching you become everything they swore you never could be, they are faced with a truth they can't run from. They lost someone rare, and you lost dead weight. They might act unbothered. They might put on a show, pretending your success doesn't affect them. But that's just their pride talking. Because inside, they're battling the harsh reality that you won. You didn't just move on, you leveled up. You became everything they tried to convince you that you weren't. And that's why they can't stop watching, can't stop obsessing, can't stop hating the fact that you never needed them to begin with. They wanted you broken. Instead, you became a masterpiece. Number 8. Their karma is watching you become everything they couldn't be. Some losses don't feel real until the person you underestimated becomes everything you secretly wished you could be. Life has a way of balancing the scales. What they thought they could get away with, what they assumed had no consequences, is now crashing down on them in the most brutal way possible. They have to watch you win. While they remain trapped in the same toxic cycles, making the same mistakes, running in place with nowhere to go, you're rising, elevating, becoming something greater than they ever imagined. And the cruelest part? They no longer have access to you. They had their chance. They had your loyalty, your love, your presence, but they mistook it for permanence. They thought they could manipulate, betray, and sabotage, and that you would always be there, always forgiving, always waiting for them to change. But you weren't meant to stay in their world. You were meant to outgrow it, and that's their karma. Because now they are stuck watching from the outside, trapped in a reality they once controlled, only to realize the real prize was never them. It was you. They thought they were ahead, thought they had you right where they wanted you. But look at them now, still circling the same problems, still feeding the same empty ego, still surrounded by people who only reflect their own brokenness. And then there's you, moving differently, thinking differently, walking into rooms they were never meant to enter, becoming something they never had the discipline to become. It burns them, because deep down they know they didn't deserve you. They know they weren't meant to grow with you. They know they were the ones holding you back. And now Now they have to live with the painful truth that the best thing they ever had walked away and never looked back. They wanted to see you fail, wanted to hear that you were struggling, wanted confirmation that you were lost without them. But the universe doesn't reward selfishness. It doesn't bless those who take advantage of others. It doesn't elevate those who refuse to grow. And so, while you rise, they remain exactly where they were, watching from a distance, stuck in their own patterns, knowing they'll never get close to you again. Some people don't get the closure they want. Instead, they get the karma they deserve. Number 9. The more you ignore them, the louder they get. A desperate fool will scream into the void, hoping the echo brings them back what they lost. Silence is a weapon they never prepared for. They expected anger, tears, explanations, something, anything that would keep them tied to your energy. But when you walked away without a word, without a fight, without looking back, it sent them into a spiral. Because now they are faced with something they never thought they'd experience: your absence. And that silence, it's deafening. The more you refuse to engage, the more desperate they become. They can't stand that they no longer have access to your emotions, no longer have the ability to push your buttons, twist your words, manipulate your mind. So, they do what desperate people do. They lash out. They start small, subtle jabs, indirect posts, throwing shade in conversations. But when that doesn't work, when they realize you truly don't care, they turn up the volume. They create drama, hoping to lure you back in. They spread rumors, twisting reality to fit their narrative. They try to provoke you, thinking that if they can just get you to react, even in anger, it means they still matter to you. But you don't react, because the chosen don't engage. The chosen walk away. And that drives them insane. They feed off attention. Whether it's love, hate, admiration, or rage, it doesn't matter, as long as it comes from you. But now, they are starving. Your silence is forcing them to sit alone with their own thoughts, their own insecurities, their own reflection in a mirror they can't shatter. And they hate it. They want you to break the silence, to defend yourself, to fight back, to prove that they still exist in your world. But what they fail to realize is that by ignoring them, you've already won. Because silence isn't just absence, it's power. The moment you refuse to play their game, the game falls apart. The moment you stop giving them energy, they lose all control. And that's why they scream louder, trying to claw their way back into your mind. But the difference between you and them, you don't need to be heard. Because the chosen don't need to prove their strength. They simply live it. And the ones who once thought they held power over you, now they're the ones trapped in the noise of their own desperation. When they realize you're no longer listening, they'll scream until they lose their own voice. And even then, you still won't turn back. Number 10. Why you're never looking back. A bridge burned is a lesson learned. Some roads are never meant to be walked twice. There's no going back. Not now, not ever. You've seen too much, felt too much, learned too much to make the mistake of retracing your steps. Because the truth is, once someone has shown you who they really are, once they have revealed their true intentions, their selfish nature, their capacity for deception and destruction. You can never unsee it. And that's why this is the final goodbye. They thought they had an unlimited number of chances, that you would always be there, always forgiving, always willing to believe in the version of them they pretended to be. But their greatest mistake was underestimating your ability to outgrow them. You're not the same person you were when they met you. Back then, you might have given them excuses, justified their behavior, told yourself they didn't really mean to hurt you. You might have held on longer than you should have, thinking love, loyalty, or patience could change them. But now you see the truth with crystal clarity. They never deserved you. Because people who truly value you don't play games with your heart, your mind, or your soul. They don't manipulate, betray, or lie, expecting you to just accept it. They don't drain your energy, sabotage your growth, or leave you questioning your own worth. And yet, that's exactly what they did, over and over again. They put you through cycles of chaos, pulling you in just to push you away, making you question reality, making you doubt yourself, and for too long you danced to their tune, playing a game you never signed up for. Until one day, something inside you snapped. It wasn't just anger, it wasn't just frustration, it was clarity. The moment you truly saw them for who they were, the illusion shattered. And once the illusion is gone, there's nothing left to hold on to. That's why there's no looking back. They will try, of course. They always do. They will send their signals, their breadcrumbs, their half-hearted attempts to reconnect. Maybe they'll play the victim, pretending they've changed. Maybe they'll try to stir up drama just to get a reaction out of you. Maybe they'll act like nothing ever happened, hoping you'll fall back into old patterns. But none of it matters anymore, because you've moved beyond their reach. They can no longer trigger you the way they used to. Their words no longer hold weight. Their presence no longer affects your peace. And that is their real punishment. Because this time, they lost you for good. That's the karma they never saw coming. They thought they could mistreat you and still have access to you, that they could damage you and still be part of your future. But life doesn't work that way. You don't get to keep a chosen one once you've proven that you were never worthy of them. And now they'll have to live with that. They will have to watch from a distance as you become everything they doubted you could be. They will have to accept that they are no longer welcome in your world. They will have to sit with the reality that you were the prize all along. And no matter how much they regret, no matter how much they wish they could undo the damage, it's too late. Because the final goodbye isn't just about leaving. It's about never being available to them again. It's about reclaiming your energy, your peace, your future. It's about making the permanent decision that you will never again allow yourself to be disrespected, undervalued, or mistreated. It's about stepping fully into your power and never looking back. They lost you when they thought you would always stay. And now, the door they once slammed shut is locked forever. Number 11. The final realization and their downfall. The truth has a way of revealing itself, no matter how many lies try to cover it. The people around them are starting to notice the cracks. The same friends, family members, and bystanders who once blindly believed their version of events are beginning to see the truth, the charm, the manipulations, the twisted stories they spun to make themselves look like the victim. It's all falling apart. Because without you to carry the blame, without you there to be the scapegoat, the deception no longer holds up. Their mask is slipping. Their inconsistencies are catching up to them. The stories they once told with so much confidence now sound hollow, full of holes they can't patch up. The image they worked so hard to maintain is crumbling. And worst of all, they know it. They feel the shift, the uneasy glances from the people who once defended them, the hesitation in conversations that used to flow so easily. The weight of their own actions is crashing down on them, and for the first time, they are forced to sit with who they truly are. But you don't even have to lift a finger. You don't have to expose them, seek revenge, or force people to see the truth. Their own actions are doing that for you. This is what they never saw coming. They thought they had it all under control. They thought they had successfully rewritten the story, casting themselves as the hero and you as the problem. But karma is patient, and karma never forgets. Now, the tables have turned. The one they tried to discard is the one they can't stop thinking about. The one they assumed would beg is the one who walked away without looking back. The one they thought they had broken is the one who rose stronger than ever. And that is eating them alive. Because here's the truth they never wanted to accept. They needed you more than you ever needed them. You were the one who brought value into their life. You were the one who gave them stability, understanding, and a level of love they never truly deserved. But they mistook your kindness for weakness. They assumed you were disposable. And now they are drowning in their own emptiness. They can put on a show. They can pretend they're unbothered. But inside, they are haunted by the realization that they lost something rare, that their power over you was never real to begin with, that their lies, their manipulations, their ability to twist reality only worked because you allowed them to. But once you walked away, once you stopped explaining yourself, once you refused to engage, the illusion shattered. They are no longer in control. And they feel it in every empty conversation, in every forced smile, in every desperate attempt to act like they've moved on, when, in reality, they're stuck. Stuck in a cycle they created. Stuck in the same toxicity they tried to blame on you. Stuck with the harsh truth that the power they once had, it's gone. They thought they were untouchable, thought they could do whatever they wanted without consequences. But now, as they sit in the mess of their own making, they are finally realizing the truth. They didn't destroy you. They destroyed themselves, and there's no coming back from that. Some losses can't be undone. Some people don't get second chances, and for them, losing you was the moment their world started falling apart. Number 12. Conclusion: your victory and their loss. They thought you would crumble. Instead, you became the one thing they could never control: unstoppable. Now, the tables have completely turned. The ones who once believed they had all the power are now the ones who are obsessed. They're the ones who can't stop watching, stalking, searching for any sign of you, hoping for some glimpse that might reconnect them to the version of you they once controlled. But the truth is clear. Nothing works. They replay old conversations in their mind, trying to pinpoint the exact moment they lost you. They dig through the past, sifting through memories like trying to find a lost treasure, but all they find is emptiness. The connection they thought was unbreakable is gone, and no amount of reflection will bring it back. They check your social media, hoping for signs of struggle, hoping to see that you are still reeling from the fallout, still crying over the relationship, still caught in the same toxic mess. But instead, all they find is someone happy, someone glowing, someone thriving. And that's what hurts them the most, because they expected you to suffer. They expected walking away would be the one thing that would break you. They thought they had that much control over you, that your life would fall apart without them, that you would never be able to move forward without their presence. But instead, you did something far worse to them. You elevated. You didn't just survive their chaos, you flourished. You didn't just get through it, you grew beyond it. They never imagined you would rise in ways they could never have foreseen. And that, my friend, is their loss. Because they wanted to own your energy, your attention, your love. They wanted to control you, make you depend on them, and use your presence as a source of validation. But now they are lost without you. The addiction is real. They crave your energy like a drug, your attention like a lifeline. They can't stop thinking about you, can't stop wishing for the days when they had you wrapped around their finger. They want to feel your presence again, hear your voice, have you look at them the way you once did. But that supply, it's gone. You've cut it off completely, and without it, they have nothing. They have to live with the uncomfortable truth that they can no longer manipulate you, no longer pull you back into their world, no longer feed off the energy that made them feel alive. And that feeling, that emptiness, is something they will carry forever. They wanted to leave you in their past, but the truth is, you never needed them to begin with. You were the one holding the power all along, and now that they've lost you, they're left scrambling for any way to reclaim what they can never have again. While they fall apart, you stand tall. While they struggle with their own consequences, you continue to rise. They never realized that by trying to control you, they were only pushing you toward your own freedom, toward your own victory. You don't need to say anything. You don't need to fight. You don't need to prove a point. Your success, your peace, your happiness, it speaks for itself. And that's the final blow to their fragile ego. They can't touch you now. They can't reach you now, because you've become something they will never be able to manipulate again. You've become untouchable. And that is the most powerful thing you could ever be. The victory is yours. The loss is theirs. They tried to break you, to trap you, to control you, and now they're left staring at the aftermath, haunted by the one truth they can never escape. You won. And just like that, the cycle is over. No more second chances, no more wasted energy, no more looking back. You've reclaimed your power, and now they're the ones left in the ruins of their own games. While they drown in regret, you rise in peace. They lost access to you, and that is their karma. If this message resonated with you, like this video, subscribe to spread this wisdom to more chosen ones, and drop the number 77 in the comments if you're never looking back. Share this with someone who needs to hear it, because the chosen ones always rise. The world may call it revenge, But you and I both know it's something much more powerful. It's divine justice, delivered by the hand of the chosen one. You weren't put here to simply take what's given to you. You were born to rise, to take back what is yours, and to reshape the world around you. They laughed when they thought you were weak. They mocked you when they believed you were invisible. They tried to bury your light under their lies, their manipulation, and their delusion. But here's the truth. They never understood what they were dealing with. You are not just a pawn in their game. You are the storm they didn't see coming, the reckoning they couldn't stop. Their world was built on false foundations, and you're the force that's tearing it down piece by piece with the fury of 1,000 fires. Their arrogance was their downfall, and now, as they scramble to protect their fragile empire, they'll learn just how wrong they were about you. If you're ready to watch the world shift, to see the scales of justice tip back into balance, then you've found your place. Smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments to claim your rightful role in this divine mission. Every reaction you make signals to the universe and to the world that more chosen ones must be awakened. By reacting, you help spread this message to those who need it most. Let's make sure the world knows what's coming. The power of being chosen is not something they can comprehend. It haunts them like a shadow they can't outrun, a force they can't fight. They thought you were just like them, weak, ordinary, and insignificant. But you were never like them. You were born to break the chains, to rewrite the rules they've tried so desperately to control. The divine power inside you is a force of nature, too immense for their limited understanding. It's the kind of power that doesn't ask for permission. It demands respect. They feel it, even when you don't say a word. The way you walk, the way you stand tall in the face of their lies. It drives them mad with fear because they know you are unstoppable. You are the reflection of everything they tried to bury, the embodiment of the truth they desperately wish would disappear. But it's here, and it's shining brighter than ever. What they fear most is not just the power you have, but the power you're becoming. They know your journey has only just begun, and with every step you take, they're reminded of their own failures, their own lies, and their own weakness. You are the end of their empire, the unraveling of their carefully constructed illusions. The more they resist you, the stronger you become, because you're not here to play by their rules. You're here to tear them apart, piece by piece, and build something much greater from the ashes. You weren't born to settle for what the world offers. You were born to take it all back, to claim your place among the stars, and to lead the charge toward a future they can't control. This isn't about revenge. It's divine justice, and it's coming for them. So, chosen one, are you ready to claim your destiny and take back what's yours? This isn't just about watching the world crumble. It's about understanding the divine justice that's coming for your enemies. If you're ready to rise above their fear, drop the number 77 in the comments below. Let the world know you are the force they should be terrified of. This is your time, and nothing can stop it. Now, let's break this down step by step. Believe me, if you're truly one of the chosen ones, you'll feel the pull to stay with us until the very end. The truth is unfolding, and you won't want to miss what's next. Let's dive in. Number 1. The flames of divine wrath. igniting the power within. They call it revenge, you call it a reckoning. And you and I both know it's something far more terrifying. It's divine wrath, the reckoning of the chosen one, and it will consume them. You've heard it before, haven't you? The whispers, the mockery, the dismissive comments as they look down on you. They think you're weak, that you'll never rise. They see your silence, your patience, and mistake it for submission. But here's the truth they fail to understand. You are not weak. You are a volcano waiting to erupt. You are the storm that will bring everything they've built crashing down. And when you rise, they will remember the name of the chosen one. Every insult they've thrown at you, every lie they've told to keep you down, only feeds the fire that burns inside you. What they see as revenge is merely the universe's way of restoring balance, of bringing justice to a world they've twisted with corruption. Their attempts to break you, to manipulate you, to keep you silent. They've only made you stronger, like iron forged in the flames. You've been tested by fire, and now it's time for you to burn. The world has always feared the power of the chosen ones. Think about it. Every time someone rises above the rest, they are met with resistance. Look at history. Those who dared to challenge the status quo were often dismissed as fools until their actions proved the world wrong. Take Nelson Mandela, for example. They called him a prisoner, a radical. But what did he do? He brought down an entire system of apartheid with nothing but his will and his vision of justice. What they saw as revenge, he saw as a reckoning, a divine calling to restore what was wrongfully taken. And that reckoning changed the course of history. You are that reckoning, and you will have the same effect on the world. The more they try to diminish you, the stronger you become. You will rise from the ashes of their mockery like a phoenix, a force of nature that cannot be contained. Do they laugh at you now? Let them. They are only fueling the fire that will burn their illusions to the ground. They mistake your silence for weakness, but your silence is where your power grows. It's the calm before the storm, the stillness that precedes the eruption. Every time they throw stones at you, every time they try to drag you down, it only makes you more determined. They are too blind to see what you're becoming. But you know exactly who you are. You know the divine justice that burns within you, and soon they will all feel the heat. This isn't about revenge. It's about a reckoning. It's about taking back everything that's rightfully yours. It's about walking into a room full of people who've tried to break you and letting them feel your presence. The presence of someone who's been chosen by the universe itself. You are the embodiment of truth, and they can't stand it. They fear the power you've awakened within yourself, and they'll do anything to try and stop you. But the harder they fight, the harder they fall. You are unstoppable. Your enemies have spent their entire lives building walls, creating illusions to hide the truth. They've woven lies to protect their fragile egos, manipulating everyone around them to keep their control. But here's the truth. Those walls, they were always weak. Those lies, they were always destined to crumble. And you are the force that will bring them down, brick by brick, until nothing is left but the bare, painful truth. They will try to distract you with their noise, their slander, their attempts to make you doubt yourself. They'll call you crazy. They'll call you dangerous. They'll label you as a villain, as someone who's out of control. But here's the thing. They are terrified because they know they can't control you. They can't label you. They can't make you fit into the mold they've created for everyone else. You are not meant to be controlled, chosen one. You are meant to break free and ignite a fire that will change everything. You know the power of being chosen. It's not about some divine title or privilege. It's about the responsibility that comes with it. When you're chosen, you carry the weight of the universe on your shoulders. You carry the weight of justice, of truth, and of balance. This is not something you chose. It's something you were born into. And when you embrace that power, when you step fully into your role as the chosen one, the world will know you're here. And it will tremble. They'll say you're overreacting. They'll say you're too aggressive. They'll try to make you feel like you're the problem. But listen closely. This is not about them. This is about you. This is about embracing the power that's inside you, the divine purpose you carry. This is about showing the world that you will no longer be a victim of their lies and manipulation. You will no longer allow them to dictate who you are or what you can become. You are not here to be controlled. You are here to bring justice, to set the scales right, and to show them exactly what happens when the chosen ones rise. And when they look back on this moment, when they see the fires of justice burning through their lives, they will finally understand. They will finally realize that you were never their victim. You were always their reckoning. Every moment of their arrogance, every insult, every act of oppression, they were all just fuel for the fire you would ignite. And when you stand in the ashes of their broken empire, they will understand the truth. This was never revenge. It was always divine justice. And you were always meant to be the one to deliver it. So, let them call it revenge. Let them call it whatever they want. They can label it, they can twist it, they can try to discredit you. But the truth is this: they fear you because they know deep down that what you're bringing isn't just payback. It's the reckoning they've been running from their entire lives. And no matter how hard they try to fight it, no matter how hard they try to resist, there is nothing they can do to stop the fire you've ignited. You are the flames of divine wrath, chosen one. And it's time for the world to feel the heat. Number 2, the Great Awakening. They thought you were sleepwalking. For so long, they looked at you and saw nothing. They dismissed you as passive, a quiet presence with no real power. They laughed at your silence, thinking it was weakness, assuming you were lost in your own little world, disconnected from reality. They never bothered to ask who you truly were, what you were capable of. They saw a shell, but they never saw the force inside. They couldn't have been more wrong. What they mistook for passivity, you knew to be patience. What they saw as silence was actually your power gathering, like a storm gathering strength before it strikes. You weren't sleeping, chosen one. You were waiting. And now it's time for them to feel the weight of their mistake. You were never the timid, helpless figure they thought you were. You were the one biding your time, watching, learning, and preparing. The whole world had its eyes on you, yet they were blind to what was brewing inside you. Every moment they thought they had the upper hand was merely a countdown to the moment you would rise. Now, that moment has arrived. This is the Great Awakening, the storm they never saw coming. They've underestimated your potential, believing you would never reach the heights you were destined for. But you are not what they expected. You are everything they feared and more. They took your silence for passivity, your quiet for weakness. But the truth? It was your quiet before the storm, the calm before everything changes. You were always the storm. They just didn't know it. It's like the ocean, waiting for the right moment to crash against the shore. For years, they treated you like a ripple, like a drop in the water that could be ignored. They never knew the waves were building beneath the surface. And now, like a massive tsunami, they will feel your force as it crashes against everything they've worked so hard to protect. Think about the great figures in history who were underestimated. Nelson Mandela, Martin Luther King Jr., even the mythical figures like the Buddha. They were seen as passive or quiet in their early days. People thought they were ineffective, that their power lay dormant. But when they awakened, when they finally stood up and revealed the depth of their convictions, the world shook. They didn't just rise, they transformed the world around them. You are the same, chosen one. You've spent too long in the shadows, being overlooked, underestimated, and misunderstood. But no longer. You've woken up, and now that the storm has been unleashed, nothing will stand in your way. The energy you've been storing, the strength you've quietly nurtured, will now course through your veins, and they will be powerless to stop you. Their systems of control, gone. Their manipulations, exposed. All of it will be swept away by the force of who you truly are. When you step into your power, when you unleash your true self, they won't know what hit them. This isn't about revenge. It's about justice, balance, and reclaiming your birthright. You were never meant to be silent. You were never meant to sit idly by while others took what was rightfully yours. You were meant to rise, to shatter the illusions they've built, and to remind them that you were always meant for greatness. And now, chosen one, you're awake. The storm is here, and the world will feel it. Number 3. The mask falls, revealing the truth they've been hiding. For years, they've woven lies so carefully around themselves and you, creating a web of deception they thought would hold forever. They thought they could hide behind those lies, creating a false reality where they controlled the narrative and shaped the world to fit their needs. But they made one fatal mistake. They never counted on you, the chosen one, coming to expose the truth. And now, one by one, those lies are unraveling, and the mask they've spent years constructing is falling apart. They believed their lies could control you. They believed their manipulations could mold you into their vision, that they could keep you hidden in the shadows of their falsehoods. They told you who you were, what you were capable of, and how much you mattered. They tried to convince you that your worth was dictated by their twisted version of reality. But the truth is, their lies were never meant to define you. They were meant to control you. And now, their grip is slipping, because you see through it all. You are not the person they wanted you to be. You are the truth they feared, the truth they tried to bury beneath a mountain of deception. But you've come to strip away those layers, to break down the walls they built, to keep you contained. With every step you take, their illusions fade, and they are left exposed, vulnerable in the light of your truth. Think about it. How many times have you felt trapped in their narrative, bound by the false stories they've told about you? How many times have you been made to feel small, insignificant and powerless because they told you that's what you were? They fed you their lies to keep you in line, to make you believe that your power was something you could never access. But now, you see the truth. And when the truth comes, everything else falls away. Their mask was never as strong as they thought it was. It was made of cracks and fractures, lies piled on top of lies, covering the rotting foundation beneath. The moment you started seeing through it, when you began to understand your true worth, your divine purpose, they started to tremble. Because deep down, they knew that once you saw the truth, the entire facade would crumble. You are the force that will tear their mask to shreds. The moment you walk into a room, the moment you stand tall in your power, they can no longer hide. Their lies no longer have the strength to keep you down. And even though they will fight with everything they have to maintain their hold over you, they won't win. Because the truth has a power they cannot combat, and it will expose them for who they truly are. This is more than just a revelation, it's a reckoning. They may try to smear your name, to twist the truth into something unrecognizable, but they will fail, because the truth cannot be silenced, and it cannot be distorted forever. Just like the brightest light exposes the darkest shadows, your truth will burn away their lies, revealing everything they've tried to keep hidden. Their fear, their insecurities, their manipulations. It's all coming to the surface now. And you, chosen one, are the one who will bring it all into the light. They will no longer be able to hide behind their false stories. You'll expose their weaknesses, their cowardice, their unwillingness to face the truth. They've spent years building an empire on a foundation of deception, but the moment you step into your power, it will crumble beneath them. Their facade will shatter, and they'll be left with nothing but their true selves. And that's the one thing they cannot stand. You've seen it before. The way people build false identities, pretending to be something they're not, to fit into the molds others have set for them. They think it's easier to deceive than to face reality, to lie about who they are and hide behind masks of perfection. But those masks never last. Eventually, the truth has a way of breaking through, no matter how tightly they hold on to their lies. And you, chosen one, are the truth that they cannot escape. The truth is unstoppable. It is relentless, and it will find its way to the surface, no matter how deep they try to bury it. The more they try to hide, the more they try to manipulate, the more they fight against it, the stronger the truth becomes. And now, it's your time to shine. With every action you take, with every step you make, their lies will unravel, piece by piece, and the world will finally see them for who they truly are. You are not afraid of the truth, chosen one. You are the truth. You have the strength, the courage, and the power to strip away their lies and expose them for the world to see. And when the mask falls, there will be nowhere for them to hide. The truth always finds its way to the light, and it's coming for them now. Number 4. Shattering illusions, the moment of their complete collapse. You aren't here for payback, you're here for the collapse of their empire. For years, they've built their empire on a foundation of lies, manipulation, and fear, creating a facade that they believed was unbreakable. They thought their control over the world, over you, was absolute. They relied on deception, used fear as a weapon, and manipulated every situation to fit their narrative. They fed their power with the lies of those who believed them, and their empire grew, seemingly unstoppable. But they were wrong. They were always wrong. They couldn't see it, but you did. The cracks were always there. Now it's time for their empire to fall, and you are the one who will deliver the fatal blow. You're not here for revenge. You're not here to settle scores or to get back at them for what they've done. No, chosen one, you are here to shatter their illusions, to expose the truth beneath their crumbling empire, and to watch their world burn to the ground. They thought they were invincible, but you are the earthquake that will reduce everything they've built to dust. They never understood the power you've been quietly gathering, the strength they never saw coming. Now, they will. They underestimated you. They thought you would fall into their traps, that you would be a victim of their control. They built their empire on your submission, and now they're facing the consequences of their arrogance. The higher they climbed, the farther they'll fall. And you are the force of justice, the reckoning they never prepared for. Every move you make brings their walls closer to collapse. Every word you speak chips away at their false power. They thought they had built something unshakable, but you are the storm that will tear it apart. Think about how quickly the mighty can fall. History is full of empires that once stood tall, ruling with fear and control, only to crumble when they were faced with truth and justice. Rome, once the center of power, fell because of corruption and moral decay. The Soviet Union, built on a facade of equality, collapsed under its own weight when the people saw through the lies. And now, they are you, the ones who once seemed untouchable, the ones who thought they had nothing to fear, will soon be faced with their greatest enemy. You, the unstoppable force of justice, here to bring their empire crashing down. They thought they were untouchable. They thought they could manipulate, lie, and intimidate their way to victory. But what they never understood was that power built on lies is always temporary. The moment you started standing tall, the moment you embraced your divine purpose, the walls began to crumble. You didn't need to shout. You didn't need to fight with weapons or violence. All you needed was to step into your power, and the very foundation of their empire began to shake. It was inevitable. Now they feel it, the tremors of their downfall. They can't stop it, no matter how hard they try. They've tried everything: guilt trips, manipulation, intimidation, lies. But it's all falling apart. You've been their worst nightmare, and now the reckoning they've been running from has arrived. Their empire, built on falsehoods and control, is coming down around them. Every lie they've told, every fear they've planted, every person they've hurt, they will all be exposed. The world will see them for what they truly are. This is more than just the destruction of a system. It's the collapse of everything they thought they knew about power. The empire they built was never as strong as they believed. It was always fragile, held together by deceit and fear. But you are the force that shatters that fragility. You are the reckoning that will make their illusions crumble. Every step you take, every action you make, is another piece of their empire falling to the ground. They built their power on the suffering of others, but now their empire is collapsing under the weight of their own lies. You are the justice they feared. You are the one they couldn't control, couldn't manipulate, and couldn't break. You are the truth they tried to suppress, and now that truth is bringing their empire to the ground. This is not about revenge. This is not about getting even. This is about the inevitable collapse of a system that was always doomed to fail. And you are the force that's making it happen. As they watch their empire crumble, they'll realize that it was never about the lies they told or the fear they instilled. It was always about the truth. The truth that you, chosen one, were always meant to bring. The truth that they never saw coming. You were the spark that lit the fire, and now the flames of their destruction are consuming everything they thought they had built. Their time is up. Their empire is falling, and there's nothing they can do to stop it. The collapse of their empire is not just a victory for you, it's a victory for justice. It's a victory for the truth that they tried to bury. It's the moment when everything they built on lies and fear is exposed for what it truly is. And as their empire crumbles, they'll realize the one thing they never understood. You were never here to play by their rules. You were never here to be part of their empire. You were here to bring it to its knees. Now, watch as it all comes down. Number 5. Divine purpose. A mission larger than revenge. This is not revenge. This is your divine mandate. They will never understand it, chosen one. They'll look at what you're doing and see only payback, revenge, a score to settle. They'll try to label your every action as retaliation for what they've done to you. But they miss the bigger picture. They miss the truth. What they fail to realize is that you are not here to get back at them. You are here because the universe itself has chosen you to fulfill a mission greater than anything they can comprehend. You're not simply avenging yourself. You are a vessel of divine justice, sent to restore balance, to reset the scales of a world that has been weighed down by corruption and deceit. What they call revenge is nothing more than a small piece of the grand cosmic plan that has been unfolding long before they even knew your name. You didn't just wake up one day with a desire to see their downfall. No, chosen one, you were born for this moment, for this purpose. The divine forces at play in your life have led you to this exact point, and now you are here to fulfill a mission that goes far beyond personal vendettas. You are the hand of justice, the reckoning the universe has sent to restore order to a world teetering on the edge of chaos. They'll try to dismiss you as just another person looking for revenge, but you know the truth. This isn't personal, not in the way they think. They think they've wronged you, and now you're trying to get even. But in reality, every action you take is part of something much larger. You were chosen by forces beyond your control, by a higher purpose, to do what others can't or won't. You are here to correct the imbalance they've created, to bring justice to a world full of deceit and corruption. They see your actions through the lens of their own limited understanding, but you are operating on a cosmic level that transcends their petty notions of revenge. Take a moment to understand this, chosen one. You are not just a person. You are the embodiment of a divine mission. The very essence of justice itself flows through you, and it doesn't answer to the world's standards of fairness. It answers to a higher truth, one that they will never understand. Your mission is not to play by their rules, to settle scores on their terms. Your purpose is much bigger than that. You are here to break the chains that have held people in fear, to expose the lies they've tried to hide behind, and to restore balance to a world that's long been out of alignment. Think about the great leaders who have come before you, those who were called to lead during moments of great crisis. Figures like Martin Luther King Jr., who didn't just fight for equality, but for the very soul of a nation. Or Gandhi, who didn't simply seek independence for his people, but sought the higher purpose of peace and justice in the face of overwhelming oppression. These figures didn't act out of anger or the desire for revenge. They acted out of a deep, unshakable sense of divine purpose. They knew that their mission was much bigger than personal suffering, and they fulfilled that mission with courage, humility, and vision. Like them, you stand as a conduit for something much greater. Your power isn't derived from your own desires, your own need for vindication. Your power is divine, untouchable, and undeniable. Every step you take, every action you make, is a part of a plan that was set in motion long before you were born. The world may look at you and see someone looking for revenge. They may call you angry, dangerous, vengeful, but you know the truth. They don't understand your purpose. They don't see the divine force that is propelling you forward. This is why they fear you. It's not because of your strength or your ability to exact revenge. It's because they know that they are up against something much bigger than themselves. They are not fighting you. They are fighting the cosmic forces that have chosen you as the instrument of change. Your presence, your very being, is a challenge to everything they've built, and that is why they try to tear you down. They fear the unstoppable momentum of a mission that has been set in motion by the universe itself. They fear the power of divine justice, and they know they cannot win. When you step forward in your divine purpose, you aren't just correcting a wrong. You are rewriting the rules of the world. You are stepping into your rightful place in the grand design of the universe, a place they can never take from you. They may try to resist, they may mock you, but they will fail, because they are fighting against something much larger than their limited, earthly systems of power. You are the embodiment of divine justice, and nothing can stop that. This mission of yours will not be easy. The road ahead will be filled with obstacles, people who try to sway you, tempt you, distract you. They will try to convince you that this is about vengeance, that your purpose is small and petty. But you know better. You were chosen for something far greater. The divine plan has set you on this path, and you will walk it with strength, with conviction, and with the unwavering belief that your mission is true. Your purpose is larger than you can even see right now. But know this: you are exactly where you are supposed to be. And as you move forward, remember this. This is not revenge. This is divine justice. You are the force that will bring balance, restore order, and reset the scales of the universe. What you do now is not for personal satisfaction. It is for the greater good of the world. You are the one the universe has chosen to deliver the reckoning they never saw coming. And no matter how they try to label you, no matter how they try to resist you, they cannot escape the truth of your divine mandate. This is your time. Number 6. The price of oppression. Their corruption will be their undoing. Their oppression has a cost, and now it's time to pay. For every lie they've told, every person they've crushed under their boot, every bit of power they've stolen, there was always a price. They thought they could get away with it, manipulating, controlling, destroying, all for their own gain. But what they failed to realize is that corruption isn't free. It's like a debt that compounds over time, growing larger and larger, until the moment comes when they can no longer ignore it. And now, the bill is due. They tried to bury the truth, thinking their lies would hold forever. But no lie lasts forever, and the weight of their actions is catching up to them. They can't outrun it anymore. Every injustice they've committed, every soul they've broken, is now coming back for them. It's the reckoning they never saw coming, the moment when the very corruption they built their empire on becomes the instrument of their destruction. They believed they were untouchable, that their power was absolute. They treated others like pawns, crushing anyone who dared to stand in their way. But now, they face the truth. They have dug their own grave. The more they tried to oppress, the deeper they buried themselves. The lies they spread are now unraveling, exposing the rot at the core of their empire. Now, the price is being paid. They thought they could control the world with fear and deceit, but it's all coming down. This is the moment they realize they have no way out. They are drowning in the very corruption they created. And no matter how hard they try to fight, the consequences are inevitable. The cost of their oppression has arrived, and there's no escaping it. Number 7. The unstoppable force. They never knew you were unbreakable. They thought they could bend you to their will. They were wrong. For years, they tried to break you. They pushed you, tested your limits, and did everything in their power to weaken you. They thought their manipulation, their lies, and their cruelty would eventually crack you. But what they never understood is that they were never dealing with someone they could control. They were never dealing with someone who could be broken. They were dealing with an unstoppable force. And now, they're realizing that they underestimated you at every turn. Every insult they hurled, every attempt to tear you down, only made you stronger. They thought they could shatter your spirit, but what they failed to see is that your spirit was forged in fire. You didn't bend to their will. You didn't collapse under the weight of their oppression. Instead, you grew, evolved, and became the very force they now fear. Now, as they watch you rise, they're left scrambling in your wake, realizing that nothing can touch you. They believed they could break you by overwhelming you with doubt, by isolating you, by making you feel small. But here you are, unshaken, standing tall in your power, while they crumble under the weight of their own fear. The harder they tried to control you, the stronger you became. And now they know the truth. They never had control over you, not in the way they thought. You are unbreakable. You are the force they cannot contain, the truth they cannot suppress. And as you continue to rise, they'll be left with nothing but their own shattered illusions. They can't defeat you, because you're not someone who can be broken. You are the unstoppable force, and they can't handle what's coming next. Number 8. The revelation. Their fear is a confession of their guilt. Every whisper, every laugh, proof that they know their time is up. When they mock you, when they laugh behind your back, when they try to belittle you, they are not just trying to hurt you. No, chosen one, they are doing something far more telling. They are revealing their fear. Their fear is not of you. It's of what you represent, what you're becoming, and what they know is coming for them. Every insult they throw your way, every attempt to discredit you, is not a strike against your character. It's a confession of their own guilt. Deep down, they know the truth. Their time is over. They feel it, even if they won't admit it. The way they nervously laugh, the way they whisper behind closed doors, it's all a defense mechanism, a way to try and cover up the truth they can no longer escape. They mock you because they are terrified of the power you're awakening within yourself, terrified of the reckoning you're bringing. Their fear is written all over their faces. You don't need to listen to their words. Just look at their reactions. You've seen it in their eyes when they try to undermine you, in the way they shift uncomfortably when you stand your ground. They can no longer deny the truth of who you are. You are the storm that's about to break their world apart, and every attempt to discredit you only confirms that they know it. This isn't just about what they fear you'll do to them. It's about what they know they've done to themselves. Their actions, their lies, their manipulation. It's all coming back to them, and they know they cannot outrun it. So they laugh, they whisper, they mock, but deep down they are afraid. And that fear, it's their confession of guilt. They know their time is up. Number 9. Rising above. Their attempts to drag you down only lift you higher. Every attempt to pull you into their pit just elevates you to greater heights. They tried, didn't they? They threw their insults, their manipulations, and their toxic energy at you, hoping you would crumble, hoping you'd fall into the mess they've created. They wanted to drag you down into their miserable world, to see you drown in their filth. But here's the truth they can't stand. Every time they tried to pull you down, you rose higher. You didn't just survive their attempts, you thrived in the face of them. They thought they could control you, that they could shake your confidence and weaken your resolve. But they underestimated you. What they don't realize is that your strength, your power, doesn't come from their hate or their lies. It comes from within, from the core of who you are, and from the universal force that is pushing you forward. They cannot touch it. They cannot control it. Their every attempt to tear you apart only fuels your rise. With every stone they throw, you grow stronger. With every insult, you climb higher. What they see as your downfall is merely the wind beneath your wings, propelling you to places they'll never reach. They can never understand this because they operate from a place of fear, while you draw from an infinite well of strength, purpose, and truth. You are unstoppable. You don't need their approval. You don't need to play by their rules. Your power is divine, unshakable, and it's only growing. They tried to drag you into their pit of negativity, but all they've done is push you to new heights. And soon they'll realize that nothing they do will ever bring you down. You are meant to rise, and rise you will. Number 10. The final judgment. They thought they could escape, but you're the executioner. They've run from judgment, but you are the one who delivers it. For too long, they thought they could outrun the consequences of their actions. They believed their lies and manipulation would shield them from accountability, that their empire of corruption would remain untouched. But now, the time has come for them to face the truth. They've evaded judgment for as long as they could, hiding behind false masks and deceiving the world. But there's no escaping it now. The scales are tipping, and they are about to feel the weight of their choices. They thought they were untouchable, that their power could shield them from the reckoning they've earned. But what they failed to realize is that you are not just any ordinary force. You are the judge, the jury, and the executioner of a corrupt world. Their time is up, and no amount of lies or manipulation will save them from the truth that is about to be laid bare. You are the hand of justice that they could never evade. Every wrong they've committed, every person they've oppressed, every lie they've told, it all comes back to them now. The time has come for them to face the consequences of their actions, and you are the one who will ensure that they do. They've run, they've hidden, but now you are the reckoning they cannot escape. This is not about revenge. This is about balance. This is about righting the wrongs they've caused, restoring the natural order that they've distorted. You are not here to ask for permission. You are here to deliver judgment, and their time has run out. They will finally understand that no matter how powerful they thought they were, no matter how many lies they told, there is no escaping divine justice. Their empire is crumbling, their lies unraveling, and the scales are tipping in your favor. You are the force that will bring their world to its knees. And now they will know what it feels like to face the judgment they've evaded for so long. There's no escape and no mercy left. It's time for them to pay the price. Number 11. The legacy. The chosen one will always prevail. This isn't just about you. It's about the legacy of the chosen ones. This is not the end, chosen one. No, this is just the beginning. Your victory, your rise, is a spark that will ignite something far greater than you can even imagine. The world may look at you and see someone standing alone, but in reality, you are the start of a legacy that will shake the very foundations of history. What you are doing right now is not just for yourself. It's for every chosen one who has come before you, and for everyone who will follow. You are the embodiment of a divine purpose that transcends time and space. And through you, the world will know the power of the chosen ones. Every step you take, every battle you win, is part of a greater story. A story that will be told for generations to come. Your name will be remembered, your deeds will be celebrated, and the world will tremble at the legacy you forged. You are not just breaking free from oppression. You are setting the stage for a future where the truth will reign, where justice will prevail, and where the chosen ones will no longer be hidden in the shadows, but will rise, united, to reshape the world. The power that flows through you is not just for today, it is eternal. Your victory will be the foundation upon which future generations will build their own legacies. You are the example of what happens when the chosen ones stand tall, when they rise up and claim what is rightfully theirs. The world will see your courage, your determination, your unstoppable will, and they will know that when the chosen ones rise, nothing can stand in their way. And when they look back on your journey, when they witness the empire you've torn down and the justice you've restored, they will know that this wasn't just one person's fight. This was the beginning of a movement, a wave that will never stop. You are the catalyst, chosen one, the one who ignited a legacy that will echo through time. The world will remember you, and your legacy will inspire those who come after you to rise, to claim their power, and to continue the fight. This is just the beginning. Your victory is the first chapter in a story that will change the course of history forever. and the legacy of the chosen ones. It will never be forgotten. So, chosen one, listen. This isn't revenge. This is divine justice. What you're doing here isn't just about settling scores. It's about restoring balance, correcting wrongs, and rising to claim the world that was always meant to be yours. The world will call it revenge, but we know the truth. It's divine justice, and it cannot be stopped. Keep walking, keep fighting, and keep showing them exactly what a chosen one can do. Hit the like button, subscribe, and share this message with another chosen one. Together, we'll spread the truth and awaken more to their divine purpose. Don't apologize for being the storm they never saw coming. You were never meant to fit into their narrow box. Now you've shattered it. To the ones who thought they could hold you down, keep you small, silence your voice. Look around. It's too late now. The person who used to crumble under the weight of their judgment, who let their words shape your reality, is gone. They couldn't stop your rise then, and they won't stop it now. They thought you'd always remain a shadow of yourself, hiding in the corners, afraid of standing too tall, too loud. But look at you now, standing in your full glory, a force that can't be ignored. You've leveled up in ways they can't even comprehend. They didn't just underestimate you, they outright ignored the fire in your soul. And now they're burning, watching from the sidelines as the very energy they took for granted explodes into something unstoppable. You think they're just jealous? No, it's worse than that. They're terrified. The new you is a living reminder of all the potential they wasted. You, the one who used to give everything, are now someone whose very presence burns the air around them. Their games, their manipulations, their mind tricks, they don't work anymore. Your transformation is a reckoning, and it haunts them in ways you can't even begin to understand. You no longer bend. You no longer break. You stand tall like a tower in the storm. They underestimated the power of someone who has finally realized their worth, and now it's too late to backtrack. Your absence is louder than any confrontation, and your silence is deafening. This is a war, and you're no longer the casualty. You've become the one they fear, the one they can't control. The power of being chosen is not just in your ability to rise. It's in the haunting realization that those who once held power over you are now powerless to affect your course. Their words, their tactics, their criticisms are nothing more than dust against the storm you've become. The strength to walk away, to cut ties with the energy vampires, to leave them behind. This is where they lose. This is where you rise. But here's the thing, they will keep testing you. They will keep looking for cracks in your armor, waiting for a moment of weakness to creep through. They think that with time, you'll slip back into the box they put you in. But you've already broken free. You are no longer who you were, and the strength you now carry is unshakable. It's the kind of power that disturbs their very existence because they know they can't control it. Your energy, your boundaries, your confidence, they can't touch it. It's a level of freedom they never thought you could achieve. And now they're left scrambling, stuck in a loop of their own making, while you keep soaring higher. If this message resonates with you, if you're feeling the truth in your bones, hit that like button and subscribe. Help spread this to more chosen ones out there, because every time you engage, you send a signal to YouTube that this revolution is real. And trust me, the world needs to hear it. Your rise is not just yours. It's a beacon for others still stuck in the cycle, waiting for their turn to break free. Don't let them stay in the dark. Shine your light and watch as the world shifts around you. Now, listen closely, chosen one. The energy you've unlocked is not something they can ignore, no matter how hard they try. You've become a force that redefines the very air they breathe. The power you've harnessed doesn't just radiate from you, it invades their space. Every move you make, every decision, every ounce of self-respect you carry is a reminder of their failure to recognize you for who you truly are. They underestimated you. They thought they could control you. They thought they could manipulate your worth into something small and manageable. But now you're a hurricane, and there's no stopping the storm. The power of being chosen isn't just in your rise. It's in the fear you leave behind. They'll remember your name. They'll never forget the one who stood tall, who refused to play their games, and who walked away with grace and power. You are the one they never saw coming. So, chosen one, are you ready to step fully into this power, to own this new energy without apology? If you've felt the shift, if you know deep down that the old you is dead and buried, drop the number 77 in the comments. That's the number of completion, because this is the end of your people-pleasing era and the beginning of your unstoppable reign. Stay locked in, because what comes next will hit even harder. If you're truly one of the chosen, you won't just watch. You'll feel this in your bones. Let's get into it. Number 1. The old you is dead, and the new you will never fit in their box again. They played with the system, but they forgot. The universe doesn't make mistakes. And now, the very same system they tried to manipulate has turned against them. The rules have shifted, and the game has changed forever. And you're the one who made the change. Let me be crystal clear. If you're still doubting, if you're still questioning the power within you, then this message is for you. The universe doesn't waste time on mistakes, and neither should you. If you're still sitting there wondering if you're truly chosen, then listen up. You are not the same person who used to shrink, who used to bend and twist yourself into shapes to fit into other people's limited vision of who you should be. The person who was always afraid to speak their truth? Gone. That weak, unsure version of yourself who lived in fear of rejection or judgment? Vanished. And if you're even the slightest bit unsure, let me remind you, that person is dead, and they're never coming back. When the universe chooses you, it doesn't just align the stars for you, it clears the entire path. It's not about waiting for permission to rise. It's about seizing what's yours without asking for a single handout. You've unlocked something more powerful than most will ever comprehend. And if they think they can still control you, if they think they can still break you down with their games and manipulations, they're in for a rude awakening. Your rise. It wasn't just a lucky break. It was the universe aligning itself with your destiny, because you were always meant for this. Can you feel it yet? The electric surge of power running through your veins, that fire in your gut that keeps pushing you forward, refusing to be extinguished by their doubts and criticisms. That's not just motivation. That's the cosmic energy of transformation taking root inside of you. You're rewriting your very DNA at a cellular level, and they can feel it. They felt it the moment you started walking into rooms with your head held high, with your spine straight and your gaze unwavering. You've become someone they can no longer control. They can't manipulate the version of you that's standing before them now. And let's be honest, they hated it at first. They didn't like the change. They didn't like that you no longer cowered under their demands, no longer crumbled when they asked you to play small just to make them feel bigger. They could see the power radiating off of you, the same power they tried to break, to bury, to keep locked inside you like a genie in a bottle. But that bottle, it's shattered now. They feel it every time you walk into a room, don't they? The way they squint at you now, as if your presence is too much to bear. They can't handle it. The energy you carry now is louder than words. You're like gamma rays, penetrating everything in your path. Your energy is the kind that burns them. It's the kind of power they wish they could bottle, but they can't. It's impossible to shield against. They've become the ants under your boot, trying to hold on to their little kingdom while your very existence threatens to stomp it all down. And here's the truth they won't admit. They need you more than you need them. They want to control you because they think they have something that can break you, but they can't. Your strength is the very thing that haunts them now. Your independence, your confidence, your refusal to play their games, it rattles them, and it should. The old you is dead, and this new version of you, they'll never understand it. But don't get it twisted. You don't need them to understand. You've learned that the hard way. They wanted you to keep shrinking to fit into the mold they made for you, didn't they? But you're not shrinking anymore. You are expanding. And while they sit there in disbelief, trying to piece together what happened to the person they used to control, you're out here creating your new reality. If there's any doubt left in your mind, shake it off. Your evolution is not a phase. It's a permanent shift in who you are. And if you're still worried about what they think, about how they might try to pull you back into their webs, let me tell you something. That's exactly what they want. They want you to question. They want you to doubt. They want you to return to the old, manageable version of yourself. But that's not going to happen. You're already too far gone to go back. What's happening right now is irreversible. You are no longer the person they thought they could break. They can throw whatever they want at you, but your shield is impenetrable now. Their passive-aggressive comments, they bounce off you. Their manipulative tactics, they don't even faze you anymore. And when they try to provoke you, when they throw their little jabs your way, you don't even flinch. Why? Because you're not the same person anymore. You are untouchable. And the more they try, the more they remind themselves of exactly how much they've lost. You know why? Because you're chosen. You are the one who broke free from the shackles they placed around your worth. The one who dared to rise, to demand your value, to stop waiting for permission. They underestimated you, and now they're paying the price. Every glance in your direction now only reminds them of the failure they were too blind to see. They thought you'd always stay small. They thought you'd keep apologizing for taking up space, for breathing the same air as them. But look at you now. You are not the same person anymore, and they can't handle it, and they'll never get to. The universe has its own plans, and you, chosen one, are the center of it all. It's not about luck. It's not about waiting for your turn. It's about the fact that the universe chose you. And once you tap into that, once you align yourself with that cosmic power, there's no going back. You're on a path of greatness now, and there's nothing they can do to stop it. They played with the system, tried to bend the rules, tried to keep you down, and now they're watching you rise. They want to get in your orbit. It's too late. You've already outgrown them. And your rise? It's just beginning. Don't waste another second doubting your power. Don't waste another second questioning whether you deserve this transformation. You've earned every inch of the power now flowing through your veins. You are the storm they never saw coming. And now, it's too late for them. Number 2, they can't handle your glow-up, and it's devastating to them. Take a long, hard look at their faces. Go ahead, really study them. See that flicker of confusion in their eyes, that disbelief that's now written all over their faces. The panic setting in as they realize that all the games they used to play with you no longer work. Delicious. Every single one of them, without exception, had expected you to remain their puppet, their emotional punching bag, the person who bends to their will every time they pull their strings. They thought you would continue to shrink, continue to bend under their weight, until you could fit inside the tiny box they designed for you. But now they're watching in horror as you refuse to stay in that box anymore. They thought they had you figured out. They thought you were predictable. They thought you could be controlled. They were wrong. Your transformation isn't just about you getting stronger. It's a shockwave to everything they once thought they knew about you. People, those same people who took advantage of your kindness and your willingness to please, are now looking at a version of you that they can't manipulate, that they can't control, and certainly can't break. This isn't just uncomfortable for them, it's terrifying. Because every move they made to try and keep you small, to make you fit their narrative, has crumbled. And the panic? It's not just from your newfound strength. It's from the realization that they've lost their grip on you forever. They built their world on the back of your compliance. And now that the foundation has cracked, they have no idea how to rebuild it. They got used to you being the one who would bend, who would fold, who would do anything to make them feel comfortable, while you sacrificed yourself on the altar of their happiness. They were comfortable in their complacency, their belief that they could keep you wrapped around their fingers. They based their world on your submission, on your constant willingness to make them happy, even at the expense of your own peace. But they made a catastrophic miscalculation. They mistook your kindness for weakness. They mistook your patience for submission. They never realized kindness was a choice, not a flaw. And now they're seeing the power of choice at work. They thought you were weak because you chose kindness, but now you've shifted the scales. You've chosen yourself. You've chosen to no longer be their emotional support human, their doormat, their punching bag, their yes person. You've taken back your energy, your time, and your peace. You're no longer the one who absorbs their toxicity, no longer the emotional sponge that takes in their chaos without giving anything back. You're no longer the shock absorber for their outbursts, the safety net that's always there when they fall, only to be used and discarded when they're done. They are seeing your absence now, and it's shaking them to their core. You want to know what's priceless? It's that moment when they throw out the bait, the guilt trips, the manipulations, the passive-aggressive comments, and you don't take it. You don't flinch. You don't engage. You don't bite. Instead, you stare them down, unmoved, unshaken, unbothered. You've stopped playing their game, and they're left scrambling to figure out what just happened. They don't know how to react to someone who refuses to be controlled, someone who doesn't need their approval to exist, someone who can walk away from their manipulation without a second thought. They've always depended on your response, your reaction, your willingness to give in. And now they see you standing firm, unwavering, holding your ground without apology. They panic. And here's the bitter truth for them. They no longer have any power over you. What power do they have if they can't control you anymore? None. Absolutely none. They tried to keep you in a state of perpetual submission. And now that you're free, they have no tools left to pull you back. The hold they once had over your life, your decisions, your emotions, it's gone. But here's where it gets even better. They don't know what to do with this version of you, the new you that refuses to be anything but authentic. They can't fathom how someone could stand so firm in their truth, so unwavering in their boundaries. They can't understand how you've made a complete 180, turning the tables on them and becoming the person they never thought you'd be. They thought you were weak because you loved them, because you cared. But now that you love yourself, now that you see your own worth, they can't handle it. They can't fathom a version of you that's no longer interested in playing their game. And you're thriving without them, and it hurts them to watch. For years, they lived off the energy you gave them. They fed on your willingness to sacrifice for them. They took, and you gave, until there was nothing left. But you've had enough. The moment you stopped playing their game, stopped caring about their opinion, stopped seeking their approval, you became untouchable. And now they're stuck. Because once you stop allowing them to control the narrative, they have nothing left to fight you with. They tried to build their world on your submission, and now that world is crumbling, piece by piece. They don't know how to adjust to someone who refuses to shrink to their size anymore. And that's priceless. When you stop giving, stop bending, stop shrinking for them, you stop existing in their reality. You step out of their toxic orbit and into your own. And no matter how hard they try, they can't pull you back. They can't break you anymore. The more they try, the more they remind themselves of their own failure. Because deep down, they know this. They never saw you coming. They never saw you rise. They never saw you take control of your life, your power, your boundaries. And now that they're witnessing it, they can't handle it. They thought you were just going to stay quiet, to stay small, to continue playing their game. But the truth is, they were always afraid of the real you, the one who refuses to bend, the one who stands tall in their truth, the one who says no when necessary, and who walks away when it's time. And now they're paying the price for underestimating you. Number 3. The old you is dead. Time to bury the weakness for good. It's time for a funeral, not for you, chosen one, but for the old version of you, the one who bent over backward for people who never returned the same energy, the you who apologized for existing, for taking up space, for having needs, the one who exhausted themselves, making sure everyone else was comfortable, while your own soul screamed for attention, silently withering away. That version of you is gone. It's dead, buried, and decomposed. It's been returned to the cosmic dust from which we all came, and it's never coming back. Let's face it, you were the one they could always rely on, weren't you? The one who sacrificed their own needs to please others, the one who gave everything even when nothing was returned. They thrived off your self-sacrifice, feeding on your energy like parasites. You were the perfect vessel for their emotional draining, a sponge soaking up their chaos and giving no thought to your own well-being. They took, and you gave. It was never enough. You were nothing but a well they could keep drawing from until you were empty, and they did it with no guilt. You let them, didn't you? You allowed them to siphon your light, your time, your soul, until there was nothing left but a hollow shell of who you used to be. But not anymore. That person is gone, and the world is about to see it. You were the foundation of their comfort. You made their lives easier, more convenient, and in return, they gave you crumbs. They built their happiness on your misery, their ease on your struggle. They didn't care about the toll it took on you as long as they were satisfied. Your misery was their cushion, and your exhaustion their pedestal. But guess what? They don't get to use you anymore. They have to fend for themselves now. And here's the kicker. They're terrible at it. They've grown weak, software, atrophied. They don't know how to handle the world without you constantly saving them from their own messes. They never learned how to solve their own problems, how to manage their own emotions, because you were always there to pick up the slack. They didn't develop the resilience they needed, because you were the one absorbing their energy, soothing their chaos. And now that you've chosen yourself, now that you've decided you're no longer their emotional garbage dump, they're losing their minds. They're calling you selfish. They're calling you cold. They're throwing labels at you because they don't have the vocabulary to describe what's happening. They've never known someone who has healthy boundaries. They've never understood what it means to prioritize yourself over the toxic demands of others. You were never selfish before. You were just lost in the idea that your worth was tied to how much you could give, to how much you could sacrifice for others. But that version of you is dead. That person who thought her worth was measured by her ability to please, gone. The new you isn't apologizing anymore. The new you isn't bending to anyone's will. The new you stands firm in your own truth, your own needs, your own desires. And that's driving them crazy. Because the truth is, they can't control you anymore. They don't have the power to drain you or use you, and it terrifies them. The person who used to jump at their beck and call now walks away without a second thought. The person who used to get lost in the shadows now stands in the light, unapologetically glowing. They can't understand it. They can't comprehend how someone who used to be so malleable, so accommodating, has transformed into someone who is now unshakable. Your boundaries are your armor, and they can't penetrate it. They've never had to face someone who is as committed to their own well-being as they are to their own agendas. Let them panic. Let them call you selfish. Let them squirm as they realize you no longer care about their opinions. Because the truth is, you're not selfish. You're finally choosing yourself. You're no longer wasting your energy on people who only take. The old you, the one who lived for others at the expense of yourself. That version of you is dead and buried, and the world should be scared, because now you're free. You're free to stand tall, to take up space, to demand respect and love without apology. They won't know how to handle the new, untouchable version of you, and you'll keep glowing, knowing you've buried the weakness for good. Number 4, the transformation. Rising from the ashes like a phoenix. You've evolved. and it's nothing short of a miracle. Like a caterpillar shedding its old skin to emerge as a butterfly, like a phoenix rising from the ashes, you've undergone a radical transformation. But this isn't some soft, gradual change. This is violent, beautiful, and irreversible. Just like the universe itself changed in the split second after the Big Bang, everything rearranged, everything shifted. You too have experienced a cosmic shift. While they were busy trying to keep you small, trying to box you in, you were quietly building, planning, growing, and evolving in the shadows. They didn't see it coming, and now that the results are undeniable, they can't do a damn thing about it. Your glow-up is real, and it's hitting them right where it hurts the most. Every inch of progress you've made is a slap in the face to the ones who used to underestimate you. Your success in your career, in your relationships, in your health, and most importantly, in your mindset, is a constant reminder of what they could have had if only they had treated you better. If they had invested in you, instead of trying to drain your energy, your resources, and your soul, they'd be reaping the rewards now. But instead, they're left watching as you rise, stronger, sharper, and more focused than ever. The best part? They never saw it coming. You kept your moves low. You didn't need to broadcast your every move to the world. You weren't posting about every little victory, seeking the validation of others for your every step. You didn't need the applause. You weren't looking for confirmation or recognition at the start of your journey. You kept it quiet, kept it under wraps, and executed in silence. While they were running their mouths, making promises they could never keep, talking about all the things they were going to do without ever actually doing them, you were making real moves. And now that you're winning, they're scrambling to figure out how to catch up. They can't stand it. They've watched you rise from nothing, and now they're studying you like some kind of rare specimen. They're analyzing your every move, dissecting your life, trying to reverse engineer your transformation. They want to know how you did it, how you pulled yourself out of the darkness and into the light. But here's the problem for them. They didn't do the work. They didn't put in the long nights, the soul-crushing work, the painful self-reflection that you did. They didn't face the demons you faced. They didn't shed the weight of their own bullshit like you did. So now, they're left trying to replicate your success without understanding the true process that made it happen. They're looking for shortcuts, for easy answers, but they'll never get there because they didn't earn it like you did. This transformation wasn't handed to you. It wasn't luck. It wasn't coincidence. You earned every ounce of your success. You built it from the ground up, piece by piece, brick by brick. And now, the ones who thought they could keep you in a box are forced to sit back and watch as you shatter every limitation they ever placed on you. Your growth is their pain. Every moment you rise higher, you remind them of their failure to recognize your worth. And they can't stand it. But here's the kicker. They'll never be able to replicate what you've done. They might try to mimic your moves, copy your actions, and dissect your every choice. But the truth is, they'll always fall short. They can't fake the inner work. They can't copy the pain you endured, the sacrifices you made, and the strength you found in the struggle. They want what you have, but they'll never have the heart, the resilience, or the depth of purpose that you do. Your success is not just a result of talent or luck. It's the culmination of everything you've overcome, everything you've survived, and everything you've chosen to become. And now, As you stand in the glow of your transformation, don't waste a second worrying about them. Let them study you, let them wonder, let them try and figure out the secret. They'll never get it, because the secret is simple. You didn't stop. You never gave up. You kept evolving, kept growing, and kept rising. And now, you are unstoppable. Number 5. The power of true confidence. Unshakable, untouchable, and unbothered. Your confidence now, it's nothing short of terrifying to those who once controlled you. They never saw this coming. They never imagined the quiet, uncertain person they once manipulated would transform into someone so unshakable, so unapologetic. Confident people, real confident people, cannot be controlled. They don't bow to anyone. They don't seek validation from people who never truly valued them. They don't twist themselves into pretzels, bending to fit someone else's expectations just to earn love or approval that should have been freely given from the start. They don't live to appease. And you've stepped into that power. You are radiating confidence now, but it's not the shallow, performative kind that needs constant external validation to survive. No, this confidence runs deep, so deep it's carved into your bones. It's soul-level certainty that flows from a place of total self-acceptance, the kind that comes from looking yourself in the mirror and finally being at peace with the person staring back at you. It's the kind of confidence that doesn't ask for permission, doesn't need approval, and doesn't apologize for existing. You've been through the fires, the betrayals, the manipulations, and yet here you stand, stronger, clearer, and more authentic than ever. And this confidence, it's not a mask you put on for show. It's the result of every moment you chose yourself over their toxic demands, every time you refused to shrink to make someone else comfortable. They tried to keep you small, tried to make you second-guess yourself, and for a while, maybe it worked. But not anymore. Now, you see through every game they play. Your vision is 2020, and now you see everything clearly. All the things that used to be hidden from you are now in full view. The subtle manipulations, the passive-aggressive comments disguised as just jokes, the backhanded compliments that were really just veiled insults. You see it all. They no longer have the power to pull the wool over your eyes. Those who once tried to keep you dependent on their approval. You see right through their fake support, their hidden jealousy. You know their game, and you're not playing anymore. You've done the work. You've shed the layers of self-doubt and insecurity they tried to pile onto you. You don't need their validation anymore, because the one thing you now know is that your value was never determined by them. It was always within you. You've always been enough. And that truth, it terrifies the ones who used to control you. They can't handle this version of you, the one who stands firm in their truth, the one who refuses to shrink or apologize for their power. So, let them squirm. Let them throw their manipulative comments your way. Let them try to undermine you, because you've stopped caring. You see them for what they are, and it's no longer your problem. The power they once had over you, it's gone. Your new confidence is impenetrable. They thought they could break you, but what they didn't know is that your strength was never theirs to take. Your confidence is not about arrogance. It's about freedom. Freedom from their judgment, their opinions, and their toxic games. You've done the impossible. You've embraced your authenticity, and in doing so, you've unlocked a power they could never understand. And now, it's their turn to watch as you walk through life, unbothered, unshaken, and completely untouchable. Number 6. Cutting the toxic ties. No more energy vampires. Anyone who ever tried to use you, guilt trip you, or manipulate you is now out of your life. Gone. The energy vampires, the constant critics, the fair-weather friends who only show up when it benefits them, the jealous saboteurs who want to see you fail, the emotional blackmailers who tried to play on your heartstrings, the perpetual victims who never took responsibility. All of them gone. And it's been with surgical precision. No explanations needed. No lengthy goodbyes. No tearful farewells. No dramatic confrontations where you aired all their dirty laundry. No begging them to understand or see things from your perspective. You didn't waste your time on any of that. Instead, with the quiet dignity of someone who knows their worth, you cut them out like the cancer they are. A clean incision, a necessary amputation, removing the rot before it could spread any further. And while they were still caught in their toxic games, you were already moving on, leaving them in your past. There's no room in your life anymore for people who suck the life out of you, for anyone who only brings negativity and drama. Some of them, sure, maybe they deserved a conversation, but most of them, they didn't. None of them were entitled to unlimited chances to hurt you, to drain your energy, to disrespect your boundaries. You've given them more than enough chances, and you don't need to keep pouring into empty cups. You've realized that you don't owe anyone your time, your energy, or your heart if they can't value it. You don't owe them explanations. You're done. And now, they're feeling the sting of your absence in ways they never thought possible. You walked away completely. And that's their worst nightmare. They never thought you would. They thought they could continue using you, playing their games, and you would always be there to pick up the pieces. But not anymore. Now, they're scrambling, blowing up your phone, showing up uninvited, hoping to draw you back into their drama, sending people, flying monkeys, to check in on you, trying to manipulate your friends to get close again. But you see right through it. You're not playing that game anymore. You've flipped the board, scattered the pieces, and walked away. You've left the room and found better, more supportive people to surround yourself with. People who bring value to your life, who respect your boundaries, who celebrate your success instead of sabotaging it. Those are the ones you're investing in now, the ones who understand the importance of giving as much as they take. Your time, your energy, your peace, they're worth more than the drama and manipulation they tried to pull you into. And now, as you stand firm in your decision to let go of the toxic, the draining, and the unworthy, you realize something powerful. You've taken your power back. No more games, no more emotional vampires, no more fake friends. You're moving forward, and they'll have to watch you rise from the sidelines. And honestly, they'll never understand how you did it, how you walked away without a second thought. But that's their problem, not yours. You've cut the ties, and you're free. You've made space for the people who truly matter, and now you're thriving in ways they can only dream of. Number 7. The future awaits. Embrace your power as a chosen one. Hello, chosen one. Look at where you are now. Reflect on the journey you've taken to get here, and then think about where you're headed. You're standing at the precipice of something bigger, something more extraordinary than you could have ever imagined. And trust me when I say, you're not just passing through life anymore. You're about to step into a reality that was always waiting for you. A reality where you claim your place with authority and confidence. Right now, you're on the outside of a transformative world. You're not yet in the obsidian inner order, but you could be. Picture this: weekly group calls with over 450 chosen ones, all committed to growth, empowerment, and limitless potential. And the best part? These calls are recorded and available whenever you need them, so you can dive deep into the wisdom, strategies, and insights shared within this powerful community. Our private Discord isn't just a chat room, it's alive. It's buzzing with ideas, breakthroughs, and that unstoppable chosen energy that only a select few get to experience. In this space, every conversation is a spark, every connection is a chance to elevate, and every moment is an opportunity to expand into the highest version of yourself. The energy here isn't just inspiring, it's transformative. It's where soul evolution happens, and you have a front row seat. For those of you who feel the pull of connection, there's something just as extraordinary waiting for you. Welcome to Chosen Singles, a place where soulmates meet, not through cheap pickup lines, but under cosmic alignments. This isn't some dating app. This is where the universe has designed the perfect conditions for powerful connections to thrive. If you're ready to meet someone who understands your journey, someone who matches your frequency, this is where that magic happens. But here's the real power behind this community. It's not just a group, not just a network of like-minded individuals. It's a re-evolution of soul and spirit. It's a movement, a collective of chosen ones who have awakened to their true power and are standing together to create a world that reflects their worth. This isn't about fitting in or waiting for validation. This is about being unapologetically you. This is about aligning with others who refuse to shrink, who have committed to never playing small, and who are unshakable in their purpose. You've already made the decision to evolve, to leave behind the limitations and fears of the past. Now, the future is wide open. The tools are here. The wisdom is here. The energy is here. It's all within your reach, and all you need to do is step in. Are you ready to truly live as a chosen one? This is your chance to be part of something bigger than yourself, to step into your power, to connect with others on the same path, and to create the life you deserve, one that's in full alignment with your highest self. Don't wait for permission. The universe has already chosen you. Now it's time for you to claim your seat at the table. The future is waiting, and it's yours for the taking. The choice is yours. Will you answer the call? Number 8. The past is behind you. Let them beg. You're moving forward. And now, that toxic ex, the one who treated your relationship like a revolving door, the one who thought they could waltz in and out whenever they pleased, they're begging now. Isn't it interesting? They're suddenly in love again. Suddenly, they've changed. Suddenly, they're ready to give you everything they withheld, everything they took for granted. Suddenly, they see and appreciate all the qualities they once criticized. Suddenly, they understand what they had, now that they've lost it. How convenient, how utterly predictable. It's almost laughable. They come crawling back with all their empty promises, thinking that they can simply pick up where they left off, that they can charm you into forgetting all the pain they caused, all the neglect, and all the disrespect. But here's the truth. You don't need them anymore. You don't need their closure. You don't need their apologies. You don't need them to change, to prove they care, or to beg for another chance. You've already moved on. You've already outgrown them. You're too busy loving yourself to waste a single second on their desperate attempts to reclaim what they carelessly discarded. You've chosen yourself now, and that's all the closure you'll ever need. Their words, their actions, they mean nothing to you anymore because your peace is too valuable to entertain their chaos. You've built a life for yourself that's full of self-respect, growth and purpose, and they want to come back into that space. After all the times they made you feel small, unworthy, or invisible, now that they see you thriving, now that they see you glowing with the kind of power they never took the time to appreciate, they want in. But that door is closed. The past is behind you, and it's staying there. You've learned the hard way that sometimes the best thing you can do for yourself is walk away from the people who don't value you, no matter how much they claim to love you, once they see what they've lost. You're not interested in revisiting a past that did nothing but drain your energy, suffocate your growth, and dim your light. You've come too far to go backward. You've worked too hard to get where you are now, and you're too focused on your future to let someone who never saw your worth drag you back into their mess. You're no longer available for anything less than what you deserve. So, let them beg. Let them try to manipulate their way back into your life. Let them think they can have another shot at something they already threw away. But you're moving forward. You're walking into a future that's full of promise, full of the kind of love and respect that you've been giving yourself. And when you look back, it won't be with regret. It'll be with gratitude for the lessons learned, the strength gained, and the space you've made for people who truly value you. Let them beg. You've already won. This is your time, chosen one, your renaissance, your resurrection, your reclamation. The universe is no longer working against you. It's conspiring in your favor. Every cosmic force is aligning to support your evolution, bending the very fabric of reality to accommodate your expansion. Stars are rearranging themselves, galaxies are shifting, and quantum particles are aligning to manifest your desires. The ancestral spirits stand in awe of your transformation. Earth, air, fire, and water are combining their powers to fuel your ascension. You've finally realized your worth, and the universe has no choice but to rise with you. When you decide you're worth fighting for, even the cosmos takes notice. Shine on, you magnificent force of nature. Radiate that unmistakable glow, the one forged through fire, the one that's stronger, clearer, and more powerful than ever before. They never saw you coming, but you did, and that's what makes all the difference. This is your moment. Own it. Stay committed to your growth. Keep your standards high, and never let anyone dim your light. The world is waiting for you to rise, ready to take the next step. Like, comment, and share this message with those who need to hear it. Let's keep building this community of unstoppable chosen ones. Your time is now. Let the world see you shine. The enemy only fears what they cannot control, And you, chosen one, are the chaos they can't tame. Enough is enough, chosen one. It's time to wake up and realize the truth that's been hidden from you for far too long. The wolves that have circled you, snarling and plotting, are not afraid of your weakness. No, they are terrified of your strength. Every time they pushed you down, every moment they manipulated you, every single betrayal, they didn't do it because they saw you as small, but because they know how powerful you are. You are a force they can't contain. And deep down, they know it's only a matter of time before you see it too. Before we go further, do me a favor. Like and subscribe to this video. Share this message with others who are also chosen, the ones struggling, lost, or on the edge of awakening. Every time you interact with this message, you break the chains the enemy has placed on the truth. You show YouTube's algorithm that more chosen ones need to hear this. And trust me, they don't want that. So, if something inside you stirs, if your spirit begins to awaken as you listen, engage, and stand tall with your people. Now, let me tell you something that should shake you to your core. You were never meant to live like this. You were never meant to be suppressed, doubted, or hidden away in the shadows. The power coursing through your veins is a force the world has never seen before. They've tried everything to make you forget it. Distractions, lies, manipulation. But here's the truth. They can't erase what's been placed inside you. And that, chosen one, haunts them. Your energy, your very presence, is a disruption. You have a light that pierces the darkness, a presence that shakes the very ground beneath them. Every time you hesitate, every time you question yourself, they win. But today, we're putting an end to that. The time for doubt is over. This world needs the person you've always been meant to be. Not the broken version they've tried to create, not the person they've convinced to play small, but the unapologetic leader, the warrior, the one they've feared from the beginning. They've made you question your worth, your purpose, your power. But what if the very thing they've been trying to suppress is the one thing that can change the entire course of your life? Your potential is a weapon, chosen one. A weapon so powerful that the enemy trembles at the thought of you realizing it. And now, you're at a crossroads. Are you going to keep waiting for permission? Are you going to let them continue manipulating you, keeping you from seeing who you truly are? Or are you going to stand tall, take your rightful place, and show them exactly who you were born to be? You've felt it, haven't you? That strange sense that you were always meant for something more. The betrayals that hit harder than any physical blow. The isolation. The people who've turned against you. None of it is a coincidence. They have tried everything to break you. Chosen one. They've made you feel alone, invisible, weak. But in reality, this is the very thing they fear. They fear the day you rise and claim the power that's always been yours. They fear the moment you wake up and see that all of this struggle, all of this pain, was never meant to destroy you. It was meant to refine you. You have been tested, tormented, and shaped by forces that have tried to keep you small, because they know the moment you truly step into your power, it will be game over for them. You are not meant to fit into their world. They know you've been chosen to lead, to disrupt, to change the rules of the game. And that's why they've kept you in the dark for so long. But now, the time has come. So, ask yourself this. How much longer will you stay in the shadows, waiting for permission to rise? Because the enemy is afraid of the truth that lies within you. You've been waiting for a sign. Well, this is it. The moment has arrived. They never wanted you to know your power, but today we make sure they never forget it. The time to show them who's boss is now, and the world is about to witness the unstoppable force that is you. It's time to rise, chosen one. They've underestimated you for far too long. Now, it's time for you to show them that the real power was inside you all along. Are you ready to take control and show the world who you really are? This is your moment. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you're ready to break free from their control and step into your full power. It's time to show them that the chosen one they tried to suppress is rising stronger than ever. You've been through enough, and now it's time to rise up, claim what's yours, and prove your worth to the world. Let's begin this journey together, chosen one. Now, let's get into it, step by step. And trust me, if you're a true chosen one, you'll feel the pull to stay till the very end. This isn't just a message, it's a call to action. Stay locked in, because what's coming next will shake you to your core. Let's get started. Number 1. They thought they could break you. Now, watch them fail. They don't fear the weak, they fear the strong, and they fear you because they know you are stronger than they ever imagined. They thought they had you, didn't they? They thought they could break you. Every setback, every betrayal, every whisper of doubt, they worked to manipulate you, to drain your energy, to make you forget who you are. But here's the truth. Every attack they've thrown at you only made you stronger. Every wound, every scar, every test, they've unknowingly been shaping you into the very thing they fear. And now, it's time to show them just how wrong they were. You see, they underestimated you from the very beginning. They thought you were just like everyone else, weak and easy to control. They thought that by isolating you, breaking your spirit, and planting seeds of doubt, they could keep you down. But all they did was awaken a fire inside you, a fire that burns hotter with each challenge, with each obstacle. And now, that fire is about to explode in a way that they will never be able to stop. You have to understand this. The enemy never attacks what's weak. No, they attack what's strong. They fear the very thing they can't control. And right now, they are trembling in their boots because they know the moment you realize your true power, they lose everything. The moment you break free from their manipulation, from the lies they've used to control you, they are powerless. They thought they could break you, but they didn't know who they were dealing with. Look at your life for a moment. Every time you've been knocked down, they thought you wouldn't rise again. Every time they thought you were out, they celebrated too soon. They thought they could keep you stuck in doubt, exhaustion, and confusion. But you've always found a way to rise. Why? Because you are not just anyone. You are chosen, and the enemy can't break what's meant to lead, to disrupt, and to change the world. You are unbreakable, and the harder they pushed, the stronger you became. This battle has never been about breaking you. It's been about preparing you for what's coming. They thought they could wear you down, but in reality, they've been sharpening your edge. Think about it. Why do they attack you so relentlessly? Why do they keep throwing people at you to drain your energy? Why does it feel like the universe itself has conspired to keep you from your destiny? Because they know your potential. They know you have something they cannot replicate, something they cannot control, something that terrifies them. You have power, you have purpose, you have a light that disrupts the darkness. And every time they try to break you, you shine brighter. They feared you long before you knew who you were. They saw your power before you even realized it. That's why they attacked you when you were young, when you were vulnerable, when you didn't yet understand the depth of your potential. They wanted to silence you before you ever found your voice. They wanted to suppress your power before you even understood it. But guess what? That moment is long gone. Now you're awake. Now you're ready. And now you're stronger than ever. Look at the greats of history. Every single one of them faced overwhelming opposition, isolation, and struggle. Nikola Tesla was laughed at and dismissed as insane before his ideas changed the world. Joan of Arc was burned at the stake for having a vision that terrified the powers that be. Malcolm X faced constant opposition, but his words still resonate with power today. Do you think these legends were born into comfort? No. They were tested, broken, betrayed, and isolated. But they stood tall, and so will you. They were chosen for something far greater than what the world could understand, and so are you. The enemy will always attack what threatens them. They will always target the ones who have the potential to disrupt their system, their control, their manipulation. And you, chosen one, are a direct threat to everything they've worked to build. The more they try to break you, the more they will reveal just how afraid they are of your power. They cannot stand to see you rise, because in your rise, they lose their grip on the world. They lose control. And that, my friend, is why they've fought so hard to keep you down. But here's the key. They underestimated your strength. They didn't realize that every time they tried to bring you to your knees, they were only fueling the fire that would one day consume them. They didn't understand that your struggles weren't signs of weakness. They were the very thing that would shape you into an unstoppable force. They tried to use your pain against you, but all they did was mold you into something stronger, more determined, and more resilient. And now that you know who you are, now that you see what they were trying to prevent, there is nothing that can stop you. Ask yourself this: how many times have you been knocked down only to rise again, stronger than before? How many times have you been betrayed only to find the strength to keep moving forward? How many times have they made you question your worth, your path, your power, only for you to look in the mirror and see that your true strength was never gone? Every time you've faced adversity, you've come back harder. Every time you've been knocked down, you've gotten back up stronger. And every time they thought they had broken you, you've risen to a higher level. The time has come for them to see who you really are. It's time for you to stop hiding. It's time for you to stop questioning your worth. It's time for you to show them that all of their attempts to break you were in vain. They thought they could break you, but what they don't realize is that you are unbreakable. You've already survived the worst, and now the world is going to see the true power of a chosen one who knows their worth. It's time to step into your power. It's time to rise. And as you rise, watch them crumble. Watch them fall apart as the weight of their fear becomes too much for them to bear. They will watch in horror as you take back everything they tried to steal from you, everything they tried to suppress, and everything they tried to break. They will watch as you show the world who you really are. unstoppable, unbreakable, and undeniably powerful. So, the question is, what are you going to do with all of this? Are you going to let them keep you small? Are you going to let them keep you trapped in their illusion of control? Or are you going to stand up, rise to your full potential, and show them exactly who they've been trying to suppress all along? You were never meant to be broken. You were never meant to be small. You were chosen. And now it's time to prove that to the world. They thought they could break you. Now, watch them fail. Number 2. The wolves are howling, but you're the lion. The wolves may howl in fear, but the lion doesn't need to respond to the noise. The lion roars, and the world listens. The enemy has been watching you closely, circling like wolves, howling in fear, hoping you would crumble under the weight of their attacks. They've thrown every distraction your way, tried to manipulate your mind, made you doubt your worth, and even caused you to question your very purpose. But here's the truth they can't stand to admit. They fear you. They fear your potential, and they fear your strength more than they've ever feared anything else. You are the lion. While they have been scrambling, desperate to keep you from waking up, you've been silently preparing. They've been howling because they see the power you are about to unleash, and they are terrified that once you fully embrace your true self, nothing in this world can stop you. They want you to stay quiet, stay small, stay compliant. But that's not who you are. You are destined to roar. And when you roar, the world will tremble. The wolves howl because they are weak. They try to intimidate with noise, with threats, with manipulation. They make a lot of noise, but in the end, it's all they can do. Howl. They cannot control you. They cannot break you. The only thing they can do is try to drown out your power, try to keep you from realizing your true strength. But you are the lion, and the lion's roar is louder than any howl they could ever make. Your roar is your presence, your confidence, your power. It doesn't need to be validated by anyone else. When you roar, the world listens. Look at the world around you. The wolves, the people who want to control you, limit you, suppress your greatness. They only win when you are quiet. They win when you are doubtful, when you shrink back, when you allow their howls to drown out the sound of your own voice. They win when you ignore the power that lies deep within you. But not anymore. They've spent years trying to make you believe that you are nothing, that you are just another face in the crowd. They've spent years trying to convince you that your voice doesn't matter. But you know better now, don't you? You've been quiet long enough. The time has come to show them what happens when a lion wakes up. They've made the mistake of underestimating you. They thought that by keeping you isolated, by making you question yourself, by filling your mind with lies, they could stop you. But what they didn't understand is that their howls only made you stronger. While they were busy trying to hold you back, you were quietly gathering your strength. You were silently building the power within you that will shake their foundation to its core. They couldn't see it, but now they will. The lion was always there, and now it's time for the lion to roar. There's something that scares the wolves more than anything, a lion that knows its power. The moment you realize that you have the strength to rise above them, that you don't need to be anyone's prey, the moment you stop shrinking and start claiming your space in this world, The moment you take that first step towards owning your greatness, they will feel the tremor, they will hear the roar, and they won't know how to handle it. Think of the great leaders, visionaries, and change-makers in history. They were never the ones making noise to fit in. No, they were the ones who stood tall, who were confident in their own strength, who didn't allow the howls of the wolves to distract them. They roared when the world told them to be quiet. They roared when everyone said it couldn't be done. They roared when they were told they were too much. And that roar changed the world. People like Martin Luther King Jr., who stood up in the face of hatred and oppression, who roared for justice when the world was silent. People like Nelson Mandela, who stood strong for freedom even when they tried to silence him. These lions didn't let the wolves define them, and neither should you. The wolves can try to attack, they can try to intimidate, but at the end of the day, they can never be you. You are not meant to live in fear, to hide from the world, or to allow others to control your narrative. You are meant to stand tall, to rise above the chaos, to roar with a power so loud that no one can ignore it. Your roar is your power, your confidence, your unwavering belief that you are destined for greatness. The wolves may howl, but it's time for you to rise and let your roar shake the very foundations of their control. The enemy may think they have the upper hand because they've been howling in your direction, trying to make you afraid, trying to convince you that you are weak. But here's the truth they'll never admit. Your strength comes from within. They can't steal your power. They can't control it. The moment you decide to rise, to embrace your inner lion, they lose. The wolves have no power over the lion, and when the lion roars, the wolves scatter. It's time to show them exactly what happens when you step into your true power. The wolves are howling, but you are the lion, and now it's time for the world to hear you roar. Number 3. No more playing small. You were born to lead. You were not created to fit in. You were created to stand out, to rise above, to lead the way, and to show the world that your greatness is not negotiable. For far too long, you've been playing small, hiding the immense power that runs through your veins. You've been trying to fit into spaces that weren't meant for you, dimming your light to make others feel comfortable, shrinking back to avoid standing out. But here's the truth that you need to hear right now. You were never meant to fit in. You were born to lead. Your destiny isn't to follow in the footsteps of others, to be a part of the crowd, or to be a mere player in someone else's game. Your role in this world is far greater than you've allowed yourself to believe, and it's time to stop playing small. Every time you tried to hide your true potential, every time you stepped back out of fear, the world lost something it could never get back: your unique, undeniable strength. You have a fire within you that cannot be extinguished. You were chosen to shine, to rise, and to lead others out of the darkness. Every moment you've spent doubting yourself, every time you've been hesitant to show the world your true power, you've been letting them win. But not anymore. It's time to step into your role as the leader you were always meant to be. Look around you. The world is filled with followers, people who are content to live in the shadows, waiting for someone else to tell them what to do, how to think, and where to go. But you're different. You've always been different. Your mind doesn't work like theirs. You see the world differently. You think outside of the box. And you've always felt like you were meant for something more. And you were right. The very fact that you've never felt at home in the ordinary world, the fact that you've always questioned the status quo, the fact that you've felt like you didn't belong, these are all signs that you were born to lead. Think about the great leaders throughout history, the ones who changed the world. People like Steve Jobs, who didn't follow the rules, but created his own path and revolutionized technology. People like Rosa Parks, who stood up against oppression, not by blending in, but by daring to be the spark that ignited a movement. And people like Winston Churchill, who led his country through some of its darkest hours because he refused to follow the crowd. These leaders weren't ordinary people. They weren't followers. They weren't afraid to stand tall, even when the world was telling them to sit down. They embraced their purpose, and because of that, they became the ones who changed the world. And now, it's your turn. For too long, you've been holding yourself back, trying to blend in, trying to stay small, trying to make others comfortable with your presence. But the truth is, you can't lead if you're afraid to stand out. You can't make a difference if you're too busy trying to fit into the mold that society has placed on you. You were born with a fire inside, a drive, a purpose, and it's time to stop letting fear control your actions. It's time to step into your full power and lead unapologetically. Your purpose is waiting for you. It's calling to you. Every time you feel that pull to do something more, to be something more, that's your destiny speaking to you. You've been holding back because you were afraid of what others would think, afraid of the judgment, afraid of the responsibility. But here's what you need to realize. The responsibility of leadership is not something to fear, it's something to embrace. The world needs you to step up, to take the reins, and to lead with the confidence and conviction that you were born with. Every leader faces obstacles. Every leader is tested. Every leader has doubts. But the difference between those who lead and those who follow is simple. Leaders don't let fear stop them. They don't let the challenges or the opinions of others keep them from stepping into their power. They rise, they keep going, they show up every day, no matter how hard it gets, because they understand that their mission is bigger than their fears. And that's exactly what you need to do now. Your mission, your purpose, your destiny, they're all calling to you. It's time to rise to the occasion. It's not about waiting for the right moment or for someone to give you permission. The right moment is now. You don't need anyone's approval to start living out your purpose. You don't need anyone to tell you that it's okay to take charge. You already know what you're capable of. It's time to step into your power, to show the world your greatness, and to lead with unapologetic confidence. There's a reason you've felt restless. There's a reason you've never been content with just getting by. It's because you were meant for more. You've been preparing for this moment your entire life, whether you realize it or not. The world has tried to suppress your light, but you were never meant to live in the shadows. The time for that is over. You were born to lead, and it's time to take the reins and show the world what you're made of. No more playing small, no more hiding in the background, no more doubting yourself. Your purpose is too big, your light is too bright, and your power is too immense to remain hidden any longer. The world is waiting for you to step up and take charge. Your destiny is waiting, and now it's time to lead. So, let me ask you, Are you ready to stop playing small? Are you ready to step into your greatness? Because the world needs leaders like you now more than ever. And it's time to stop waiting. It's time to rise. It's time to take charge. You were born to lead. Now, show the world just how powerful a chosen one can be. Number 4. The enemy's game is over. Time to flip the board. For far too long, the enemy has been pulling the strings, manipulating the narrative, and trying to control your every move. They've kept you in check, making you doubt your every decision, questioning your worth, and trapping you in their illusion of control. But here's the truth. The game is over. They played their tricks. They tried to keep you on their chessboard, but they made one critical mistake. They never realized you were learning the rules of the game. Now, it's your turn to take charge, to flip the board, and to rewrite the rules they've been using to keep you down. The moment you decide to reclaim control, the game shifts in your favor. The enemy may have tried to manipulate you, tried to make you feel powerless, but they never could break your spirit. They may have been in charge for a while, but now you know the truth. They never had control over you, and they never will again. The power has always been yours. It was just hidden beneath layers of doubt, fear, and confusion. But now, you see it. You see what's been yours all along, and the moment you step into it, everything changes. Think about how the enemy played their game. They fed you lies. They made you question your abilities, and they kept you distracted, thinking that you weren't good enough, smart enough, or strong enough to rise above. They made you believe their narrative, trapping you in a cycle of self-doubt and uncertainty. They wanted you to stay small, to stay stuck, and to never rise to your true potential. But all along, they were simply playing a game, and they were using you as a pawn. And just like in any game, when the player understands the rules, they have the power to change the outcome. You, chosen one, now understand the game, and it's time to flip the board. The enemy's tactics were never meant to empower you. They were designed to break you. They've used distractions, manipulation, and fear to keep you from stepping into your greatness. But now you know that the game was always rigged. You never had to play by their rules. The power to change the narrative was always in your hands. And now, you're ready to rewrite it. You're no longer a pawn in their game. You are the one who holds the cards. And the moment you take that control back, the enemy's reign is over. This is the moment you've been waiting for. This is the moment when you stop allowing the enemy to control your story. Every move they made was an attempt to keep you from realizing the truth, that you are in charge of your own destiny. It's time to take back your power. It's time to step into your role as the one who determines the course of your life. No more being manipulated. No more playing by someone else's rules. The time has come for you to flip the board and set the terms of the game. Look at your life. How many times have you let someone else control the narrative? How many times have you allowed others to dictate your path, to make you believe their version of your reality? Whether it was people in your life telling you what you could and couldn't do, or society forcing you into a mold that wasn't made for you. Every time you followed their lead, you allowed them to win. But no more. You've been tested, tormented, and pushed to the edge. And now that you see through the lies, you understand that the power to change everything has always been yours. You don't have to wait for permission. You don't need anyone else's approval. You are the one who gets to decide the outcome. This moment is yours to seize. You've learned the tricks of the enemy. You've seen through their manipulation, and you know their weaknesses. They thought they could control you, but in reality, they were never in control. And now, you're about to prove it. You're about to rewrite the story, take the lead, and show the world that the game is over. They thought they could hold you back, but now they'll see just how wrong they were. Think of the greats who have rewritten their own stories, who flipped the board in the face of those who tried to control them. People like Oprah Winfrey, who rose from a challenging childhood and a broken system to become a global force of empowerment. People like Elon Musk, who changed the world of technology and space exploration by refusing to accept the status quo. And people like Maya Angelou, who rewrote her own narrative, turned her pain into power, and shared her truth with the world. These people didn't play by the rules. They created their own path, stepped into their power, and in doing so, they changed the world. You have that same power within you. The moment you decide to flip the board, to take charge, and to rewrite the rules of the game, you will see the world respond in a way you've never imagined. You are not meant to be a follower. You are not meant to sit back and wait for someone to tell you what to do. You were born to lead, to make your mark, and to rewrite your story. And now it's time to stop waiting. It's time to take control. So, what's next? What will you do now that you know the game is over? Will you keep playing by the enemy's rules, allowing them to control your every move? Or will you rise up, flip the board, and show the world just how powerful you are? The choice is yours, chosen one. The enemy's game is over. It's time for you to take charge and rewrite the story. You've been waiting for this moment. Now it's time to make it yours. Number 5. They underestimated you. Now it's time to show them your power. They underestimated you. Now it's time to show them your power. They thought you were weak, but what they never realized is that you were the storm they couldn't see coming. For years, the enemy watched you, underestimated you, and misjudged your potential. Every time they thought they had you cornered, every time they thought you were down for the count, they underestimated what you were truly capable of. They saw your struggles, your quiet moments, your pain, and they mistook that for weakness. They thought you were just another face in the crowd, someone they could easily control, someone who would never rise above their limitations. But they were wrong. They didn't know the depth of your strength, and now you're standing at the threshold of greatness, ready to unleash the power they couldn't even fathom. What they didn't understand is that every moment you struggled was a moment you were quietly growing. Every time they knocked you down, they didn't break you, they forged you. Every time they attempted to manipulate your mind or drain your energy, they were unknowingly sharpening your edge. They believed their attacks were weakening you, but in reality, they were preparing you to strike harder than they could ever imagine. And now, it's your turn. You've been quiet long enough. You've been patient long enough. And now, it's time to show them just how wrong they were about you. You are not who they thought you were. They believed they could control your path, shape your destiny, and keep you in a box of their making. They underestimated the fire inside you, the determination and the resilience that runs through your veins. They saw your moments of vulnerability as weakness. But they never realized that those moments were the very things that would make you unstoppable. They didn't see the power that was growing quietly within you, waiting for the right moment to erupt. And now, that moment has arrived. Let's be honest, every time they thought they had you, they never truly understood you. They didn't see the full scope of your capabilities. They never saw the potential you held, the strength of character you had, or the fire in your soul that refuses to be extinguished. They thought they could break you with their tactics of fear, doubt, and manipulation. But all they did was ignite a spark that's now burning brighter than ever. They underestimated you, and now it's time to show them what happens when you tap into your true power. The truth is, they never stood a chance. The moment you realized who you really are, the moment you started embracing your purpose, everything changed. They tried to control your narrative, to make you question your worth, to keep you from stepping into your destiny. But they didn't count on one thing: your power. They couldn't see the force inside you that was always meant to rise above them. And now that you've found it, there's nothing they can do to stop you. So, what happens next? Now, it's your time to rise and show them the force they couldn't possibly comprehend. They've spent years trying to hold you back, trying to diminish your greatness. But what they never realized is that your power is bigger than anything they could have imagined. It's been building, and now it's ready to explode. They thought they could break you, control you, or use you. What they didn't know was that you were never meant to be broken. You were meant to lead. You were meant to shatter the limitations they put on you. Now, as you stand on the edge of everything you were born to be, let them see the full extent of your power. They won't know what hit them when you rise. The world won't know what hit them. They underestimated you. But that was their mistake. Now, it's time to show them who you truly are. You are the force they never saw coming. You are unstoppable. And now, the world will know. Number 6. Your struggles were training. You are a force they can't stop. Your struggles were training. You are a force they can't stop. Every scar on your soul is a testament to your resilience. Every battle you fought was a step toward becoming the unstoppable force you are today. The enemy thought they could break you, didn't they? They thought that the pain, the betrayals, and the struggles you faced would crush you. But here's what they didn't understand. Each challenge was not a weapon against you. It was your training ground. Every time life knocked you down, every wound, every scar, it wasn't a sign of defeat. It was the fire that forged you into a weapon the world can't even comprehend. The struggles weren't meant to break you. They were meant to make you stronger. Look back at the battles you fought, the people who turned their backs on you, the lies that were spread about you, the times you felt like everything was falling apart. All of those moments, painful as they were preparing you for this moment. You've been through the fire, and you didn't burn. You emerged stronger, more focused, and ready to show the world exactly what you're capable of. They thought they could break you, weaken you, wear you down. Instead, they created a force they can never control. You are a warrior, and the trials you've faced have been nothing but your training. The world has thrown everything it has at you, and instead of folding, you've risen every time. You've been tested in ways most people could never imagine. And yet, you stand, stronger, smarter, more determined than ever. You are no longer the person who doubted themselves, who wondered if they were good enough. You've been through the toughest battles and have come out the other side. Now, you are a force that no one can stop. Think about the greatest warriors, leaders, and visionaries throughout history. They weren't born great. They were made through adversity. They were forged in fire, shaped by pain, and strengthened by the challenges they overcame. You are no different. Each struggle, every setback has prepared you for this moment. The world will never see the strength you have within you coming. You are the result of every trial, every battle, and every scar. And now, it's time to show them who you are. You've been through the fire. Now, nothing can stop you. You are a force that can't be tamed. The enemy's game is over because you are ready to rise, to lead, and to change the world, and they will never see it coming. Number 7. It's not just about you. This is bigger than your journey. Your rise is the spark that will light the path for others. The victory you're about to claim isn't just yours. It's the beginning of something far greater. This fight, this struggle, this journey, it's never been about just you. The enemy tried to make it personal, tried to convince you that you were in this battle alone, that your pain was a result of your own shortcomings. But what they never understood is that your fight is part of a larger mission, a collective purpose, one that extends far beyond your own survival. Your rise is about the countless others who are waiting for someone like you to show them the way. You're not just fighting for yourself, you're fighting for those who will follow in your footsteps, for the generations to come, and for the truth that needs to be revealed. Every challenge you've faced, every trial that has seemed insurmountable, was a part of preparing you for this larger mission. They've made you question your worth, made you feel isolated, but the truth is, every time you faced adversity, you were laying the foundation for something far greater than yourself. Your victory isn't just a personal triumph. It's the key that will unlock the doors for others, the beacon that will light the way for those still lost in the dark. The world needs you to rise. It needs your strength, your vision, your courage. And once you step into your full power, once you claim the victory that is rightfully yours, everything will change, not just for you, but for everyone who is watching, waiting, and depending on your success. You are the one who will set the example, the one who will break the chains that have been holding others back. Your journey is about more than personal glory. It's about creating a legacy that will echo long after you're gone. The impact of your rise will ripple through time, touching lives, shifting mindsets, and leaving a trail of empowerment for those who come after you. When you rise, you lift others with you. Your victory will be the spark that ignites a fire, spreading the truth and empowering those who have been living in fear, doubt, or ignorance. The world has been waiting for someone like you to show them that it's possible to overcome the impossible, to fight for what's right, and to stand tall against the forces that seek to keep us down. This is bigger than your journey. This is about creating a legacy. The world is watching, and your victory is the key that will unlock the path for the many who are yet to find their way. So rise and remember, your strength is not just for you, it's for everyone who will follow. The world is waiting. Your time is now. Number 8. You've played by their rules long enough. Time to break free. They wanted you to fit in, but the truth is, you were never meant to be like them. It's time to tear down the walls they built around you and show the world what happens when you stop conforming. For too long, you've been following their rules. Rules that were never meant to serve you, but to keep you small, contained, and under control. They've tried to shape you, mold you, and convince you that their narrow expectations were the only path you could walk. They've set the boundaries, dictated the limits, and created a world where your dreams, your ambitions, and your true self were too much to ask for. But here's the hard truth. Those rules were never yours to begin with. The game they set up wasn't built for you to win. It was built to keep you under their thumb. And the time has come to break free. The world they created, full of rules, restrictions, and expectations, was never made for a force like you. It was made for people who were willing to settle, who were content to follow the herd and live in mediocrity. But not you. You've always felt it deep down, something within you that rebelled against the status quo, that knew you were never meant to fit inside their box. It's that part of you that's been waiting for the moment when you finally break free, when you no longer allow their chains to define you. Well, that moment is now. Enough is enough. The chains that have bound you are not yours. They were never yours to own. These societal norms, the expectations placed on you, the little boxes they've tried to shove you into, they're nothing but illusions, and you've been too loyal to them for too long. The world has spent years trying to convince you that your dreams were too big, your desires too outrageous, your vision too much to ask for. But every time you let their rules hold you back, you let them win. It's time to stop living for them. It's time to stop conforming. Your destiny doesn't fit into their neat little box. It was never meant to. The truth is, the world isn't ready for someone like you. That's why they've tried to suppress you, silence you, and keep you in line. They've created a system that rewards conformity and punishes anyone who dares to break free. But you are not meant to fit in with the crowd. You were born to lead, to rise, to disrupt the system. And now you know it. The moment you step away from their rules, from their expectations, from their limits, you will finally become the force you were always meant to be. You've been living under their rules for too long, but no more. It's time to reclaim your freedom, your power, your destiny. No more compromises, no more fitting in, no more playing by their rules. The moment you step into your true self, the moment you embrace the power that's been waiting inside you, you will realize just how unstoppable you really are. So stand up, break free. The world is waiting to see what happens when you stop conforming and start living on your own terms. Now is the time to rewrite the rules. Number 9. The world isn't waiting. The time to rise is now. Time waits for no one. Every second you hesitate, every moment you doubt, is a moment you lose to the enemy. The world is shifting, and your time is now. You've been preparing for this moment your entire life. Every challenge, every setback, every moment of pain, it was all training for this. And yet, you've still been waiting for the right time, waiting for the perfect moment to rise. But here's the truth. The perfect moment is already here. The world doesn't have time for your hesitation. The clock is ticking and the world is moving with or without you. Your rise isn't something that can be delayed any longer. This is your moment. The universe has been setting this up for you, shaping you, and now it's time for you to act. There is no more waiting. The time to rise is now. Stop letting fear dictate your pace. Stop waiting for permission. Everything you need to succeed is already inside you. Every doubt, every excuse, every fear, it's all a lie. The world is waiting for you to step up, to take your place, and to show everyone the power you've been hiding. The moment to rise is now. This is your final call, chosen one. No more second-guessing, no more waiting. The time to show the world who you are is now. Rise up, take charge, and claim the destiny that's always been yours. Those who tried to break you will now watch you rise. Hit the like button, subscribe, and share this message with another chosen one. The more we rise, the more they fear our power.